force the kill at the last second. Oh, right to the smoke. Look at him go.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome back to the Thunderpick European Series 2. It's time for the losers' day, not only because it's Ted's birthday, but also because the matches we have at hand has got to do with teams that have lost their first matches for Group A and Group B.
Nice. You know what? Just because of that, I'm gonna let you do that pre-game alone for now. I'm gonna give you the silent treatment for the next 30 seconds. So enjoy, everyone.
Okay, sure. Why not? Well, like I said, it is time for Group A and Group B. The matches that have been lost, it will be attributed to them. But starting things off, we have, of course, a look at Group A, where 33 will be playing up against NIP Impact, as they did go down to their 500 and ARCRED respectively. And then later on today, by the way, a little bit later on, as you can see on the clock there, at 4 p.m. CEST, ARCRED will be playing up against the victor of this match to determine who will be the second seed from Group A to make it into playoffs. And the same thing could be said about Group B later on as well. So let's talk about the teams. I will not pass the mic over to Ted because he said I'll be talking the next 30 seconds. Oh, what, have the 30 seconds passed? I don't know. You can have at it if you want.
Yeah, you're good. It's fine.
Okay,
it's
cool.
fine. I'm back. I'm down to talk about this first matchup. But yeah, it's going to be a really exciting game, right? We're talking about elimination. It's always everything on the line, and it is really exciting to see the NIP Impact girls back in the server. Obviously, Naomi, Kiara, Aim, Vilga, and the newest addition of I think we're supposed to be calling her Jana. I hope it's Jana or Zana, maybe Zana. But yeah, Zana from Big Equipa, coming in as a 24-year-old Portuguese oper, and obviously she's going to need a little bit of time to get accustomed to the fact that NAP Impact is one of the more active female rosters actually participating in the open circuit and a lot of those online tournaments, right? So it's never going to be easy facing off against a lot of the higher tier oppositions. But just a couple, I guess a week ago now, they were able to take a map off of Eternal Fire. They've been playing some good Counter-Strike, and you can obviously see that this lineup is progressing the more experience they get to play against higher level opposition, and players like Kiara and Naomi have been pretty much exceptional individually.
Sure, and I don't think it's only the exposure to the teams that compete at this level. I don't think it's just the level of play, but the plethora of play styles as well, right? Because this tier 2 space is filled to the brim with teams that have their own different identities, whether they like to play aggressive Counter-Strike, whether they like to play controlled and, you know, the good old European style Counter-Strike, right? You get to be exposed to different levels of play, and I think for Zana, that is going to be a bit of a challenge. Not that it hasn't been a challenge for the rest of the squad, but it's a little bit of a newer, barrier to cross for her overall. But look, NIP Impact, like you said, decent results, but now they'll have to do it up against a 33 roster. I don't know how to pronounce their name in Russian. That is not going to happen. I'll leave that to you, Ted. That is down to you. But, you know, I love what they're going with here. It's obviously the Rush B project for anybody that knows of these guys, you know, at least the core of it. And they're just trying to continue through it while being unsigned.
Yeah, on that note, there's actually a little bit of a similarity between the two lineups, right? Because you're looking at two teams that have a couple young guns, and they're obviously Cairo Executor, Blue Eyed, and Zinni being the young iteration of this team. And Blue Eyed, as you pointed out, this is the ex-Rush B lineup. Blue Eyed is the only one not coming in from Rush B. He's a product of Aurora's Academy, Aurora Youngblood. But on both those teams, you have an incredibly experienced and well-seasoned Russian in-game leader as the veteran to lead the team, right? It's Vilga for the side of NAP Impact. It's Kinky here, obviously. Kinky, for those of you that don't remember, by the way. He was part of. Yeah, they are the same age. No, actually, I think Kinky is 1 year younger.
Oh, okay. Well,
yeah. So Vilga's the more experienced in-game leader.
Okay.
Yeah, I think Vilga turned 34 just a couple days ago. So happy late birthday to Vilga. Yeah, we're gonna get into the veto real quick here, Pavlos. We've got a Nuke and Overpass bans coming up pretty much expectedly, I guess, for both those teams. An Inferno pick coming in from NAP Impact is an interesting one. ENCE for 33 is expected, and then the train would be a nice one. I'm saying Inferno is interesting because NAP Impact have really been toying around with the veto lately, right? You're looking at the last 5 best of 3s they've played, which are the only 5 best of 3s they've played with Zana on the lineup, and you're looking at 3 Dust 2 picks, 1 Inferno pick, and 1 Ancient pick. The reason I love that Inferno pick, though, is because this is the one map that they were actually able to win against Eternal Fire a couple days ago, and this is the one map where not even one player carried through, but everyone seemed to be on the same page. So I'm really looking forward to this Inferno. I think that NIP Impact can definitely put up a good fight when it comes down to this map.
Yeah, and if you look at NIP Impact as a team and their trajectory, really, they've got a real chance to be one of the new teams up there at that impact level, right? You know, the Queens are being dethroned, so there's always a chance to continue and lead the way. Sure, you weren't the ones to dethrone, if you will, but there's definitely some turmoil when it comes to those tournaments, to that circuit. So training up, leveling up, and being your best self coming into those tournaments, I feel like is basically what the goal is really for NIP Impact, and definitely not afraid to play these types of matches in order for them to get there. But yeah, you talked about the Inferno, but how do you feel about the chances in regard to Ancient, to Train? Because I feel like things get a little bit more complicated there, especially with their inability to really capture that many wins.
Look, I feel like going into this veto, we have to address the elephant in the room, and that's the fact that NIP Impact are yet to win their first Ancient in the last month and a half, right? But then you're looking at some of the teams that they've been playing. There was a loss against Metizport, 9 rounds against Partizan, and a loss against Betera. So those are no easy teams, and I would argue that for a lot of those teams, they would be the favorites even going up against 33 in a specific matchup. And after seeing how 33 crumbled a couple days ago against 500, I feel like the Russian squad needs to really go into this game with the utmost amount of, I guess, seriousness in a way, not underestimate the situation at any given point, because I really feel like NIP Impact could punish, but all in all, 33 should be considered the slight favorite going into this game, regardless of what is going on. I feel like because of the depth of the veto, because of Ancient, because of Train, Inferno, though, could be a different story, and individually, we could be in for a really pleasant surprise. We're going to move it into the head-to-head. We've got Zinni on one hand, we've got Naomi on the other one, and I feel like there's just a pretty simple way to describe things for both those teams. Those are the best players in both respective teams, in my opinion. Those are the big stars, obviously in different ways. Zinni's much more of a pack rifle nowadays, has some anchor spots on the CT side, doesn't stop him from putting out big numbers. When it comes down to Naomi, she's the entry, she's the star player, she's the one to run in first, give all the headshots, make everyone else on the other side of the server regret the fact that they're inside of the server on this given day, and then have a little bit of a giggle about it. So I feel like for both Zinni and Naomi, it is really important to have good performances if their respective teams want to win, especially when it comes down to Naomi, because in the successful games that we've seen lately from the side of NIP Impact, I feel like every single time she's been up there putting up some good numbers.
Yeah, you definitely can say that. And I feel like for the teams overall today, it's not just a test of this map as well, of this series altogether, right? Because then you've got ARCRED waiting for you on the other side of the bracket, right? So if you want that journey towards playoffs to be a successful one, you need to be coming out of this one, out of this series, feeling confident, really, because we saw ARCRED play against 500 as well. They've had some really positive moments. And when we thought this roster could be a little bit more flip side on the momentum side of things, they really brought the show to 500, right? There's some maturity shown that they can hold on and fight even though when things look lost. So I really rate ARCRED much higher than I did previously. So a big challenge for either of these rosters trying to move into that matchup.
Yeah, I feel like this is why we should be putting a little bit of emphasis not only on who wins that matchup, but how they win it, right? If NIP Impact win this game, we're looking at potentially, or we're going to be after at least one really comfortable map, or if 33 does it, we're going to be looking at the same, right? You need some level of comfort and some level of confidence going into that next game, because no matter what happens here, ARCRED, as you pointed out, is just lying in the dragon's den and waiting, and they are the dragon, in case you haven't understood the reference. For both NIP Impact and 33 is going to be quite difficult going forward no matter what, but this is, I feel like, maybe the advantage that they get in a way, right? You get to play one official, you get to win it potentially for one of those two sides, and this is going to make you feel like today is a good day to be playing Counter-Strike, right? That's going to put you in the right headspace, and I feel like this is where you need to be if you want to take ARCRED down potentially.
Yeah, 100%. So we talked about the individuals, we talked about the matchups, we talked about the maps in particular. But let's talk a little bit about the first map we'll be talking about, right? Let's get into the specifics of Mirage. What is really
Inferno,
the strength of Inferno? Sorry,
Yeah.
of Inferno. What is particularly the game is actually live, so I guess we'll be talking about the game as it starts, as we head into it straight away. But quickly, Ted, if you could put it in a few sentences, what we need to look forward to for NIP Impact to succeed on this map?
Everyone needs to be on the same page, hit the shots, everyone listen to Vilga's calls, because she definitely has a good game plan going into this game.
Well, perfectly said. Very nice. Not many words needed. But it is going to be NIP Impact starting things off on the T side as 33 begin on the CT side as they have elected themselves. And it's a quick rush down mid here for NIP Impact as they do slow the pace down, approaching the cross into A.
A decent amount of util coming in from the T side for this pistol. Presumably smoke for long, smoke for Moto. The flashes over pit, maybe double nade pit. That would be a good way to kick things off, unless Vilga just wants to fake it out in towards B with her part of the util. That's a lovely nade onto Executor. Gonna do a little bit of damage, and yeah, indeed, a fake is the idea. So presumably, we're just gonna see a little bit of util go over in towards the B bomb site, then go back, smoke Moto, flash over, nade pit, burst onto the bomb site, hope for the best.
Well, Vigor, the only one shooting so far, and the only one spotted as well. So NIP Impact needs to start moving, because the fake can only work for so long, as the three players that were holding onto this B site are quickly rotating over, not quite spacing out where Kiro is at that moment in time. Zinni's able to escape the shadows, and when he does that, he's the Grim Reaper. Boy, that is clean. The dualies of Zinni chime, and just like that, 33 are on the board.
Yeah, it's just a great defense out of Zinni and Kiro, right? Even when the fake works out. I mean, apparently that was the idea, right? Vilga throws in a little bit of caution into the wind in towards the B bomb side. That drags that extra rotating player in towards B, so you leave a gap in towards long that the T's could try and exploit. Unfortunately, though, incredibly slick on those shots, Zinni and Kiro. Those are probably the two people alongside Blue-White you should be looking at on this 33 lineup. Although I actually want to give a little bit of a shout out to Executor, who's been throughout the last 1 month has been the highest rated player of this 33 lineup, regardless of being much more of a supportive element. He's not supposed to be up there, but he is.
Yeah, when it comes to his duels, when his teammates don't quite connect with the frags, when he's put in the spot, he can perform.
He's shifted a little bit role-wise, I think.
Sure.
I'm not sure Executor was always given the freedom that he's been given right now. You see him slot into some more aggressive CT roles. You see him be given a lot of freedom on the lurks on the T side. So I feel like maybe there's been some changes done on this 33 lineup. Obviously, a really experienced in-game leader, such as Kinky, as we pointed out. He was part of that Dream Eaters lineup that made the Berlin Major in 2019. So yeah, somewhere in the game, some of you have Kinky stickers and you've probably forgot about it.
Well, in this particular round, 4 kills out of the 5 found by MP9. So nice cash in pocket for the 33 lineup. But it's NIP Impact's first buy round of this map.
Interesting to see how you want to approach this one. Flashes through smoke. They're contesting this banana control.
And indeed, Naomi is found. And off the back of it, a wide swing from both players. Blue-White, a double kill for him. And it's looking rough for NIP Impact. The moment they thought they could breathe into this game, 33 timed those HEs nicely. Pair that up with the push and the swing outside into banana. There wasn't much left for NIP Impact to do here.
A little bit unfortunate as well. Both Blue-White and Executor get zagged down low, and now you're just stuck in a really difficult situation. Vilga and Kiara trying to bait out the Yuto, trying to find a couple fights to potentially give them an opportunity to start dreaming about a bomb plant. Unfortunately, I think they've just realized that bomb is still dropped in towards T-spawn, so not really going to work out for now. I wouldn't even hate a safe right now, by the way. This is a 2v5. You've got the 2 rifles, you've got the 2 smokes for early on in the half. It doesn't feel like you've got a lot to work with.
Nah. It feels like you're kind of hoping that 33 drop the ball, go for the push, lose a couple of players. Only then maybe NIP Impact can entertain a round win, but this is the smartest decision. Vilga makes the call for both players to drop back into their own T spawn, hanging around with the chickens, and see those Kalashnikovs to the next round.
Yeah, hanging around with the chickens doesn't sound like a bad time. We love the chickens.
Hey, and the chicken said it loves you too, Ted.
I love the pause there just to make sure your translation is accurate.
Yep. You know me too well, Ted.
Oh, second buy round of the game, presumably. We always say second buy round. That is if the T's want to force up, which I think they were thinking about, but maybe we're having a bit of a convo about it. You want to throw yourselves out there financially and go for another worst for investment? Answer probably is yes. Yeah, 2 AK saved up. Xana's gonna get herself up on a Galil, and same for Mia, Naomi. On that Desert Eagle. So a little bit of Uto. It's a good nade onto Executor to start off. What's the plan though? Looking like a bit of a mid approach.
Indeed, bomb left on its own. So if there is a banana pushing you, isolate that bomb player. Things could go wrong really damn quick. Ninjas in pajamas. Look at how low they are already. Vilga, Naomi really tagged down. And Kira is just toying with the idea of crossing it again and catches Xana off guard, and there is assistance nearby for 33 as well. Kinky holding down the fort in long, and nothing really is crossing. NIP Impact also wary of this backline exploitation from Executor. Ooh. Thankfully for Naomi, she quick on the trigger for that one. And being accurate as well, with that 1 minute on the clock, NIP Impact reconsider their options.
There's a bit of a gap right now. Blue Eye's been left all alone and towards the B-bomb side, and Vilga's able to get at least 1 kill. Oh, she's got a lovely timing. Not sure if they caught her. Well, apparently they did. Cairo spotted her, and still Blue Eye is alone.
Blue White has to go down without a single trade. Things to go right for NIP Impact, but he doesn't only get the one. But make sure Kiara is damn bleeding. And potentially out. There could be a bomb plant. NIP Impact, though, have got a lot in store for them. 3 different directions being taken up here by the 33 players. Looking at the utility, there's not much available, but when you're getting caught on the cross through the smoke, that is going to be rough. Kiara, 1 kill to boot in this game overall in this round, but it's not going to last long for this one. 33, no issue with this. The retake successful, and another round falls in their play.
He's doing that to his own teammate. That's not nice. But the retake ends up being successful. NAP probably even a little bit happy that you're able to get a bomb plan out of a round like this one, because otherwise financially you'd be in the doldrums right now. And for the first tactical timeout to come in, haven't really been able to put up that much damage on the board early on. 33 mechanically and aim-wise have just not been giving them too many opportunities, we have to say. Nice find from Kiara, or Naomi, sorry, in towards middle to cut off that push. Pretty much the responsibility to get that bomb plant later on as well was from Kiara's refrag, and at least you get a little bit of money injection, so now you get to show us what kind of a set piece you've got. We've got a MAC-10 in the middle of the mix, and a couple upgraded pistols, a lot of utility, a lot of HEs as well. Could be a double nade in towards pit, or something a little bit quicker up banana.
Will be cool to see, but of course, with the nades we saw earlier, Ted, I don't think they'd be too eager to rush up that angle. And indeed, that is definitely the case.
I guess it's all about the time, right? It's all about the timing, all about giving Vilga a little bit of an opportunity to read out the timings that the B players of 33 like, throwing their utility early on. And Executor now has been left alone, has to be really careful, or he will get run down.
He completely does get run down, and that leaves the B site completely exposed. The thing is, NIP Impact don't know it, so need to do the due diligence to clear out every single one of these corners. There is a spray down across the smoke, finds some damage onto aim, but Ninjas in pajamas, NIP Impact ahead by 1 player and bomb down. They're in pole position in this round.
Need someone else on the rifle. Quick switch here. Mia gives it over to Xana. M4 saved up. Not a lot of util on the T side to try and slow down. You have to find those kills.
And no one's budging here for NIP Impact as of yet. Kiara Wanting to see if she can create a crosshair position. Crossfire with her teammate. Xana backside, yet to be tested. But this is when 33 starts to move in. There comes Xana. Nice double kill, and quickly crutching it down to 1v1. But that pillar doesn't provide too much cover. Xana knows it, takes the wide swing. Headshot connects. NIP impact on the board.
It's absolutely perfectly played. There goes the newest addition. We said that she needed a little bit of time to get accustomed to this level of competition. Well, apparently she's already now. That's a big round to steal away for NIP Impact. And as we pointed out, it's all about the timing, all about being able to dodge that early utility in towards Banana, catch a bit of a timing on Executor, who was even a little bit reckless maybe. And then Xana goes absolutely nuclear from the back of the bomb side. This is what you want, right? You want some of your players to get fired up. You want them to get confident. This is how you get into a game like this one.
These nades. We talk about them missing the timing on the banana nades, but this time they get turned into mincemeat. Mid. That is rough. Naomi with the only pickup for NIP Impact this round. As 33 get their timings right. Killing machines, really, if you give them the chance. What's the silver lining here? Capture blue on white, but instead has the element of surprise in his favor off the back of Executor's engagement. And there you go. Back into their winning ways. Didn't take long.
Yeah. I wanted to say I appreciate the fact that after winning a map like or a round like this, they're trying to pick up the pace, right? Maybe upset 33. This is an attempt to just take the, I guess, the entire wave of momentum of the map away, right? But when it doesn't work out and you just get mowed down, it does quite the opposite, and it gives the momentum back to the CT side. So now we're in that type of a situation. Xana, we're going to see her on the big green. AWP in hand, Vilga on a bit of a downgrade with the Mac 10 and a glue in the mix as well for Kiara to make sure you've got that bonus Yuto. But again, NIP Impact have been quite rapid in the way that they're trying to take some of that early control. Minute 35, you already have two players storming their way in towards the apartments. There was a couple aggressive rounds in towards Banana early on. As we said, just got to be careful about that early Yuto around the map.
And they might be in trouble here, but let's go Kira helping out. AIM wins that first fight, and they don't quite expect Zinni to be right underneath the ledge. Of course, another position taken up by Kinky. An extra deterrence over to this A site, but the 33 players aren't quite budging for the B site, but scratch that. They hear the footsteps and they hold back again.
That might be a tough one to read. It could be a really tough one to read for the CT side, because you spotted one rifle and an AWP in towards apartments, and then you've been pushed away from Banana from two players with the bomb as well, which you haven't spotted, but they've made a lot of noise, so gotta make a bit of a gamble right now. Yuto coming up, though. It's still going to be the A-Rap coming in from the T's.
Indeed. And with blue-white again holding the right position. Executor also nearby. This is going to be a tough one. NIP Impact considering if they want to drop into library first, but Executor jumps the gun out of the smoke. Triple kill. NIP Impact cannot react on time. It is a rough world they're living in, and it's the world 33 have created.
Yeah, executed, pretty much. Excuse the pun, but this is why he's been the highest rated player of 33 across the last couple of weeks, regardless maybe of not being the one that you're going to be looking at the most, but his multi-kill potential under those circumstances is absolutely phenomenal. And look at the kill distribution for 33, by the way. Just let me bring your attention there. Everyone's on either 6 or 7 kills right now for the CT side. This is the definition of a well-oiled machine. Really difficult to play against. On the other side, NIP Impact, once again, money, a bit of an issue. But those half-buys and that B-pop was where they got the majority of their success. Just a little while ago. Unfortunately for Naomi, it's not destined to be the same easy round.
Yeah, a bit of individual fights taken here and there. Finally, Xana is able to take a consolidation frag in the team's favor. But other than that, 33 have got this one under lock and key without any further issues. 4 players survive by the end of that one. You've got 4 players flirting with 5 digits in economy. Not after the buys that we've just seen, but NIP Impact now have another buy in store for them. They take their time. There's a tactical pause drawn out by Vilga. Let's see if it's what the team needs to get back online. It's been a hard time.
I think if you're trying to find a gap right now, you're definitely working with the fact that the double apps walk resulted into getting a kill and getting a little bit of information. And the thing is, 33 have been pretty conservative in the way that they approach a lot of the map control fights, right? They tried to bring up the fight in towards Banana a couple times, but in general, we haven't been seeing too much aggression from the CT side. So I think NAP Impact have been doing an alright job with being able to push the CTs away at times. Yeah, sure, at times that has come to the cost of losing a lot of your HP to utility, but apartments, you were able to find a good gap a little while ago, and it doesn't feel like the CTs are too interested into getting that control early on, so maybe something to be done there.
Silence for 33. They can't hear a thing. They hold their positions. Wait for the first contact. NIP Impact not providing it just yet. Now the first pops of HGs have dropped in Banana, and Blue White may have realized he is stuck in place. So desperate times call for a desperate maneuver out of Sands. And now you've got Executor on the case. That's a brilliant flash to force him off the corner. NIP Impact close up the distance, but Naomi still finds herself into the cross line. Vilga, that is a great crunch on Executor's face.
Bomb's going A.
But with a bomb going in A, you've kind of given opportunity for 33 to come back here, but Kinky, a lot on his play versus 3 players nearby.
I don't think he's moving. The moment that the bomb doesn't get planted, he's not going to move around. Or even if he gets that kill onto Vilga, that's going to be good enough. You get that 1 kill, you can retake into a 3 versus 3 situation. I think they're starting to realize.
Vilga's caught. Ooh, the first headshot connects for Kinky. Therefore, the pickup goes to him. Bomb planted, 3v3, and now anyone's game. HG do too much. But if you're 33, you're waiting for all of your pieces to group up together. Kinky a little bit further away. That rotate in apps will take some time, especially if you want to continue pressing that shift key.
Yeah,
one massive. Corner left to cross. Onto the site already. Kinky will drop in later on while the rest of the NIP Impact players are distracted. Never mind, aim is right on time. And Alkiro, in a world of hurt, he's out of time. No time to defuse. Even though he's got a kit, he'll try and stick it, but some bullets will find their mark. Aim's Glock does the heavy lifting by the end, and NIP Impact are right back on the score sheet.
It's a really good mid-round once again. That's what we've been talking about. Slow the tempo down a little bit. You've been allowed to get so much map control. You can push the CTs away and then make it really difficult for them to realize what is going on. Perfect fake coming out of Vilga there. Even though Kinky's able to push down middle and get that kill, it was all about holding on, and it wasn't a coincidence we pointed out that HE in the under bulk player of Mia. You time it well. You open up that smoke that disturbs the CTs on their way, and you can see the switch up right now, 33. They're not down to just let the T's have all the map control for free, so they'll try and fight for it.
Completely disrupting what NIP Impact were trying to go for. Already to pick Sabu, and NIP Impact looking for a response. Not quite going their way, though. As Blue White still is able to trade Kinky's life. As the Impact players now trailing behind. Sure, the bomb can be picked up, but 33 have done what was needed. Drop back. Unwilling to take any more fights. Go for that flick.
Quite a hopeful one.
Very hopeful. Ambitious.
A little bit delusional. Just how we like it.
Sure. We love a bit of Delulu in a game of Counter-Strike, but I feel for 33, they deserve a moment of respite. They deserve a moment to show off, because it feels this round has already seen its end.
Yeah. I feel like it's been a safe call in for me as well. Hold on to that big green, drop it over to Zana in the next round. Hope that she'll be able to make somewhat of a difference. 33 with a lovely response to the previous round, as we pointed out. The moment that you realize you're probably giving a little bit too much space to the T side and you're not contesting a lot, this is the accurate way to go about it. And it didn't feel like NAP Impact were completely surprised by it, by the way. It's just the utility was good. Kinky was just winning fights left, right, and center. And as we pointed out individually, when those guys are on, they're really difficult to stop, even if it is Kinky. Player spotted.
Counter-terrorists win.
Important side, the op is safe. You do get to hold on to that. We're looking at the money. Zana can drop over an AK back. Issue is for the remaining of the NAP Impact squad, money is not of plenty, so I think there might be a little bit of a hit here for Naomi. Left on the Mac 10, a couple of Galils in the mix as well. Important rounds until the end of the first half here for NAP Impact. Their CT side could be incredibly solid, but you need something to work with after the T side.
If you're not given much, you're in for a hard time. Zana not even gotten a chance to use that big green.
Wow.
Kiro just steps forwards. Instead of dropping back after the first pick and being happy with it, just decides he wants a little bit extra. And indeed, does find what he asked for. 30-33 with a big advantage. How did that shot not connect? I was a little bit rough. Naomi caught in the molly, a little bit delayed with a smoke drop, walks out into the open for Blue White to collect. 33 in fire, in flames. 9-2 with 1 round left to spare in the half. Safe to say, Impact may be in a little bit of trouble.
Yeah. There's some of that painful impact right there. It's been a bit of a crash here on the T side, but 33 are not really giving them too much, and you can understand throughout this entire first half the thought process of Vilga. Some of the calls made a whole lot of sense, and it felt like they were the right ideas. But as we said, sometimes you're just going to be up in the server against people that are not missing a lot of shots. And as of right now, Blue White being 14-3, I think it's safe to say he's not really missing. Same for Executor, 11-5 already. That banana aggression coming back. Now you're pretty much forced to go for that A play, but the AWP hasn't moved away. There's 2 more rifles here. This is not going to be an easy one.
I mean, NIP Impact had been spot on with some of their pieces of utility. Blocking out various crucial positions. And again, the smoke finds Kiro's angle. So he has to respect it and drop further back, which gives NIP Impact some more space into mid. The crossroads between short and long. But instead, double back. Just might be the right decision, but Blue White may have that information in time to call for reinforcements.
He actually stopped going for the jump spots. This is a little bit tricky. You need the A players to push for some information right now, because Blue White is just playing completely in the blue. Excuse the pun. Once again, they've got great nicknames for puns.
Executor is falling back to rotate. Up out on that B-side defense, and it's the right call to make, and then he'll be in coffins to try and save the day. Blue White, all he has to do is stay quiet, let Executor be the distraction, and Blue White can jump in and do the awakening, the rude awakening at that. Vilga in a really tough spot, between a rock and a hard place, really. The hardest of places. Obsidian, Bedrock, whatever you want to call it. 33 on fire at that first half. 10-2 being the score. NIP Impact trailing massively on the roadmap pick.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a tough one. Even in this round, it doesn't feel like they made the wrong call. Actually, the mid-rounding was perfect from Vilga. It just felt like they were a little bit too late to the party, right? 33 getting proactive enough and towards that A-bomb side, rotating back the player, and even getting the kill through the smoke there for good measure. Executor. 13-5 for him, 16-4 for Blue White. They've been playing a great individual game. Not a lot that the T's could have done about it.
Let's grasp at straw, shall we, Ted?
Sure.
NIP Impact, safe to say, pistol round needs to go their way. Otherwise, not happening.
Quite a necessity. Yeah, otherwise, not even, otherwise is a no.
No.
Yeah, absolutely. The bit of a shame is the fact that you can tell that they've got a pretty decent game plan at times and they are adapting to what the CTs are doing. But as we said, sometimes Counter-Strike just comes down to being a game of shooting, and sometimes you're just going to get shot in the face repeatedly, and there's nothing you can do about it. There's going to be guys like Blue White and Executor on the other side just having a whole lot of fun. And as you said, pistol round now of the utmost importance for the CT side if they want to stay alive on their own map pick. Diffuse kit being brought in by Vilga. Double flash as well. Smoke HE flash for Naomi. So again, potentially something a little bit creative on the CT pistol. All right. A 4-player stacking towards A. Naomi all alone, slowing things down in towards B with the U2. By the looks of things, might get tested. Midswing comes in, but Is that the commitment? That's the question. Doesn't feel like it. Feels like it's just let's show the bomb and then figure out what we want to do from here on out.
Little Good won't be too happy with that exchange. Down to 10 points of health, barely escaping with their life. But this looks a little bit more like commitment for 33. Well, out of the 5 players, out what the status quo on this side of the map is. Never mind. Double back in decision again. It's keeping in Zinni for the distraction.
Oh, the timing.
And it's caught the NIP players off, and
they've got no clue.
Zinni all of a sudden has an extra angle of attack for Naomi. She's been called over to pay attention to that position. Library needs to be checked up, and Kiara is definitely looking that position. Oh, 33 feel like they've got the right decision here. But instead, NIP Impact have got quite the read. Now looking to break into that mid position. But look at Zinni going all the way around. And if NIP Impact aren't winning their trace to begin with, it's going to be a rough time trying to find space into apartments. And indeed, it does give room for Kiara to breathe. A 2v3 is salvageable, but you need a pick. And that's what Kiara is trying to go for. Runs out of bullets. But goes back in again with a Glock. Hero in trouble, but is able to turn around to the right-hand side right on time. Finds a headshot as well. Hero doesn't even need Executor by his side to make this happen. 11 on the board, pistol round found. Safe to say, highway towards success for 33.
It was such a chaotic one, such a chaotic pistol round in general, and it felt like for the second there, the CTs could have actually forgotten about the opportunity of a timing being created in towards CT spawn. They knew all day long though. And the pushing towards middle comes in, a couple of fights going left, right, and center. In the end of the day, though, Cairo able to get that double from the back of the bomb side. It goes damn close, but no cigar for NAP Impact. And now you're pretty much forced to go for the full investment. You need this one. This is your map pick on the line.
Yeah, I'm afraid, Ted. You can already hear the crickets and smell a swamp around you. It's starting to look like Ancient. NIP Impact with a final go, with a final say. That's a great flash. But Kiro playing anti. There's a good response to it. Sure, you found out where the bomb is, but a minute on the clock. 33 can switch other positions multiple times.
Yeah, and again, you're seeing some cool and creative ideas coming out of NAP Impact. Double nade on the wall, flash over, and go for the peak. As you pointed out, it was just about having that third player deep in towards Banana ready to pounce as well. 45 seconds, man advantage for the T side. Zana's been left all alone in towards B with a lot on her plate. Especially with Kiara going down in towards middle. This is not going to be an easy one. Mia's on the way. Deagle taken down. B bomb side lost. And it's just Mia in a 1 versus 4. A couple low HP players, but bar finding a couple consolidation frags. It doesn't feel like she's going to get given too many opportunities for anything more.
Yeah, there were a couple of moments in the round that it felt that if NIP Impact had better guns with them and some rifles, there might have been a better potential. Executor got dinked, kinky as well, I feel. So we could have been seeing at a different endeavor, but instead, the economical status quo is of just pistols and MP9s, really, for the NIP Impact squad. Therefore, 33 taking full advantage of that 1 round remaining. Definitely on fire here. And we were talking about what 33 needs to do if they want to have a chance against ARCRED later today.
Sure.
Have a very decisive best of 3. And I feel like so far, that's what they have. Sure, let's not jump the gun here. Ancient is still on the cards, but this being NIP Impact's map pick, this is as good as a start as you could hope for.
Oh yeah, it definitely makes you feel comfortable, right? If you're 33 in your heads, you're thinking, okay, there's no way we're not 2-0ing this one at this point going into your own map pick, but especially with how well it has been going for Blue Eye, it won't be easy for NIP Impact to stop them. Another double kill coming out of him. 19 and 6 for the man. And things are starting to go down here. Circle shrinking. NAP Impact, they did try and give it a good fight, but in the end of the day, it's 33 to close out that Inferno. It was so damn one-sided, a 13-2 with some incredibly good individual performances out of the Russian side.
Oh yeah, brilliant. I feel like they just used a lot of those moments to show off as well. We saw some flamboyant situations, peeks out of smokes, aggressiveness shown after when from Kiro, for example, right, getting the AWP shot in mid and then wanting to go in an extra step, and we saw that, like you said, from Blue Whites. You know, pushing through smokes and getting multi-kills. I feel like it was definitely a display on show here for 33, and moving into Ancient, there's got to be a lot of confidence in that camp.
Yeah, absolutely. And if we're talking about the NAP Impact camp, you're probably hoping that they don't get under their skin too much because of that Inferno and how it went, right? Because last time you played it against Eternal Fire was a completely different story. You were able to win the map, upset them, take it to a third and final when you were probably all over the moon with your performance there, and you played some really good Counter-Strike. Today, I don't even feel like, again, I said that throughout the cast a couple times, I don't feel like they didn't have the right idea. I don't feel like they didn't have the right plan. I feel like it just was one of those days where things were not destined to work out. So hopefully you stay calm going into map number 2. Hopefully you keep a level head and you say, hey, from here on out, we have nothing to lose. We go on their map pick, we give it our all. We're starting on the CT side. This is where some of the individuals can shine. This is where we can potentially show a better level of play.
Indeed. We'll find out if NIP Impact are capable of doing that right after a short break, folks. Be there in a minute, be there in a few. Ancient coming up next.
He's going to force the kill in the last second. Right to the smoke. Look at him go. He's going to force the kill in the last second. Mirage right to the smoke. Look at him.
Welcome back, beautiful people, to the Thunderpick European Series 2. Already one map in of the first series of the day, where NIP Impact have got some heavy lifting to do, and it doesn't get easy. They're now on their opponent's map pick territory, and I feel, Ted, that Ancient, after what we've seen already, has one destination and one destination only.
Yeah, that's what it feels like, doesn't it? I mean, for the side of 33, they came into this series with a lot of confidence. They came into the series with a lot of assertiveness. Gave only 2 rounds over to NIP Impact. So for Vilga and her players, it's going to be quite difficult going into map number 2. But at least they get to start on the CT side of Ancient. Pablos, we're ready to jump right into the server. NIP Impact with a bit of a tough one ahead of them. But the side of 33 is definitely on the T side. Going to try and put their foot in the door early on. As we're speaking about putting your foot in the door early on, we've seen some nice pistol rounds out of NIP Impact so far. They are hoping for this one to succeed, because this could put you on the right track for a little bit of a more competitive map of Counter-Strike.
A lot of individuals has shone so far. Blue-White definitely being up there. Kiro as well. There have been a few standout moments for the 33 players so far. And we've also seen a little bit of Xana with a clutch earlier on. But we need a lot more for NIP Impact to begin with. 33 have found the B site completely open for the taking, but they won't be holding on with a numbers advantage. Although Kinky is able to square things up quite quickly, receives a couple of dinks to the head to make sure NIP Impact have got pole position holding into this one. Vilga looking to see if she can distract or be the one to jump in while the opponents are distracted. Cine, a bit of an answer there, but it does leave him completely exposed to the 3 players of NIP. Here comes the flash. He's able to subside them, going all the way around. I think he's been able to escape them, but he needs to find a headshot, and indeed he does. And somehow still alive through the smoke. Cine, what are you doing? This is pure pandemonium, pure chaos. Finding another kill with a knife. Oh dear me, Cine, don't do them like that. Vilga, through it all, trembling where she stands, sure she's able to find the securement, but Zinni going absolute berserk.
Oh, this is painful. This is probably the worst way that it could have started. You didn't get dominated. You played the perfect pistol round, and then just Zinni causes pure chaos onto the bomb side. They had the kid, they had the smoke, they had the kills, they had everything. Vilga was patient enough into our CT. Lovely stuff coming out of me as well to open things up with the Julie. Xana had a banger of a pistol round as well. So no surprise she's going to be on that rifle in the second round, but it could be really difficult.
Ted, I know we don't have webcams, but I am certain Zinni is giggling right now, because that was a round only for the giggles and nothing else.
Oh, definitely. He knows he had no business winning that one, yeah.
Oh, he got away. And I wouldn't even call it murder. He got away with shenanigans there. Kinky with first blood. Naomi trying to react off the back of it, and successful with the 1D. It's the second one of the sort we've seen so far today. But again, this is a full spy by NIP Impact, and already trailing by 1 player, Vilga, with a lot to do, and she's the only one responsible of this B-side defense.
Yeah, all alone in towards Cave right now. Good news is she's got a 1v1 against Cairo there, but this is a must-win fight.
Naomi smoked off. So looking for another angle to approach, but she's blocked off there as well.
There you go.
Catching the timing on Kiro, so therefore stabilize the numbers. And especially with his Executor being down to 10 points of health, any pistol shot connecting onto him should do the job. Still though, 33 seem to have the upper hand and are sandwiching Vilga in. Can't quite survive through the barrage of AK bullets there. Therefore, a 2-0 is what happens.
Yeah, it's not a bad force buy once again, right? Idea-wise, you get that rifle. Maybe you wanted the pistol to take first point of contact in towards A main, though, right? You don't want to let Xana just get pre-fired like this in towards main, but still they're able to keep their own. Vilga with a lovely round in there doing the damage. Goes down to the 1v1, though, and Blue-White has not really been losing a lot of those fights lately. Had a phenomenal map number 1. Same for Executor as well, when now just against the pistols. 33 looking to pick up the pace.
Very pacey with their approach to this B site. NIP Impact do have some players available to defend. quickly trying to get a hold of the site, but these MAC-10s are chiming, and so are the AKs to the rest of the site. Kiro cleaning up back site. A double kill, some extra cash in pocket. A triple, actually, overall on that one. And a storm is definitely brewing now with a 3-0 for the 33 squad.
By the way, one of the reasons I'm actually starting to get a little bit excited about this NAP Impact project is because I feel like we're starting to see some glimpses of really good individual plays out of Xana, right? And the more time you give her, the more comfortable she's going to get. Obviously, she did spend 3 years on Big Equipa, and she was one of the pillars of that lineup. Played on teams like Godson, female before that, Skate, female as well, Wildfire back in 2019. So she's got plenty of experience, and as we said, it's all about getting comfortable, getting to know your new teammates, getting comfortable playing under this Vilga leadership and with everybody else. But at least the start on that CT side doesn't look too bad for her, and now she's got that AWP out.
Nice first blood for Zinni. And no real chance to react off the back of it. And going back to that AWP discussion, though, for NIP Impact, it's not just, you know, it's not just Xana trying to adapt with the rest of the team. It's also NIP Impact learning to play with a player that isn't Ramzin.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially after spending such a long time playing with her as well, right? If you're looking at Kiara and Naomi, the twins, they've been playing with, or they were playing with Ramzin for such a long time, even going back to the Copenhagen Flames female lineup, the Shield Maidens. So you can definitely guess that there will be a lot of cohesion there. Going back towards the A side though, and there goes the O. First shot is a little bit wayward. Xana able to connect on the second. Unfortunately, Blue Eye doesn't give her an opportunity to even shoot another bullet. And there goes Kiro in towards middle, make it a quick double. That's cut off the rotations, and Vilga 1 versus 4 clutch. First kill goes her way. Kid picked up. Not gonna be an easy one by any means though, and a safe might be the better option.
Yeah, that is the right idea. But for Xana, though, it is an unfortunate situation and a very difficult one to be in. But it felt for NIP Impact to have a chance in that round. She probably should have gotten a couple there. Of course, not easy to do, but a necessity for NIP Impact's, you know, attempt at the round.
Sure. But yeah, I want to actually go back to that conversation. I feel like you hit the nail on the head. Is the team getting used to playing with Xana, and Xana getting used to playing with the team. She's an incredibly aggressive opener and an incredibly aggressive player, right? Even if you look at the, I guess the discrepancy between how often she goes for opening fights on the CT side and how often Kira on the other side goes for opening fights on the CT side, it's much more when it comes down to Xana, right? She's that type of a playmaker opener, and I feel like this is what NAP Impact needed. And that is not to say necessarily that Ramzin couldn't be that, but apparently a change was needed, and bringing over Xana, as we said, one of the pillars of Big Equipa. The moment she gets comfortable, she can do some pretty cool stuff in the server on the CT side, especially. Go for opening fights, play up in your face, and make it painful. It's all about that moment of the click, you know.
Still early doors. Attempt.
There goes the flash. Executor. Oh, Kiara! There goes the double. There go the pistols. Now they're starting to sing, and Kiara's upgraded onto a rifle. There goes the round. This is what you're looking at, and Xana will finish it off. It's a lovely half bite to pick up for the NIP Impact side, and there goes one of the twins, Kiara, with a magnificent round there with the Deagle and the rifle.
You needed something like that, right? You needed some of that magic for NIP Impact, and it's definitely come back. You need not only to win this round, but to build them some confidence on these individuals. And when Kiara is able to perform like that, you definitely know you're in a step in the right direction. So back to the full buy, full set of utility. That's what you need on the CT side of Ancient. And finally, NIP Impact get a hold of that for themselves. Question is, how do you respond off the back of it? It feels like Vilga is going for something aggressive of her own, looking to push past the smoke off the back of a flash as well. AIM considering to put more pressure, box in the remaining players. Can't quite connect onto the headshot as Blue Eye is able to swing crouch down. But Xana, there's a response there. The issue of the matter is that they know where Xana is and will try and close in onto that position. mollied out, but Kiara seizes the chance to pounce in. NIP Impact playing really nicely off the back of each other. Good coordination, and now Vilga holding on to himself's position, and 33 in big trouble. Hero, more to himself, looking to lock in, but cannot do it. NIP Impact, that's a great response.
Yeah, absolutely. And now we're starting to see the level of comfort, right? Xana's on 8 and 4. She's been having a phenomenal map of Counter-Strike, and we got to give a shout out to Vilga as well. This is one of the maps where, as an in-game leader, she gets to play a position where she's a lot more involved in the action, right? And towards that cave position. And as long as she's having a good game, everything else is going to be working out. 6 and 2 right now. She's been doing a whole lot of good work in towards cave and quick rotations. Everyone able to get the refrags. NAP Impact playing pretty clean Counter-Strike here on the CT side, showing 33 that they're not just going to be able to run away with a successful T side on the back of a couple B execs. They'll have to dig deeper, and as we were speaking about it, Xana keeps on farming those kills.
Yeah, she's on fire right now. On to 9 kills altogether this game.
Yep, top of the server.
And even though 33 have got a bit of an answer on the other side of the map, the bomb is a little bit too far away to quickly find itself into the site and use that advantage. Kira realizes that and tells Blue White to hold his ground for now. Tough spot to be in if you're 33 for sure. Lacking the players, lacking the riflery, and a good chance for NIP Impact to get at eyes level with your opposition.
It's all about winning this one as cleanly as possible. Vilga already down. You don't want to give those pistols any more kills right now. You want to take care of the money, and that's going to be the first line of contact.
Down in the right place.
Oh,
and even though she was there at the right time, Kiro, lovely scream of a 1-dig.
Careful.
Blue White also is able to find another, and a 1v2 could be salvageable. And still in the fight. But it seems like NIP Impact are able to pick up the pieces in the end. Got scary, Ted. Got very damn scary.
Yeah, that's the one thing, right? When you're playing against those guys, it's an unwritten rule. When you're playing against a team from the CAS that's competing in the tier 2, tier 3 scene, you don't want to give those guys opportunities when they've just got the deagles, right? Even if things are working out, even if you're making the right goals, someone could always go crazy with a deag. A little bit of damage, but NIP Impact have been able to shrink that distance to just 1 round now. You get this one, you've got a level game on the CT side, and Xana keeps on being really mobile. This is a little bit tough, though. Mollied in towards Jungo, and yeah.
Yeah, there wasn't a smoke in support on time. Therefore, Xana ends up going up in flames. The top frag of NIP Impact shut down, and Naomi doesn't have a good end to her life either. Sure, Vilka's got a bit of a backstab going, but if AIM survives, that's NIP Impact's chance into the round, but indeed she doesn't. Therefore, 2 players, Vilga and Kiara, looking to see if they can save the day.
And you're waiting for the CT fight right now. If you're Vilga, you don't want to overstay your welcome. That's a lovely find out of Kiara. Now they've gotten themselves a bit of a chance.
Blue White, Molly's out of position. A bit further out into the open, but he's spotted out his opponent's barrel. That's a brilliant flash, and Kiara is able to react nicely off the back of it. Executive's low. 1 bullet should do it. Flash out. Getting onto the bomb defusal. Incendiary won't be doing the job, but the spray downs are accurate for 33. That 2v4 nearly became reality there for NIP Impact, but not quite the cigar.
Yeah, and it all came down, as you pointed out, to a couple individual fights. It's been a difficult one for me so far on Ancient. Needed at least 1 kill out of that A play, but of course with so many people on your screen, it's not always that easy, but still Kiara and Vilga giving it a really good damn go. And I'm not sure what that flash was, by the way. That might have been a team flash from the T's there onto the A-bomb side, so it was a little bit of a weird dynamic. Still enough money on the CT side to go for another investment, though.
Vinny. Not slowing it down at all. You think you throw down an incendiary and suddenly a wall comes up off the back of it? No, Zinni says, I can just walk past it. I'm Jesus. Doesn't care. Still, though, a lot more to be done because NIP Impact have rotated in numbers. This B site very heavily fortified, and the frags start telling the tale they want to say. Xano, nicely positioned. Can't quite connect these shots, has got reinforcements available. Kiara able to hold down the fort, but 33 still find themselves onto the side and an opportunity to find a headshot. Kinky gets the right timing on it. But Naomi closes up the distance here. And the timing might be right. Executor on the case, though, and denies Naomi's chance in upsetting that one.
Yeah, good rotations there from the CT side. Everyone was in position, but 33, they just slowed things down, realized what kind of a sticky situation they find themselves in, and they're just so methodical in the way that they're clearing out all those angles, approaching all those fights, 1v1 after 1v1. Headshot after headshot, and Blue Eyes hitting some great form once again. Up to 9 kills. And money, for the first time in a while now, is going to be a bit of an issue for the CT side. Looking at that push in towards B, though. A lot of players storming their way in towards Cave.
Nice response from AIM. A couple more like that. Maybe NIP have a chance. Never mind. The mollies do quite a bit to Vilga. And that bullet to the skull won't do any favors either. So, 33. Albeit having a bit of a slow mid-game. Able to draw things back in their favor. The tempo definitely back in their camp. 4 players surviving by the end of that one, and 7 locked in.
Yeah, and a storm is brewing right now, as we can see on the graphics, by the way. That's a cool one. The 33 have started gathering up consecutive rounds. That's 3 in a row right now. Score was 4-3 just a little bit a while ago, and the game looked a lot more competitive. That's a really good tactical timeout coming in for the NAP Impact side of things. This is the one round that could keep you competitive, that could keep you in this first half and on this map right now. You let 33 get 8 or 9 rounds out of the first half. All the good work that you were able to do towards the stars, or the start, sorry, will go to waste. Not quite in the stars yet.
Yeah,
not looking
not
at
quite.
Australis. No, yeah.
But we have seen a lot of positives from this NIP Impact side. It's time to see it again on these buys. 33 have also been quite good at changing up their tempo, their pace. And this time, opting for a deeper presence into mid. NIP Impact were considering putting Kiara deep, but these mollies tell a different story. Dink lands, Vilga knows of it. Trying to clean up on Zini's life, but no collection just as of yet. Pressure on 2 fronts. Both Jack and mid are being taken up on. Vilga is able to get 1 in the process, but look at this red push from 33.
Yeah, Naomi's aware of the possibility. Issue is the moment that Vilga goes down, they want to reinforce that B bomb side. It's been the target of the T side so many times, and there goes the aggression.
Aim gets the better of Kiro. But now, the mid push has been revealed by 33, and NIP are in a little bit of panic mode. How do you deal with this? Because the map has just been split in 2. And if 33 get the bomb in the right direction, this could spell trouble. Slow clear out for the Impact squad. Slowly learning as well, 33, that this A site is clear. Only Donut, taken up by Kiara. How can she be a disruptor here? Sees 2 players simultaneously from 2 different positions, and the rest of the NIP Impact squad called to action. AIM is over the molly, able to catch the player planting. That's Mia getting 2 picks to naught, and it's Executor in big trouble. Kiara, what a splendid round for NIP Impact there. Multiple players fighting Impact in individual fights.
Yeah, everyone doing their part perfectly, right? Kiara staying alive and towards Donut, just disengaging, knowing that her life is the most important part of this life. And then Mia had a phenomenal round. We were just speaking about the fact that she had a bit of a worse for beginning to this map. Well, that was much more like it. Pushing towards, be able to find that first kill, and then rotating back in and catching that timing ahead of the molly.
Pacey start for 33. Mia in trouble. These back 10s, sure, have found a bit of an answer, but with Kinky chipped away at, it's not going to be an easy one, especially with mollies by NIP Impact side. And with Kiara feeling all the confidence in the world, look at that, wanting to go in for more, closing out the half with a bang. Kiara has been unleashed.
Yeah, there you go, 14 and 8. What a map of Counter-Strike that's been so far for CT side, incredibly successful. And there goes the firepower. This is where NIP Impact can be so dangerous. This is the individual skill we've been talking about. They do have the firepower. They can be competitive. It's all about getting going. And you get that 7-5 that we were talking about, 2 rounds on the back of a tactical timeout called by Vilga just a little while ago. You've gotten yourselves, or we've gotten ourselves, a much more competitive game on our hands right now. One pistol round away from leveling things up pretty much here at NAP Impact.
I mean, that's more like it, Ted, for this series overall, right? Especially seeing that first map going 13-2. You know, we started to wonder, ooh, is this going to be a bit of a slaughter? But Ancient telling a completely different story. NIP Impact disrupting their opponents' pace in a couple of moments, keeping this a close score, really. A very near tally.
As someone that is spending some time watching professional players stream on Twitch, I can tell you, Kiara and Naomi, because they do a whole lot of that, individually, they're both cracked, right? In the best way possible. So you're looking at map 1. This is, you know, this is not the individual level that they can produce. As we said, it was just apparently an off day, an off map. And should looking a lot more like it. But the pistol round won't be an easy one. Triple setup in towards B here for the CT side, especially with the HOTU and Zinni. Smoke, flash, nade. Could be a good defense.
Bit of a trap. Smoke plops. And NIP Impact blocked out. Look at 33's rotate as well, considering you're putting Executor nearby, but as silence falls, question marks for the 33 squad. Wondering what indeed is the plan. Triple player stack up in cave. Oh dear, Kinky on the receiving end of that smoke. Spots out presence and now calls for reinforcements. Popping out of the flash. Self-assisted, but Zinni also do some real heavy lifting. Good flick onto Kiara as well. That goes awry really dumb quick. The dual Berettas being the stars of the show.
Yeah, Zinni just goes absolutely nuclear. It felt like everything was folded into place. You get the 1v1 refrag onto Kinky, you slow things down, don't force the issue to go through the ramp smoke, redirect with a couple players in towards that cave position to open up another avenue to this attack or create another avenue, but then Zinni, out of nowhere, is able to mold him down. And no bomb plant means no party for the T side, so we're not gonna get to see that force buyout. I am quite intrigued at this. Bomb A, everyone else B.
It's a fake towards B, Ted.
It's
and
older
a free
than
bomb
history.
For Vilga.
Yeah. This strat is as old as the Big Bang. Does it work, though?
That's the question, right? We always ask that in a moment like this. As Executor fall for the bait and start rotating over, giving the space to Vilga. That's awesome. These are all things that need to happen. Only one flash to sell NIP's push towards B. Just one. And 4 players, obviously. I wonder how long they wait. 30-second mark? Is that where they pull the trigger?
I think you want to wait for long enough for them to believe that the moment you start running up, everyone's going to be there, right?
Cool.
Your goal right now is to make 33 believe that it's worth it for them to leave that A-bomb site. You might need 1 kill for that purpose.
But you might not need to leave if all the players are shut down instantaneously. Vilga only needs to win that 1 fight, but unable to do so. The bomb dropping. Plans are plans, but they don't always work the way you intend. And 5 survivors by the end of round number 2 of the half for 33.
All right, so we had 1 pivotal moment in this game. That was a 3-7 in favor of 33 in the first half when NAP Impact needed the last 2 rounds of the first half to stay competitive. This is the second one. 5-9 down. You win this one. Game is still pretty much on, right? You lose this, though, and you could find yourselves in a whole lot of trouble. So this is arguably the most important round of the tournament so far for NAP Impact. A quick reminder to everyone at home, this is the elimination game right now in Group A, so winner of this one keeps on playing later on today against ARCRED for a spot in the playoffs. Loser is out of the event here and now.
Rough situation to be under. ARCRED in the waiting. NIP Impact very much hurt, though. Look at the HP bars constantly falling. Vilga already down to 50 points of health and is leading the charge. At least there's a pickup here for Zana. But 33 also have the right idea. 2 players based towards this A site. He's sort of defended, but that's not where the focus for NIP Impact is. Oh, great shot by Xana, though. That's 2 to boot. But Kiro, unable to hold his ground either, allows NIP impact the entrance. Executor blocked out of the smoke, but before it sets, a double kill to find. The bomb partner goes down, and it feels that 33 might want to go for this clutch.
You gotta be careful. That was a 5v2. You can't afford to lose a round like this if you're on the T side.
Executor with 2 players already on his belt. Zinni firing a double of his own, and aim already in that 1v2. The tables have already turned the other way. Aim flashed up, has to take the other angle. Zinni awaiting. Executor going for the defusal. First shots not landing. Position revealed, and Zinni's swing will be finding the success. 33 needed, double digits found, and the pivotal moment for NIP Impact doesn't go their way.
Yeah, I feel like that might have been the backbone breaker. That might have been the final straw. You lose a 5v2 like this one, everything was falling into place so nicely, and it's definitely not going to be an easy pill to swallow, right? You're going forward now with the half buy. Hopefully you've got a good set piece on board, but this is definitely one that's going to leave a bit of a mark.
Oh boy. So, logic won't be good enough now. You need a bit more magic, if you will. Mia, leave a charge. Very spicy with attempt. Executor pressing the S key, dropping backwards. Naomi fully flashed. Oh, had a real chance to convert a couple of kills there, but Zinni joins in on the fray and doesn't allow the NIP Impact players to breathe. Sure, Executor gets one, is the only one to drop there. NIP Impact are able to find one consolidation frag, but with 2 rounds needed for 33 and the confidence found on the CT side, this is a big mountain to climb.
Yeah, could be an impossible one as well. Now we're down 6 rounds. 33 just need to close and keep on fighting and set up a matchup against ARCRED later today. AKs are back out. You need some of that Kiara magic. You need some of that Xana magic as well. Vilga had so many strong rounds in the first half as well on the CT side and towards Escape. You just need someone to step up.
The Util has been brilliant as well.
Sorry?
Okay, Kiara. Didn't mean to praise 33 there. Yikes. Oh dear, Kiro. Oh no,
God.
Kiara. When NIP Impact need moments of brilliance, Kiara just says, "Hold my beer."
That's nasty. That was very nasty. I want to see the second kill on a replay there, because I think she just shot a couple bullets through the red smoke.
Felt like it. Just a pre-fire.
I really hope we've got a replay, because she deserves it. That was an excellent round of Counter-Strike.
Oh man, that was an excellent round of Kiara, man. That wasn't
She's on
Counter-Strike.
20 kills. Still top of the server.
Kicking and screaming her way through this match. But is it enough? That's the question. We talked about NIP Impact needing a bit of a miracle. Well, we've just saw a glimpse of it. How much of that can be repeated? Push up by Mia. But Kinky having the better timing. And Executor's crunching mid. So is blue and white. The flashes don't really seem to be too much of a hindrance. And NIP Impact find themselves in a really tough spot. Xana and Vilga at least have each other's hands to hold. But Vilga won't be able to see those bullets find a mark. Sure, Xana can hold on for a little bit, hoping that flick lands. Showing how of a flamboyant player she can be, but it just will not be enough. Match and series point here for 33.
Yeah, it's been a much closer one than map number 1, definitely. We've seen a lot of flashes of individual brilliance coming out of NIP Impact, and now we're going to see what could be their last tactical timeout of this event. Still hoping to post a couple more rounds on the board, still hoping to be able to bring it back, but it's a pretty long road ahead.
Yeah.
6 rounds the difference.
It's like 33 are already at the peak, one step away from getting the flag, and NIP Impact have only just entered the trail. Hike. Well, a moment taken to think about this one. but also an opportunity for 33 to figure out how to close out this map, how to make this series their own. ARCRED possibly looking at this match, sizing up their opponents. 33 likely to be walking out at this one at the highest level of confidence.
A lot of util damage again, this time onto Kiara, but the CTs have been quite good at least taking some of that HP away when they're letting the T's get map control. This is a great opening. There goes Mia. Again, low on health, but kill goes in favor of the T side. Still, you gotta be careful, especially with the multi-kill potential on the CT side. Looking to actually re-clear middle right now. Molly fails. Thankfully for Naomi.
Yeah, should be under a bit of trouble there, but instead, it's Kiara that falls off the ship. So, a similar fate really for Naomi. The twins are out.
Oh, Vilga's got a good timing.
And Mia, even though she was low, it was a headshot to close out his life. Sure, Vilga does get a bit of a timing there, but he's a little bit more. 33, they've got the numbers. Sure, they've given some A-site access, but it feels a bit like a trap, especially with Zinni coming in there. Again, 1v1's one here for NIP Impact, but Kiro, he's the unknown factor. And with NIP Impact unaware of his position, will not be able to supersede him. Kiro losing a few of his spray shots there, but only one bullet needs to connect onto Vilga. A reload available. The bomb could potentially go down there for Vilga, but goes all the way around that smart from the captain.
She didn't pick up the bomb though. I think she thought he did. Yeah. Smoke back on. Cairo just needs one bullet. All about the 5 seconds. Needs to stick it. Spray it away. Vilga's got the headshot. 19 HP and the captain's got it all day long.
Yeah, it wasn't easy though, Ted. I will be honest there. I was on the edge of my seat, shaking. That was not a simple ordeal. Back and forth on multiple occasions throughout that round, but NIP Impact wanting to hold on by the skin of their teeth.
Woo! Big round coming out of Vilga. We were talking about experience. We were praising Kinky and his tenure and longevity of his professional career. Let's talk a little bit about Vilga's. One of the founding members of that Nigma Galaxy lineup. Was part of the Copenhagen Flames female when they were on top of the world as well. Secret female in 2016, 2017. She's been around for a while. And does that never die attitude.
No, why gets cool. Executor, oh no!
Overlooked him. Oh no.
Oh no!
Not like
Wait
this.
for two there! Oh god. Yeah, NIP Impact realize they're in a bit of a pickle, but in the process, Vilga's gone all the way around. Look at where she is. CT spawn.
Issue is there's no one to punish right now. The moment that Executor crosses in towards Shelf, Zinni's in Cave, Vilga's not really in a spot to make that big of a difference right now, especially if her teammates go down.
I mean, NIP Impact can wait for her to spot out who's holding out on this B site, surely. 33 are unaware of this being the timing, and indeed, Zinni gets caught. B-site entry given. An Executor locked out. Aim. Safe with a bomb plant. Trying to hold back. Dropping back. An Executor unable to find the timing. Kiro falling down to 1 point of health, and I'm afraid he's 1 HP away from potential stepping on an nail, really. So I'm going to hand this over to NIP Impact. Again, it's the captain's brilliance through maneuvering in enemy lines to gift NIP Impact another breathing chance.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm afraid for 33. I'm afraid that Vilga's an absolute beast those last couple rounds. This is starting to get a little bit worrying here for the CT side. Distance was so big. Felt like you were just one step away from closing things out, and it was just a matter of time, but now you're looking over on the T side. Kiara's on 21 and 15. Vilga's starting to pick up the slack, getting multi-kill after multi-kill with that clutch as well. Things are starting to look a little bit shaky right now for the CTs. No money to work with, just that hero rifle of Kiro. Everyone else is on the pistols, so we should be looking at a 12-9 score here.
BC1 for NIP Impact, potentially. No.
Potentially.
Potentially.
Allegedly.
But look at the setup for 33. Sure, it's a weaker buy, but you
could
can't
be
help but
terrifying.
feel the implications of NIP walking into that one.
It is terrifying. Officially terrifying. Because now they're forced to go for the B play. They've lost Kiara, and you don't really have a choice.
Oh, no.
You have to gather up, go for the B exec.
And I'm scared. Hold my hand.
Pushing cave.
Three.
Oh,
Going
no.
for the peek out. Hero, the only one with an AK, gets it done. And another AK retrieved. Mia able to answer back, but she needs a little bit more than that. Down to 50 points of health. Naomi falls down with a ship as well due to a 1D. Not the round to lose, not this one. Oh no. Nana, come on, bring the magic. You can't help but rooting NIP Impact here, but 33, that is a brilliant round to win. 13 rounds locked and loaded. A second map collected and the series completed. ARCRED, their next nemesis.
Yeah, 33. They had a bit of a hiccup there towards the end. Vilga with a magical clutch and a big round to follow. A couple really good performances coming out of Kiara. Zana with a much better map as well. But it's just a little bit unfortunate how it ended up going down towards the end, right? Of course, it's going to be the round against the Pistols, but it still shouldn't be, I guess, distracting all of us from the fact that NIP Impact did play a much better map of Counter-Strike on map 2 after having a really difficult time on Inferno.
Indeed, indeed. And that just settles it for the first lower bracket match of the Group A, meaning that NIP Impact have just made their way out of the tournament, and ARCRED waiting for 33's arrival as well, which will be played later on today, folks. But before that happens, we've got a Group B losers matchup to take care of. It's Copenhagen Wolves taking on the likes of Mix, and an interesting mix of players at that. If anybody is familiar with the Bad News Eagles players, that is going to be them competing up against Copenhagen Wolves there. Ted, any final words before we throw things to a break? I believe there will be about an hour's worth of a timeout till we get into that one.
Yeah, we've got a bit of a prolonged one coming up, folks. So you can go have a bit of a jog. You can go have a bit of a walk. Maybe some
be healthy.
lunch.
Have a shower. Touch some grass.
Yeah. Getting a shower is a really good advice more often than not. But yeah, you've got a little bit of time to kill. Make sure you go and enjoy yourselves, and we're gonna be right here in a little bit of time. About 1 hour. Game 2 is going to be a certified banger. We've got the Copenhagen Wolves taking on Mix. Another elimination game is gonna have fireworks all over it. So make sure you're right here.
He's going to force the kill in the last second. Right to the small. Look at him go. force the kill on the last second. Mirage right to the smoke. Look at him go.
Hello, everybody. Welcome your faces back to the Thunderpick European Series 2. It's time for the second match of the day, Tate. I'm excited about this one. I felt like today was just a warm-up to what's about to happen. Copenhagen Wolves taking on Mix. Two very interesting sets of rosters, and I feel we could be in line for some very close competition.
Yeah, absolutely. Game number one, for those of you that are just joining in, unfortunately, was not the closest series out there. 33 were able to take down NAP Impact in a pretty clean 2-0 fashion. So now we're moving into the elimination matchups of Group B, which obviously are going to be quite interesting later on today. We've got Dynamo ECLOT that ended up losing that upper bracket final of the group against Partizan, playing against the winner of Mix and Copenhagen Wolves. Both of them not even getting a map in the first games. Both of them, though, playing some really close series. I feel like this is maybe one of our most competitive groups out here.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, the first group, you could definitely see who were the favorites. 500 getting out of there with their newly aligned leadership and doing it quite one-sidedly, I'd say, throughout their entire way. Right, the first series, the second series, and later on, sure, we might see some closer matchups later on. I feel like that's lined up nicely for potentially ARCRED versus 33. But for this one, it's close games all across the board, right? And now that Mix did end up losing that 2-0 to Partizan, and Copenhagen Wolves did lose that 2-0 to Dynamo ECLOT. It puts us in a nice point where we get to see these two compete. Now, you see the word mix and not much comes to light, but you start looking at the individuals, you see a pattern, right? You get to see basically the core of Into the Breach. Bad News Eagles, actually, from back in 2022. Sorry, I went to the Juan Flatcher name, who's been a big part of that, right? I feel like adding in there the additions of Schaufli and Acor, it's an interesting combination to me.
Yeah, it really is. I feel like the Xiaofi edition was the one that caught me off guard a little bit, because obviously he was going on his journey as an in-game leader in the CAS region, playing on 9 Pandas, and obviously before that under Jerry on Forza. Acor, I think, is one that I'm really happy to see finally back on a project. Obviously, it's a bit of a mixed team, and they don't really have an organization. Originally, this team was playing with Regon and with Volt, but Regon went over to ENCE, Volt went over to 500. So now you're going with Xiaofi and Scenari, who's obviously a really well-known name, and it should be easy to get him in touch with the approach of style or the style that they want to be playing, considering he spent such a long time with Synopsy and Flatro. But yeah, this is a really exciting mixed team. I'm really looking forward to seeing if those guys intend to stick around and practice and play together for a little bit longer. As far as I know, this is the case, and it's not just a group of friends that is playing Counter-Strike. As far as I know, they really are trying to put in the work, so it really will be interesting to see how they progress, because I do feel like they've got a lot of skill and experience.
Indeed. Talk about a little bit of skill and experience. Copenhagen Wolves are jumping into this one as the opponents of Mix. Yeah, okay, not to the level where their opponents have got those major attendances and decent runs into those events, but you do have yourselves a nice mix from, from some decent projects along the road from all sorts of different parts of the world, right? It's a bit of a cool European mix.
I'm not sure if that's the right lineup, though. I'm not sure if we're looking at Wes and Jaquinho that are going to be playing, or it's going to be Nixon and Jorko.
Yeah, we're going to have to look into that, actually, to see who will be jumping into that. But, yeah, what are your thoughts on that?
Well, I feel like, considering... Let's just pretend the lineup that they're going to be using is the one that they used in the previous game and the one shown on HOTU as well, which includes Jorko and Nixon, right?
Okay,
So Copenhagen Wolves did go through a little bit of a rebuild, bringing in the young Dane and the young Bulgarian just around a month ago. Matthews, who actually, interestingly enough, played with the ex-Navi Junior guys for a little while, is now back on the Copenhagen Wolves. I think he's one of the most probably overlooked players right now in online Counter-Strike in Tier 2 and Tier 3. An incredibly gifted mechanically young Balkan. And when you're talking about this lineup, again, I guess you can make the same point. They've got a lot of firepower. They've got a lot of young guys on the team. They don't really have the experience of the side of Mix, but it is an interesting project because of, as you pointed out, all the different countries that you're getting the players from. Some of them experienced, some of them not as much. It is. I'm looking at this Copenhagen Wolves team the same way that I would be looking at an academy team, pretty much.
Sure. Yeah, and I guess that mostly follows the line of Yorko joining in, right? Only at 16 years of age. We'll see how he fares in this one. I hope he's online here and the graphic was wrong previously, because that would add some complications into the mix and some changes for Copenhagen Wolves. But we'll see as we move on. We've entered the veto. Mirage first up for this mix squad. Copenhagen Wolves opting for Ancient and Train as the potential decider.
Yeah, it looks pretty. I think the veto is probably going as it was supposed to, right? Pretty expected. Overpass gets floated. Both teams don't really play it as much. You get to remove Nuke for the side of Mix. You get to remove Inferno for the side of the Copenhagen Wolves. And then the Mix team just goes for the Mirage, which I feel like, again, pretty expected, pretty normal for those guys. They haven't played it in a little while. The last time we seen a couple Mirages from them was the ESL Pro League qualifier, where they did play with Recon involved, and they were able to take down both Nemiga and Sango on it. Then the ENCE comes in from the side of the Copenhagen Wolves, which again is a comfortable pick. And then if we go to the third and final one, it's going to be a Train. The exciting part about this veto is the fact that both teams play pretty similar maps, all right? So both Mirage, ENCE, and I guess Train to some extent are as good for either side, especially the first two maps. So I feel like no matter what happens, I feel like we are just destined to see the better team on the day win, not because of the veto, but because of in general who's playing better Counter-Strike, whose individuals are sharper, who's a little bit more cohesed and all of that. Because again, Copenhagen Wolves should be comfortable on the first two maps, same for Mix. So I think we're in for a banger.
Yeah, I'll add to that with, it's not only about who's on the right foot on the right day, right? Who's performing on the day itself, but also who's done their due diligence for Train, right? Because obviously, coming into the season after the changes in the map pool, both of these teams have only played Train once, right? And haven't particularly found success on it. So whether you've refined your gameplay, especially with some of these younger players, right, that haven't gotten to play Train too much in this competitive map pool, we'll get to see how deep those strat books go. And I feel as a decider, that can be quite the test.
Yeah, definitely could be. I mean, for the Copenhagen Wolves, again, as we pointed out, they have changed a lot of their players. So you're looking at the amount of times there's only one Train, as you pointed out, and that was a loss against the Swedish mixed team. For the core of DX Bad News Seagulls, which obviously played a couple maps under BNE, one map representing Team Kosovo in the ISF, and then another one against Sango in that ESL Pro League qualifier that we pointed out as Mix already. They played it 5 times since the start of the year, lost 4 of them, so I guess it would be a stretch to say that they're really comfortable. We are going to get into the player comparison, though, and I do love a good old Balkan player comparison. We've got Flatrule taking on Matthews. I feel like there's no lot of words needed on what Flatrule could do in the server. Obviously a magician. If you go back a couple of years, he was one of the most flamboyant, one of the most interesting players to watch on that Bad News Seagulls lineup when they were making majors and playing against some of the best teams in the world. He's a difference maker by himself. And then on the other side, we've got Mr. Matthews, who, again, I'm going to repeat myself from a little while ago, I feel like is an incredibly talented player, and he's one of those difference makers that, if he's got a good day, could go into the server and just win you a game, right? He can just run in, headshot 3 people, rounds over. One of those players that I actually regret a little bit not seeing play as much in CSGO, because I feel like with CSGO and with how sharp the mechanics were back then, he would have probably been even better.
Sure, right. And I feel like it's a bit of a testament as well for Matthews for the ex-Na'Vi junior squad to just call him up and him do a decent job in the games he played, sure. Had a hard task, obviously was just a fill-in, but the plug and play aspect I feel is like a big one, and that he can stand on his 2 feet and have impact in each roster that he ends up playing in. So for this one, these are 2 players to definitely keep in mind. But I mean, looking at that mixed squad, it's very dangerous in regards to shooters generally when it comes to performance. When it comes to performers, that Juan Flatro Synapsy combo being together for so damn long through so many different rosters. So yeah, it'll be cool to bear witness to that. And I love that you mentioned the Balkan head-to-head as well, right? Because there's also another Balkan into the mix. The Bulgarian player Yorko jumping in here at 16 years of age. I feel like you know a little bit more.
I'll just stop you there, by the
way.
way. I'll stop you right there, because I've known him for a little while. Yeah, he started in the Bulgarian region as a bit of a streamer, and obviously that's a fun story. I used to play a couple pucks with him back in the day. Obviously, now the difference is a little bit too big, but it's pronounced Jorko. And I will try and make everyone pronounce it that way, because Jorko sounds like he's Scandinavian, and he isn't Scandinavian. With that being said, though, folks, or
because we can pronounce it like that as well.
Or Greek, maybe. I don't know. But as far as I know, not really. But unfortunately, folks, we're gonna be talking about that in just a little bit, because apparently the players are not ready to join the server, so we will have to send this one into a bit of a technical timeout. But as soon as all technical difficulties have been resolved, we're gonna be right back on your screen. So make sure you don't go anywhere.
We told you it wouldn't take too long until we get back into the server. And when I say back, I mean for the first time here for this series. Mix versus Copenhagen Wolves, as it's the Copenhagen Wolves starting things off on the CT side, and Mix being the aggressors.
Yeah, absolutely. We told you that Nixon and Jorko would be playing as well, so we're right back at it. Obviously, 16-year-old Bulgarian and 21-year-old Danish rifler, ex-player, of course, of Sashi, of Ecstatic, of Wopa. So a little bit of more experience for Nixon in that department, but pistol rounds already starting in Copenhagen Wolves. This not being their map pick. We'll be starting on the defense. Tapeware already getting his world rocked.
Yeah, indeed. Gets a headshot to the face. CPH backs it up with yet another one to Matthias. A bit of a rough world for the Copenhagen Wolves. Mix completely blazing over them. One punch to the face after the other. And Nixon, with only 15 points of health, only needs a bullet to deal with. One flat throw, come on, wanting to join in on his brother's success. CPH with 3 already to his name. Chase on for more. ARCRED drops, but boom goes the dynamite, Ted. The end of the story is that Mix take over this round in the flash.
Yep, CPH just, that's his style, right? That's how he rolls. Blaney, in the end of the day, will take him down, but Scenario's there to back him up. So, yeah, Mix open things up with a successful pistol round. We can't pretend that Mix is not the favorites going into this game, right? I am a big fan of what the Copenhagen Wolves are cooking up with this young lineup, and I feel like there is some potential with Tapeware as the in-game leader and all of those young guns that he surrounded himself with. But I feel like you're looking at the tenure, you're looking at the pure individual skill of the guys of Mix, especially in a veto like Mirage Engine. I mean, come on, those were the 2 maps that the Bad News Seagulls have always been so good on. And even if you want to look at, let's say, Xiaofi as an in-game leader when he was on 9 Pandas, and even before that on Forza, his teams have always been good on Mirage. ARCRED always been a really good opener when it comes down to both Mirage and Ancient as well. So yeah, even individually, those guys should be feeling comfortable today.
Well, in this point in time, the ramp clear from Copenhagen Wolves has kind of revealed that no one's around, so purchased by elimination. You know, the other opponents have gone to this B side, which would be a very accurate assumption to make. Juan Flatro remaining as the thorn in the mix, really, with CPH also helping out. That's a triple for him. Not too shabby. A bit of a weird one there, Juan Flatro, trying to be flamboyant. But the HE will finish what his teammate had started. CPH, he's off to a wild start, dude. 7-1 in the first 2 rounds.
Yep. That's a little bit worrying. Obviously, that was just the eco, so not getting ahead of ourselves yet. First buy round coming up for the Copenhagen Wolves. No AWP in the mix for Jorko yet, but will be interesting to see what they can do with the rifles as well. They've got, as we said, a lot of aggressive guys. Matthews, Nixon as well. Jorko's never been a passive player himself, obviously, the opener, but there is a lot of proactive players on that Copenhagen Wolves lineup. I feel like this is maybe one of the one of the few flaws, if you had to look for a flaw or try and look for a flaw, might be trying to balance and find the freedom and space for everyone on the team to feel included and feel like they've been given a chance to play the game the way that they want to.
Yeah, but definitely a slow down pace for this one. As Under has been explored, but Copenhagen Wolves with the capability to explode omnidirectionally into mid, but opt out of it with the chaos caused, the commotion rather, the smokes, the flashes, keeping the CTs at bay. But as we approach that 1 minute 10-second mark, you can quickly see Mix approaching apartments frantically. Synapsy has escaped through the cracks. Oh no! Oh, at least he's got a good spray transfer in him because that first shot accuracy wasn't it. At least he's got the previous rounds to back up his score as well. Low on health, but the cross from apartments is damn smooth, and it feels like it's a Synapsy Juan Flatcher combo this entire game so far.
They're absolutely magnetic. You just can't stop them, man. You know when they start off a map like this one, it's going to be a long day, or a pretty short one for the Copenhagen Wolves in the server. Synopsy just goes for the early boost in towards the window, makes his way in towards Kitchen, called it lovely timing on the third player that was rotating in back from Ticket as well to watch for the cross. They just had no clue, and sure, the first kill was not clean, but it didn't really matter as long as he got it. Flatcher was all quite clinical with the second. They even tried to flash Belaney in T-spawn. That would have been a pretty sweaty play.
And this kind of exuberance, this aggressiveness that they show, this blink and you miss it in your face response from Juan Flatcher and Synapsy is very characteristic to their glory days, right? When they made a couple of majors back to back.
I mean, it's just characteristic to them as players. This is their nature, right? That was the one thing that made a lot of people fall in love, I guess, with the Bad News Eagles project, and that's what made a lot of people fans of those guys, is that they're just playing entertaining Counter-Strike, right? And they're really good aimers. Obviously, it is a different game now in comparison to CSGO, but I feel like they still have a lot of individual skill, and they still have got it. They still have the X factor, and I guess that's the exciting part of Synopsy being your IGL. Obviously, now it's a little bit funky with Shelfie, because they could potentially jiggle that role between each other, right? In the future, considering Shelfie did spend the last year and a half, 2 years reforming himself as a leader as well. So maybe that opens up a little bit of space for Synopsy. Who knows? Maybe Shelfie can do a little bit of the talking on some maps, on some sides, and then Synopsy can get to focus on his individual play a little bit more. Maybe it's the other way around. Either way, I feel like both of them are really good individuals. So it's kind of like a matter of no matter which one of the two you get, it's still going to be quite damn good.
Yeah, it's good to have an extra vocal player in the mix for sure. Alpha gets greeted early by Molly. Senna somehow drops the 28 points of health early on, and in the process wants to take up a lot of mid control. The rest of Mix attempting to line up this A hit, and it's 4 players strong. It could be quite explosive, and no one is looking towards this connector position. Suddenly they do, but within the smoke, Senna will reveal himself. Yorko, quick Mix, and AK now being collected, and Mix trying to make their way onto the site. They've left Nixon unchecked, and he'll be able to get one pick off the process of it. Smoke in his face, so still trying to weave himself in and out of battle. Bieleni, nicely done there, holding his own with a 2-piece. Copenhagen Wolves have already put a stop to this attack.
What a lovely defense. Fantastic work from the comp player of Jorko there, being able to shut down the flank. That was the one difference maker. Drops that rifle instantaneously to his teammate of Belaney, and he was the one to be able to find a double with it. A-Stack working out perfectly. Nixon as well from underneath Palace. So for A-Core, I guess you're just left with the sole task of trying to get a couple of those guns out of the hands of the CTs, inflict a little bit of economical damage with the Galil. Not gonna happen. Lovely reaction coming out of the young Bulgarian on the rifle. It's a double for him, a double for the Pole, one for Nixon, and a first round on the board for the Wolves.
Yeah, it's good to see them on the board quicker rather than later, right? It kind of felt like Juan Flatcher and Synapsy were having their own little show day, making this map their own very quickly. So I'm glad we have a bit of back and forth to start things off for Copenhagen Wolves. Starting to see some AWP action as well. A-Core on the big green. One left behind as a widespread for Mix, but an early exploration from Matthias. It pays off. One pick for Copenhagen Wolves already. Even though he's taken low, Mix are quickly responding to it. Juan Flatcher interrupted by Bieleni's position. And you might want to rethink the situation. You're 2 players down for Mix.
You've heard 3 guys right now in towards that A-bomb side, so you know you were running into a bit of a a bit of a hard setup. There's probably some space to be taken in towards middle. Thing is, you still need to set up Synopsy and TPu. No reason to be looking elsewhere right now. So this timing is not going to go their way. And Xiaofi and Acor, again, similar situation to last round, left with pretty much nothing to work with.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they even went for the eco here. Not much cash remaining. But Acor giving it a chance to get a pick in the process. As they both start to sprint away from the Copenhagen Wolves. And look, there's a bit of a chase going on as well from TPu, looking to see if he can create a bit of a gap, bit of a flank. Roughly holding his ground in case Copenhagen Wolves challenge. But you're not really going to be winning 1v2s, but you might be able to isolate BLNE. But there's BLNE first with a headshot. And Acor misses the timing on the first swing. The world is closing in on him, man. The map is becoming smaller and smaller, but he takes a couple of prisoners in the process. But Copenhagen Wolves with a back-to-back round success streak.
Yeah, you can see the conversation there, by the way. Jorko was wondering whether he should pick up that op or not, knowing that there's going to be just pistols in the other round for the side of the T's. Decided to get his hands on it early on, though BLNE's had a lovely start to this map. 7-3 already for the A anchor. And Mix will be forced to slow things down a little bit. This is actually starting in a really interesting way, because as we pointed out, Mix is the team that a lot of people would be expecting to dominate, especially T side-wise. But now you're looking at Synopsy and Flatro and that hyper-aggressive style that obviously they're rocking with. If it works, it looks damn good. If it doesn't, and if it doesn't click, then it looks like they're just running into a brick wall round after round. And that can make you feel a little bit frustrated at times.
Cool. Bit of an exchange there with one Flatro's Eagle, but Nixon needs to be careful there. Well, it's not like he can throw caution into the win anymore. He is down and out.
Hipper doesn't know. Okay.
He does crouch on time though, so avoids the couple links. One Flatro, if he didn't take a couple steps backwards, he would have been dead with that HE, and that's with a capital D. 11 points of health, and with the bomb in hand, potentially looking to see if he can deny another rifle for Copenhagen Wolves. But apart from that, this has been some solid defense here from this European mix.
Nice stuff. Yeah, being able to keep 3 players alive as well, that's going to help out the economy. Of course, ideally, you wouldn't have lost those 2 either, but it's still not looking too bad for the Copenhagen Wolves at the start of this Mirage. As we pointed out, both teams enjoying the same terrains to play, so we're expecting to see a pretty evened up competitive game, no matter what map we're on, right? Not massive discrepancy when it comes down to the Mirage for the side of the Copenhagen Wolves. Last couple of games have been quite good for them, but again, not a lot of experience with this necessarily 5-man lineup, especially with Matthew, Jorko, and Nixon playing at the same time. As we said, the young Croatian had his own adventures with that ex-Navi Junior lineup.
All right, folks, if you're joining right now, you know you're in for an interesting matchup. Very exciting players to watch. And what could be a very close game. 3-3 on the round score. And so far, Copenhagen Wolves have had quite the answer back from Mix's early successes. Bit of a slow pace now for Mix. Trying to poke and prod their way around the map, see if there are any gaps. And currently in apartments, 2 start to cross. TPu on the receiving end of it.
You might want to take contact right now. Your mid players are throwing caution into the wind, and you know the short guy is going to be occupied with it, meaning TPu is all alone for the time being.
It's just jiggle distance now. No overshots taken. Mathias gets caught, and now suddenly there might be 2 positions that could be taken up, though. Synopsy didn't realize his spot's positioned with his opponent, and all of a sudden, chaos committed in mid. Jorko holding on for a little longer. Juan Flatro taken down. A bit of trouble now for Copenhagen Wolves. How do you collect the pieces, Senna? You're able to find the 1 pick. Synopsy can't hold his life down to the HE. And that's Jorko now with a flick of the wrist with the AWP. That's how you get the lead here for Copenhagen Wolves.
That was a really good defense. I mean, it was a little bit weird there in towards connector. Not sure if you caught it there on the minimap, but one of the T switch positions with one of the CTs pushing through the con smoke, right? So that creates a little bit of weird commotion. That creates a little bit of weird action, but Jorko's able to hold his own with a really key double there on the big green. And this is Copenhagen Wolves now getting 4 in a row, starting to look a little bit worrisome for Mix. No money, no bomb plant. Acor already out of the equation. CT starting to get fired up here. Eyes on the money. Bielani's over 10k already.
Yeah, and the youngest player on the server already starting to hit some incredible shots. Jorko really showing up. And
I feel like it's all about the confidence when it comes down to those guys, right? Because when you pick up a teenager that obviously mechanically is quite decent, it's all about teaching him how to play proper Counter-Strike, play within a system. And when the system's good and when everyone's doing their job, this is how rounds will look like. Clean, easy, perfect defense in towards that A-bomb side. All 5 alive. They're looking at the money once again. Kind of looks impossible for the Copenhagen Wolves to get reset at this point.
Yeah, I mean, a couple of players already well above 5 digits of economy. There's Mathias that's flirting with that same status. And you've got Nixon and Tapeware that had to reinvest a couple of times and also very wealthy. Mix taking a tactical pause here. They know they've lost 5 consecutive rounds. So a by-round victory here, I feel, is a bit of a necessity if they don't want to let their Danish organization opposition take over the game.
Yeah, that CT side is definitely firing on high cylinders. The worrying part is that bar those first couple rounds that were really good for Synopsy and Flatro, no one else has been able to really get into the groove individually. Xiaofi yet to register a kill scenarios on 2 and 5 acres and 3 and 5, 2 of those being exit kills or save frags a couple rounds ago with the OP. So it's been a little bit difficult since Flatro and Synopsy started getting shut down. What's the plan here? You tried a B split, tried a couple rounds in towards the A-bomb side, now into a bit of a default and essentially just exploring the map, trying to kill the pace a little bit. See what your individuals could get away with. Jorko starting this round in towards the B apartments with the Obdo. Scenario's playing a really passive angle, but the Opera looks like he might want to push forward.
Yeah, you can't help but feel Copenhagen Wolves playing with 1 foot out of that A site. So, importance for Xiaofi's position. Ooh. That is an incredible pickup to find there from Jorko. Scoped in right in the correct position. And now Mix trying to react off the back of it, maybe to find some success. HG to break through the smoke. No one revealed in the process. Scratch that. Mathias able to find Juan Flatro. Synopsy walks past his opponents and suddenly he has a bit of a flank to work with, but only good for the one before he drops. Xiaofi, he was isolated from the start and now has to do some big lifting here. That's the first pick. Bielani in the corner, and it's a bit too much for Xiaofi to handle. Copenhagen Wolves unstoppable on CT.
It just falls into place so nicely. The CTs recognize the fact that they had left middle for the majority of the round, so you know there could be heavy presence there. The moment that the Opera shuts down Scenario, he's just jiggling in towards under. It's so obvious this is not them setting up for a B play, but just Scenario making sure that he's covering his part of the T side default. And the moment you lose that player in towards B and you see the Opera, the most logical thing if you're Mix is to look for a gap somewhere else, and that's what Copenhagen Wolves were ready for. Bielani's 13 and 3 already, by the way.
It's nuts, man. We started this game with praising Juan Flatro and Synopsy, but this has all changed so damn quickly. Mattel's missing those shots, though, is a little bit difficult for Copenhagen Wolves. Bielani is stuck in, but the fact there are more players you can throw into the issue just helps the case. Tapeware able to pick up where Matthews left off. And with that, only 1 casualty in the process. Copenhagen Wolves 2 left in the half, and they're making this look simple.
This is really, that's really terrifying, right? This is a really one-sided map of Counter-Strike. You're looking at the score 7-3 doesn't even tell you the entire story. I mean, I'll say that again. I think 3 or 4 rounds in, Synopsy was on 8 or 9 kills and Flatro was on 5. Flatro hasn't registered a kill in a while. Xiaofi's on 1 kill, Scenari 3, Acor 4. Synopsy hasn't moved too much either, and the Wolves have won 7 in a row.
It's as if Mix can't really find the gaps here. Maybe aggression is the way this works. Bieleni, notified of this presence, calls in for assistance quickly. Betra's players take up the space already. Jorko's flash is great, but it's just a trade for Bieleni. You need to be cautious though. Mix often take up this mid space, so you can see why Nixon decides to take a few steps backwards, allow Mix to take this A space control, but likely to see a 3-play stack in CT.
Yeah, and again, there's no flanks coming in for the T side, right? So that means they need to be a little bit aggressive. Gotta take space, either towards jungle or connector.
Trying to get the pre-fire. There is an AWP spotted out in ramp, but ACLE gets shut down so damn quick. Mateos and Nixon spraying in smokes, and it works out. Mix on the back foot. The Juan Flatro creates a different angle to work with. And all of a sudden, TPuDCATb is wondering, how does he deal with this one? Knows where Juan Flatro is, but Shalfie could have repositioned. He could have gone anywhere. But now he's revealed himself. And Juan Flatro no longer being there. Shalfie steps up. And that's what Mix needed to get back in this game.
Still have an averted crisis, though. It's a nice 1v1 from Shalfie, but look at the money on the T side. You went around and you're not really sure if you can celebrate. Sure, if you get 5 on the board, it's going to be perfect. But again, you're so low on finances on that T side, and it goes damn close. It's all about this final round of the half. It's a good step in the right direction, but it was the first round you've won since the first 3. You had a 3-0 lead to this game.
Look at the pace in mid. So fast. But Mateos is ready for it. No one is going to interrupt this man's flow today. Oh dear. Mix can't even get away from Palace. The molly dropped in, so Synapse is a bit isolated in that fight, and now Bomb left on its own on an island. With Shalfie realizing his best chance is grouping up with his teammates. Some individual madness needs to happen for Mix in order for something to be unlocked for this round.
I think the madness right now is your A anchor being 16-4 for the Copenhagen Wolves. You don't see that every day, and they're even rocking the double up setup now with TPuDCATb and Jorko both equipped with it. Matthew is just getting away with a criminal double kill in towards middle at the beginning, so scenario Shalfie, at least you've got a little bit of util to work with. Smoke, double flash, molly, nade. But in the 2v5, you're just hoping for a massive miss move from someone, and Jorko's got his number written down. A lovely flick from the Bulgarian.
For a moment there, I thought he missed the timing, right? He scoped up, wondering if a catwalk cross would have been more likely, and then an opponent appears to the bottom end of the screen, flick on that y-axis, on the negative y-axis, and it was beautiful. Shalfie was able to trade out just a little bit, but this being the last round of the half means that Copenhagen Wolves, albeit with a rough start, that 0-3 situation that we're in with Juan Flatro and Synapse taking heads one after the other, they've completely turned things around.
Yeah, and they're having a lot of fun in the server as well right now. You could even see the little wiggle there in the mouse for Jorko after he hits that flick. He knows it's a tough shot. He was quite happy with himself. Can definitely tell that's one of those things that you can make an educated guess for even without the player cameras being on.
Sure. I bet he felt a bit of a moment because that was cheeky.
Yeah,
that was real cheeky.
His career path has been a pretty interesting one, right?
Sure.
Not a lot of players, I guess, from this region, from Bulgaria, from Romania, from Serbia, get the opportunity to go out and play international Counter-Strike quite early in their careers, right? Most of them need to get some domestic success before they do that.
Quick question. What was that about him playing a match with Mouse NXT and then instantly getting picked up by Copenhagen Wolves?
So it wasn't like that. He was part of Mouse NXT. He was their in-game leader and Oper for a little bit more than 6 months. Let's say 6-7 months. Then he got benched on Mouse NXT and then picked up by the Copenhagen Wolves from Mouse.
Okay. HLTV misled me. Or I misread the information
I think you probably misled.
Yeah.
Or misread. Yeah,
probably.
I think they didn't play too many officials with Mouse NXT, but they were, but they were still, he was still on the team. They didn't play a lot of HOTV officials, but they were still a team. They were still practicing, still playing some non-HOTV events.
Copy that. Okay. Well, this is fast-paced. Catwalk infiltration. 3 players defending, but one Frontro trying to hop, skip, and jump away from that fight, but I'm afraid it'll be too late for that. Shalfie gets a double kill, and it might just buy enough time for the rest of the mixed squad to arrive. Gets caught out into the open, though, and it's all back to pole position for Copenhagen Wolves.
Look at the IGO in towards jungle.
ACLOT finds the head of Mateos. Bomb does go down, and there's nothing that can be done about that now. Synapse amping up the pace. They want to catch up to the player at the back of the site before the catwalk player can approach Bielani. He's just dancing around the site, but Synapse shows that on the pistol, he's unbeatable.
And they needed that one. That's 2 out of the 2 pistols on Mirage going in favor of the mixed team. And Synapse is the final boss of it, a 1v2 clutch. I can't believe it that Bielani wasn't the one to go down first, by the way. 19 and 5 for him. He gets a triple out of the bomb site, and he found himself in such a sticky situation. TPu just forced to, I guess, go a little bit quicker with this one. He was in a bit of a rush to try and help his teammate, but Synapse intelligent enough to isolate that fight, knowing the short player would just be running at him.
Oh boy, look at the investment. Oop, double M4s. You can't help but feel that was a very necessary clutch for Mix to get.
Mm-hmm. That could have been the map, but you know what they say. In modern Counter-Strike, the pistol round is not the most important round at the start of the half. The conversion is, right? Especially when there's a force buy coming up. It is far worse losing a force or an anti-eco than dropping a pistol. So Copenhagen Wolves, especially with the 4 kills and the bomb plant, still pretty much in this one. A pretty decent amount of util as well. Looking like they've turned their attention in towards that middle part of the map.
It looks like we've entered a small technical pause here. And as soon as we have the information available on what is up, we'll let you know, folks. But
the round is starting.
Okay, never mind. Back into the action.
Yeah, we will let you know. We are good to go.
Indeed, we are. The first round of the half, quite explosive from Copenhagen Wolves. I wonder, with the guns that we see that they hold, we'll be seeing much more of the same.
Was the play here? Looking like a B split, boosting towards ladder though for Shafi. That could be a really good play.
Looking to crash into catwalk.
Oh,
great snap onto Shelfie's head. And now Senna might be in a bit of a pickle. HE thrown and does a little bit of damage, but MP9 out on time, and that's the important part. Looking for those headshots. Yokro jumping in on him. Superhero landing on his opponent, but Mix already have a couple of players on the backside. Somehow Copenhagen Wolves coming out on top of it. And Synapse is all by himself all of a sudden. Acor drops down together with his big green. And Synapse, he clutched around before, but that was a 1v2 in a very fast-paced round. Now he's got T's all around him, and the force buy of the Wolves is successful.
It's such a big round for the Bulgarian as well. 12 and 5 now for Shorko. A triple kill out of nowhere with the MAC-10, and this is why we said they shouldn't be feeling like they're out of the doldrums just yet after winning the pistol round. It's such a serious investment that you go for. You bring out the big green in the hands of Acor. You've got the rifles all over the board. And then one simple split in towards that B bomb side. A Tech 9 of TPu getting a massive opening kill onto Shelfie. And then the SMGs just running them down. And now look at the state of Mix.
Oh, boy.
They're miserable.
5-7s, a couple of deagles, and an ump for Synapse. Definitely some heavy lifting required to do on the CT side, and you wonder what the risk you should take in this one, and the decision taken is this A site. 4 players holding on to that position, but Copenhagen Wolves really not entertaining that side of the map. Instead, divert their attention into B. The only SMG in play is the one in hand for Synapse. And he's the one being approached by so many players. You can hear the commotion. Free upgrade. What can you do with the AK?
Oh my god.
A double kill. That's not bad, though Mateos is sneaky with this angle.
He needs to get more than one.
He's gonna get checked, surely. No. Only gets the one. So 2 versus 3, and the HE grenade secures a second. Mix. If they would have survived with a third, maybe a rifle could have been collected, and then the conversation could be different.
That smoke's a little bit funky. A lot of gaps around it.
Bielani knows of it. On flat road to escape through it. Door opened up and Bielani connects with a headshot. Now knowing where Acor is, it's down to a duel. Surely not. Acor walks right into the eyes of Bielani. Shot down, 6 feet under. And Copenhagen Wolves don't let that one go astray.
He's 24 and 5, man. What is he doing? Does he know we're playing Counter-Strike and not basketball? What is that? He's 24 and 5. That is ludicrous. The fact that he's able to keep it up. What is Bielani doing? That might be one of the best maps of his career right now if he keeps it going. He's going for more. Look at that walkout A. There's no one here. Shelfie's alone.
Oh, this is his chance to shine. He's able to find one. Is the delay good enough, though? There's a flood smoke available here for Mix, and they choose to rush right through it. One Flatcher with two. This is a fast-paced game, Ted. Sure, the bomb now has the time to go towards the site and plant, but it's a 2v2 on the post plant. Mateos doesn't let his opponents breathe, though, suffocating them where they stand. That's a double by the end, and 11 now for the Wolves.
I just keep on looking at Delaney's skill count go up. I mean, that was, unfortunately, that was an investment as well for the mixed side. And Copenhagen Wolves, they've just been switching the approach perfectly. We have to give a little bit of credit to Tapeware for the IGLing as well. We've seen a couple of different approaches. A fast split in towards the B-bomb side, a slower one against the half-buy, and now you just walk out A looking for a bit of a surprise, expecting Mix to focus more of their attention in towards middle. And you were right to guess so. And he's still 26-6.
Yeah, only, by the way.
That is crazy. I don't think I've ever seen a Delaney performance like this one.
Oh, it's beautiful to see. They're witness to the honor. Never switch in mind here for Copenhagen Wolves. Early attention into apartments, but considering how they want to be approaching this one, it might be an A here. You've left Mateos alone next to Chet. And also Bielani posted up for Palace push. While the rest seem to be focusing their attention into that ramp position. Smoke, couple of smokes actually. It's a connector and a window smoke, so it could allude to the push B idea. It keeps three players to that B site busy.
Yeah, Synopsis alone. He needs something magical with a 5-7.
Reposition, spotted though. Molly out. Alerted, Copenhagen Wolves knew exactly where to look. Now, no one's there. No one's home. And a potential free take here for the Copenhagen Wolves side. Tapeware making sure Juan Flatcher can't show his equal shenanigans. Bomb to go down with a two-player advantage. Mix. Your players are spread far between.
I mean, this round's over. It's all about what you can find. I guess if you're able to get a couple kills, hold on to a couple of the rifles, you're not winning that type of a 3 versus 5 without a kit and utility and weapons.
Dear.
And you're not even getting kills at this point. They're getting completely dominated. Pavlos, they've won both pistol rounds. This is their map pick. They've won both pistol rounds, and they're losing 5-12.
This game has only had one speed, Ted, and it was pedal to the metal all the way. Sure, it was Mixed on a great start with a 3-0, but ever since Copenhagen Wolves, they've never let go of the steering wheel.
Also, Delaney is 26-6. I will keep reminding you all every single round until you realize how ludicrous that is.
Nuts. And we've only seen 18 rounds.
Yep. I mean, we've seen 17.
Yeah, you know what I mean. I saw the number
Look
18,
at him hit
I said
30 now.
80. Yeah, would it be cool if he ends up with a 4K, 30 bombing, an 18-round game? Well, we'll see if Mix have another chance at this, another crack at it. 4 M4s paired up with a big green on Acre. Can't help but feel you need to go for something sneaky here. That's what Shelfie seems to be doing. Ramp push. Not yet tested, but he could potentially hear the commotion first.
Yeah, re-smoke window. Assist Matthews a little bit on his endeavors there. And then go for a bit of an A execute. There is a lot of players around that A bomb side as of right now. Unfortunately, Synopsy needs to move in towards Jungle.
Same double smokers last round. To Mix read into it, and it's a similar play. That's a brilliant HG. Shelfie got caught.
Look at Matthews.
Hands down. That is a rough one. And this is where Mateos steps in, awaits in the smoke, and that's the right timing for it. Juan Flatcher wondering when he should pounce. HG to drop. Smoke phase. Tapeware's there. Look behind you, Mateos. Doesn't need to. Double kill is there for him. Acor far away from the action. Holding on, gritting into this round with his teeth, but it's rough with the HG thrown to his face, down to 55 points of health. And Copenhagen Wolves are really not giving him anything.
You don't want to
holding their ground. Letting Acre go to them. They've done the heavy lifting now, shooting the AWP them to master shots of the M4. The peek out from Jorko, but it's Bielani to close things out. 28 bombing, An 18-round game, 13-5 is the score as Copenhagen Wolves take down their opponents' map pick.
And what a statement that was. The map pick of Mix, the map that we know Flatro and Synopsy are that good on, the map that they started with a 3-0 lead. They pick up both pistol rounds. They should be competitive. They should be the favorites. And they get completely stomped, winning only 5 in total. And Belaney styling on them with a 28 and 6 KD. That's nearly a 5 KD map from him on Mirage against the core of BNE. That is crazy.
It's nuts, Ted, quite frankly. And look, Copenhagen Wolves, as soon as they were able to dictate their own pace into the game, deny the shenanigans that Mix were throwing in there, it was their game, right? It never felt that it went back into the Mix's favor. But there is a chance for Mix to come back in this series. We said the favoritism in regards to this map pool is close. We don't know who could have it, but if Copenhagen Wolves continue playing this way, it will be a hard ask for Mix to come back. We'll be finding out how that goes right after this.
He's going to force the kill in the last second. Right to the smoke. Look at him.
Copenhagen Wolves Copenhagen Wolves lead the charge in the series against Mix, folks. Map number 1 Mirage went their way, but now Mix need to answer back, and it's not going to be easy. This is Copenhagen Wolves' home ground, and they showed a level of dominance that is hard to beat.
Yeah, and Copenhagen wills to close this one out in a 2-0 fashion as well.
Ah, Ted.
I
mean, I appreciate you, I honestly do, and thank you for calling me out. Like, I feel like I need someone like that. Keep me in check. All right, well, it looks like Mix needs someone to keep them in check. Look at that. Shelfie at least gives his team a leaving breathing chance in this one, but do you really want to go for this cross? If the bomb can be collected easily, they should end up inside, but they're just grouping up as a unit. They know they've kept Senna in this cubby, so they're able to trade out their lives. Therefore, A site clear and the numbers advantage against Synopsy. Yeah,
now you've got the info as well. Synopsy giving away his position. Bomb's going to get planted. A 1v2 clutch needed, but we know how good he can be with the pistols.
He's going for the chase. Looking to see if he can isolate, but Copenhagen Wolves have just enough time to get out of there. Thinking to the defuse is probably the wisest choice here. Winning that 1v2 is likely not going to go his way. Jorko was low. So now down to Tapeware in the 1v1, where he just takes a couple steps backwards and then jumps in for the headshot. Copenhagen Wolves with their pistol round.
Yeah, actually, the first pistol round they've picked up all series long. And yeah, for those of you that are just joining in, this probably sounds like a crazy statement considering the score on map 1 was a 13-5. Yeah, but Mix actually did pick up both pistols on Mirage, still ended up getting only 5 rounds. And I've got a bit of an update for you because, again, we're having a chit-chat about how good of a performance Delaney actually was able to put forward on map number 1 with his 13 or 28-6 in the 13-5 win. That ended up being his highest rated map ever, officially. A 2.36 rating. He's a bit of a record breaker today.
Wow, that's some good stats.
That is some good stats.
Good. That's one good stat, actually.
Yeah.
Just to use the plural of an
funny thing is, his previous highest rated map was again a Mirage from the 6th of July this year against the Danish side of 11. Again, when he was still on the Copenhagen Wolves. So, and that was a 29-12. Again, Mirage. So apparently Mirage is his forte. And then the next 2 maps, so the 3rd and 4th highest rated ever, were ENCE. So all chances for him to keep it going.
Oh, dear. Yeah, and not fun for Mix if that pace is continued. Very explosive onto this B side, but for Mix, best case scenario, you've got all of your players grouped up, but the first 3 chop in a matter of a second. In a nice blink. The 2 players remaining facing up against Jorko here, but this will be cleaning up janitorial duties for Jorko as a double kill retrieves some extra cash in pocket.
Yeah, you're getting that extra juice, extra money in the bank account for an opener that is a fantastic for the start of it. I don't know why you're laughing, Pavlos.
I'm not laughing, I don't know what you're talking about.
You know what? I can see your face. People can't do it, but I can.
No, you're lying. Not laughing.
All right. Sorry for lying.
Delusional.
Yeah, hallucinating, apparently.
All right. That's a great flash. Fully takes advantage of that position, but Juan Fletcher is there for backup. A double kill now has put Mix in charge. They got the numbers advantage, and for Copenhagen Wolves, they need to take advantage of the A space they've been given.
Does Fletcher realize how close Jorko could be? Answers no. Free kill for the Mac 10. Refract comes in though. Bomb will get planted, but it's a 2v3 Mix. With a 1-man advantage. Kit unavailable for the CT side though. That could make things a little bit more hairy.
Hey, cool. Waiting to see when he can drop in. Oh, Tapeware seemed to have the right idea. Does spot his opponent, but now the information is available to the rest of the team as well. They can close in on his position. Tapeware going around the world. Acol, the first step for the teams. While the bomb is being defused, Tapeware is caught on a different fight. Mix, that's a lot more like it from them. The first buy round of the game, and it goes their way.
It's incredibly important to start it off well on the CT side, right? T side wise on Mirage, we had that conversation. It was just Flatro and Synopsy bringing in the goods in the first couple of rounds, and then it felt like the others just didn't get going at any point in time, right? ARCRED didn't have a lot of chances early on with the Ope. Xiaofi was left in a lot of unwinnable clutches. So here on the CT side, where everything is a little bit more balanced, you want to get everyone rocking at the start, and even at their core, B&E back in the day were, I guess, that they're strongest on the CT side when it comes down to this map. But eyes on the B rush.
Ooh, Acol! What a way to start the round. 1 bullet, 2 frags. And Shelfie want to keeping up the pace here. Normally you get the picks, you want to vacate the premises, but not for Shelfie. Wants to keep the pace going. Jorko looking to see if an answer is available there from him, but Synopsy also chimes in. That is a smooth as butter there for the mixed side.
Killing the pace a little bit there. Lovely shot coming out of Acor, and he's one of the people that I guess we didn't have the time or reason to talk a little bit about during map number 1, but in my opinion, again, there's a couple names across the last couple years in professional Counter-Strike, maybe 4 or 5 years, that I feel like have been flying under the radar with how good they actually are and how much they are actually bringing to the team. I think Acor is one of those operas that's incredibly easy to work with as a rifle, incredibly easy to complement his teammates. Okay, I was thinking Matthews was onto something there, but yeah, big fan of Mr. Freddy.
Yeah, on the other hand, Copenhagen Wolves, they want to get a bomb planted. They are walking into Mr. Freddy's position, but it doesn't take long for him to be taken down. Acor with just the one and receives a dink to the head. The thing is, though, Mix have got a couple of players in donut already. One Flatro looking in an eye. This bomb getting anywhere near to the bomb plant proximity, and it's just a single casualty for the mixed side as Copenhagen Wolves give the lead over to their opponents.
All right, so we find ourselves in a similar situation in the matter of Mix being the first team to reach 3 rounds. Now, for those of you that did watch Mirage, you know how things went after the fact and how Copenhagen Wolves were able to just take full control of what was going on. Now, on the T side, it should be a little bit more difficult, but they're back to buying ways. Acor v Jorko in that OVO fight.
Could be an interesting head-to-head.
Yeah, a lot of experience versus none.
But no lack in firepower. Tapeware. That's the good answer first. Juan Flatro won't be able to escape with his life there, but with Shelfie being in that deeper angle in mid, it still keeps things even. Nixon going for the chase while the rest of the team tries to find a gap into this B site. Nixon not quite able to find a headshot first.
Shelfie's out. Oh no, Belaney, sorry.
Getting that pick leave center, very important position. And Belaney not looking at the right position at the right time. And when Jorko isn't connecting the right shot, it puts Copenhagen Wolves way behind in the round. And Shelfie jumps out of position. And with that, that's a few in a row gathered now for Mix. They only lost the first 2, but now have got things flowing. It feels like it's a roles reverse situation from the previous map.
I'd say Copenhagen Wolves had the right idea. Didn't just storm their way out elbow, waited a little bit, waited for the shelf player to turn up. That was Tapeware, coordinated it well with the late flashes. They get a 2-for-2 on middle when they're able to establish control. It just comes down to a couple individual fights, right? The fact that Belaney couldn't close out the fight onto Shelfie, he was low on HP. The fact that there was a player caught looking the wrong way in towards that B bomb side as well. So, yeah, a couple of mishaps. Actually, sorry, Belaney was the one on B, and it was another person on middle, but you get the point.
That thing is, for Mix, for Copenhagen Wolves, is that they are walking into a very inhabited site. Wait a minute!
What?
Matheus went so berserk, he took his own team out in the process. This could be destructive, though, because Juan Flatro is untouched. That actually could interrupt the bomb from going down, but indeed doesn't get there on time. And look at the Wolves. They want to post up closer. The smoke fades. Juan Flatro potentially caught, but now a 1v1 required with Acor holding on the right line. Misses a shot, an opportunity granted to Nixon. He takes that with the bat of an eye, and Copenhagen Wolves right back in the fight.
That's definitely one that could get under your skin there. You finally win a couple buy rounds. You win a couple closer ones as well. You're getting that momentum up, and then the Copenhagen Wolves still away an eco round like this when Matthews just goes absolutely nuclear with a pistol in hand in towards that B bomb side. And it was probably the worst gun ever to be left in that 1v1 Acor against a non-armored Kalashnikov. Just misses the one bullet with the OP.
That flash, again, superb from Jorko. He's had some brilliant supportive duties this entire series. But Synopsy under a bit of trouble. Challenge from 2 different players at the same time. And it's only because of Senna that this round is kept close.
Tips heard. 2 players in towards Donut. They've given it away. Matthews has got so much information right now. They should just group up and try and refrag scenario and B, and that's the round.
Only down to Senna. If he gets a couple of kills, this is still doable. Mathis' position is checked. It takes his time here. ARCRED shut down and as soon as he approaches. Senna gets one, but again, a second is required to keep this competitive. Mathios in charge of making sure Shelfie doesn't even cross through mid. And with that, 3 players survive here for Copenhagen Wolves. That's not too bad. Straight back into the nick of things. And a potential 4th round to be collected here off the bomb explosion. Or
yeah, really good discipline.
Shelfie gets picked up here.
Does he? All right. Wins the fight, at least the first one. If you're on the T side, you probably don't want to feed him too many kills right now. You do realize your own economy is a little bit fragile, but just to get back to what went down in this round, really good patience being shown by the Copenhagen Wolves there, right?
Sure.
The fact that Matthews gets into that position, you know Scenario is still the B player, so he's somewhere in there. You hear that one player rotating in towards CT. They weren't looking for Scenario. They just got Jorko posted on that deep CT angle and waited for the rotating player to come through. He knew the cross was coming. Just had to hit the shot, did that perfectly, and then was even able to find the refrag onto Scenario. So we're looking at some good communication there. Individuals not overstepping the mark for the Copenhagen Wolves, and Jorko hitting some good shots with the big green. Leveled up once again. Mix that anti-eco could end up biting them, and biting them quite bad as well. To that, at least there's a little bit of residual cash left, so you can put ARCRED back on the nope. You can have everyone else on the rifles, but this is the last bite that they have in the chamber. You lose this, one Copenhagen Wolves might be running away with another comfortable lead.
Yeah, it's fine margins for sure, and Mix know of it. Synopsy, first blood for him. How does Nixon get away with that? He could have gotten a second, but the deep angle for Juan Falacho means he's unretrievable from the upper ledge. In the process, Takeaway wants to make waves into B. He clears out the B site like a tsunami, and by brute force, the B site is theirs.
It's just open. Bomb's gonna go down. It's a 3v3 retake, and you need this one to work out.
But steady mid. Senna's position is so impactful. Jorko, he can take another fight, but Senna has revealed himself here and can't quite get under the ledge in time. Jorko knows he's got assistance. Shelfie, sure he can get a pick here, but 2 asks too much of him. And without a kit in his hands either, and the bomb frantically getting close to its explosion, means that Copenhagen Wolves will be taking the helm for themselves now.
Yeah, it's a good response coming out of the Copenhagen Wolves there to try and scale up the round. But if you're Mix, you feel like you had the right round, right? You're able to deal with the first 2 guys in the middle. I mean, Nixon did get the refrag, but you still had that man advantage. And then you have the double push going in towards A main, posting the Oper in towards B is a really good way of punishing a contact approach like this one. But ARCRED just misses the shot, just couldn't win the fight. TPuDCATb takes him down. That's the end of the round. But the stance, the setup is really good from the Mix side. And now you go for a bit of a tactical timeout because this is quite frustrating, right? You feel like you had the right call. You get the opening in towards middle with 2-for-1 exchange. You've got the pushes going, and you still end up dropping the round because of a couple missed shots. ARCRED is definitely going to be feeling quite bad about this one.
Yikes. That's a big turnaround. Quite a big one. We mentioned it might be a bit of a struggle for the Wolves to get things going on this T side, but it hasn't seemed to be the case at all.
I mean, we have to have it to the back of our minds that all of this started with an eco round that they were able to win on a B-pop, right? So
sure.
If you're Mix, you probably feel like you were the one to let them back on, and now ARCRED misses a shot that he probably guessed 9 out of 10 times. So there is a lot of question marks around those 5 rounds of the Copenhagen Wolves, and this is not to say that they haven't been doing a really good job, no, but if you ask Mix, they will probably tell you that it's their fault that they're losing right now. They tell you that they feel in control, that they've got the right idea, they just can't get some key pieces together.
Hit yourself off the back of it. Have to maintain composure. After all, important game, you lose this, you're out from the tournament. Mateos looking for this one-on-one. His gun might be visible first. So Juan Flacho wins it with a 5-7. Peek out from Synopsy. Gets the trade. That's a double for Synopsy. Is this going to be an eco round turnaround here for the Mix side? Copenhagen Wolves bolting towards B. Shelfie staying quiet. The bait is real. You're not going to check this again, meaning this is going to be a freebie. 1, 2, and there goes the Copenhagen Wolves players instantly back into this fight. 5-5, even Steven.
That was really weird in Tour 7. I feel like a tactical timeout is in place, yeah. It is a good decision here from Kosti and TPuDCATb to go for that type of a conversation. What happened to our Shelf? Nixon was just turning around between angles. Jorko's jumping with his knife out like he believes that, you know, Nixon's got him covered, but he really didn't. Nixon was the first one to go down, and then I guess the Oper, nothing he could have done about it, but it just felt like they underestimated the situation a little bit there, the Copenhagen Wolves. And now you've returned the favor. It's an eye for an eye. An ear for an ear. A nail for a shoe. And I don't know. Give me one.
Okay. I don't know. I'm out of it.
A diaper for a lollipop. I've got no
Sure,
idea,
if that's a trade you're willing to make, yeah. I hope it's an empty diaper. Julko. First blood for him though. It's been a while since this Copenhagen Wolves up first when it comes to this leaderboard. Mix often have had the upper hand, but this effort to put players in mid has really gone awry. Although Akel's given a bit of a gift.
That's
I feel
all the
like
info.
with the time remaining, Copenhagen Wolves have got time to just work this out.
They know everything. Scenario's the B player. I mean, you don't know exactly where he is, but you know he's on B, and, well, you found him. That's it. Round over. Acor needs to save. He can't be hoping for a 1v3 clutch like this. They know he's on A.
Most players have got cash for the next round, but there are a couple that have kept this one a little bit difficult. So a drop may be needed. I'm just wondering if Mix considers it's more important to take rifles off of his opponent's hands rather than holding onto his, and that's exactly what happens. Nixon, he's looking in the right position. It's not like the footsteps didn't alert them to that either way. A chance for Copenhagen Wolves to have the lead by the end of this one.
Now you've got a choice to make because of that move. You got to choose whether you want to have everyone on M-Force or you want to have a big green involved, I think. I'm not sure if there's a way for everyone to be on rifles. And yeah, Scenario's taking the hit. He's on a 5-7. So that's all because Acor was trying to do a little bit of damage. And I guess you can understand maybe he was hoping the T's didn't have a lot of cash in the bank. So he was hoping for a couple exit kills. But now the B-bomb side's going to be a little bit weakened up because of it.
On flat show. Constantly, there's this poking and prodding from Mix in mid, not really allowing the prior for free. At the same time, Copenhagen Wolves, look at the determinism to go into this B site. Bielani has caught a timing. Seneri not really looking at the right position. Synopsy, blind as a bat, and Bielani will cleanly take care of him. And now he's got an extra angle to deal with. Akel, sure, he's scoped in. He's able to find that one, but you can't help but feel a bit of turbulence in the air. Copenhagen Wolves not really with the comfort they would have liked, especially if they keep on pushing Akel like this. Finally, the fight back, the trade. But one Flatro deep in the corner, looking to take the fight for himself, but Nixon comes out on top. Chelfie, the only one not to reveal this position so far, but you better know he's not coming from the same direction as the others.
No kid.
The Wolves looking all positions possible, but most importantly, staying silent. Unseen, unshown, unrevealed. Nixon swings right in the nick of time. 7-5 will be the score. Copenhagen Wolves barely having the lead after that one.
Another massive recovery coming out of them as well. Again, finding themselves in a 3-4 deficit and again able to turn things around into a 7-5 lead here on halftime. Copenhagen Wolves, their map pick, looking as strong as ever, moving on to the CT side. And you're looking at the kill distribution as well. It's a team effort. That's what it is. Matthews, Tapewear, 7 kills. Bielani, Jorko, and Nixon all on 9 apiece. And that's telling you a lot. You're looking at Mix. You've got Shelfie, who's 13 and 6. And then you've got a bunch of them between 6 and 9 kills as well. But consistency has not really been there. In this one round, that was a perfect example of how... And I don't want to be overcritical of it, but it's a perfect example of the butterfly effect. How one lost open the previous means that Scenari's on a pistol, meaning it's a lot more difficult to actually cover K from that long angle. I mean, he wasn't looking at the first place, which is a bit of a miscom probably, but still with the pistol, a lot more difficult. So that's why, folks, take care of your money. And don't play for exits. Even if you can justify them.
Yeah, you heard the advice here from Ted.
Yeah, honorary wasn't good enough, so became a caster, so you can trust me.
Yeah, trust me, bro. That's the vibe I get from that. Evidence? Yeah, trust me. Okay, Pistol's out though. Hit Mix. Trying their presence in mid early, but it doesn't feel like they're going to go for this deep push. And Copenhagen Wolves aren't really buying a potential A hit. Nixon hasn't heard a thing towards May. So it's just Copenhagen Wolves really entering a trap.
Hello.
Beretta's doing a lot here. Jorko still with 7 bullets remaining in his chambers. Bialani with 2. And it seems like it's going to be a simple endeavor to just clean up Shelfie's life as well. Jorko can spray down. He wants to make sure no more bullets remain, or at least he leaves the caves of Ancient filled with lead. But other than that, a nice secure for the CT side.
I've just realized Jorko's got 11 assists. He's got 11 kills, 11 assists, and 9 deaths. So there is a high likelihood he's on top of the damage charts, even though he's not on the top of the kill board. I mean,
and also, even though Copenhagen Wolves didn't win the previous 2 pistols, they've won both these on this map.
Yeah. It's a bit of a difference. Show them how it's done when you win both your pistols on your map pick, and now Mix have been put in a pretty precarious position. 1 flash for the late peek in towards the lane. TPuDCATb spotted all of them, heard everything. Should be an easy cleanup.
Bit of a ding taken, could get dangerous. But these MP9s find quite a bit of cash. By the end of that one, a triple kill for Nixon. And that round was out in a bang.
All right. This is where we get into the this is where we get into the money rounds, Pavlos. I know we're talking about 2 teams that are well after making a lot of roster changes, and we can't be overcritical of Mix after they lost both Regon involved, but this is still a bunch of players that you're expecting a little bit more of, right? So, and I'm saying that for the only reason that I know they will be expecting a little bit more out of themselves as well. So now you're reaching that point of the game where you need to see something out of them. And this is a really good tactical timeout coming out of the Copenhagen Wolves, by the way. A bit of an old school move. You know, you've got them trapped, backs turned against the wall. This is probably the most important round so far. You win here. And that kind of opens up a really clean avenue for you to run all the way to 13 and close it out here and now. So, Mix, gotta be on high alert. Highly likely that the Copenhagen Wolves try something a little bit more aggressive, something more unorthodox. It's a bonus round for them. The MP9, the FAMAS, Nixon might want to get up close and personal.
More likely than not. Double HEs early in mid, but Mix looking to go for something aggressive of their own. The mollies do prohibit that, though. It means they are locked in position, and so much mid-control allows Copenhagen Wolves a nice crunch if needed. Bialani knows he's being tested. TPuDCATb walks in to try and help out, but it's to no avail. Mix completely take over. Jorko wanting to show his crown, deny the bomb pop for a little while, but it still stands still 3v3 as the Copenhagen Wolves look to converge on these positions. Oh, dear me. They're not slowing down, though. Jorko needs to take care of his left-hand side. He's not able to do that on time. Nixon, all that remains, but he's overwhelmed by all sorts of positions. And finally, Mix get a say on the T side.
It's just a moment of realization there. Mix knew they had to force the issue through the smoke. And after losing the first fight, this is not necessarily an easy call to make as well, right? First player goes down. It's so easy to just say, we're canceling here. We're staying behind the smoke, and we're going to think about this later on. But they do go. They do find the kills, and that was of the utmost importance as well. The Copenhagen Wolves playing a really good damn round there. Double pushing towards middle. A third player in towards Donut, and 2 guys on B just dumping their utility straight away, knowing that ramp was the obvious choice to answer back. And still not able to win the fights there, but it's a damn expensive round to it as well. And this is where we're going back to the same old conversation. The previous one was a bonus for the Copenhagen Wolves. You don't have the money to get a big green for Jorko here, but you do have the 4 M4s and the MP9, so it's slightly better than the previous one. And on the other side, Mix don't really have a lot of finances to show for that one round either. So realizing how important this one is, go for a bit of attack. You're looking after 2 in a row. 1 simply won't cut it.
Let's see if they're capable of that. Copenhagen Wolves getting a lot of mid-space for free. That flash, though, will prohibit Nixon from crossing through the smoke he just broke. And right back into Jag he goes. Mix very patient with their approach. Ooh, the turnaround from Synapsy. Nixon thought he caught a timing there. BLN also falls. Jorko taking a wider stance. This is tough, but he still gets it done. Double kill for Jorko. And all of a sudden, Copenhagen Wolves are right back in this fight.
Yeah, now you know Jorko's low, but the two players already making their way out the A bomb side.
Mateos ready, flashed out, having to be a little bit more patient with his teammates' arrival. Bomb goes down, 2v3 now, anyone's game.
Look at the aggression from ARCRED. That could change everything.
Big nade. Jorko out. And like you said, ARCRED with a game changer of a position. Doesn't quite know where the rest of them are.
He doesn't know Taper is crossed.
Being diligent. And it gives time for the remaining two players to approach the site now.
They're ready.
ARCRED looks in watch. Tapeware all away. No. Mateos wins his own individual fight. Mix had everything aligned there. They had everything ready to get that round in their favor, but Copenhagen Wolves with a big stop sign held up.
It just felt like they were given too much space for free, right? So Tapeware just says, well, what is going on? Where are those guys? Someone might be going for the backstab. We know someone was close in towards Temple. Let me turn around, get that quick onto ARCRED real quick. Smoke on the bomb. Scenario gets shot in the face. Defuse comes in. It's a lovely reaction coming out of the Copenhagen Wolves, and a lot of credit goes to Jorko as well for that double in towards middle.
If you're mixed there, you want the ground to just open up and swallow you after that one. That was rough.
And look at the force now. You're working with 2 pistols, a MAC-10, 2 Galils. This is everything you've got to stay alive in the event.
Desperate Hail Mary, it feels like here for this B-side push. Senna at first.
Burning.
Oh, burning alive. Down to
back.
50. Synapsy. Look, there's a breakaway. Into the smoke. Doesn't catch Jorko. Oh my word, this is clean work from the CT defenders. It doesn't get much better than that. Shalfie scratching his head. What do you do in a position like this? So many close calls, so many close fights, but no cigar in any one of them. And Shelfie knows there's no picking up the pieces of this one. Best he could hope for is a couple of consolidation frags, maybe an upgrade. But other than that, he's walking into the Lion's Den and his head is ripped to shreds.
I'll just address the elephant in the room right here, right now. Copenhagen Wolves are the much better team on this day. Obviously, as we said, Mix have just played 1 best-of-3 with Shelfie. You probably need a little bit of time to get used to playing without Volt and Regon. But as of right now, the Copenhagen Wolves are playing clear Counter-Strike in comparison to what Mix are showing. It just looks comfortable. Sure, a couple close situations, a couple lost anti-ecos. If you're Mix, you say, we dropped both pistols here, sure, but you did win both pistols on Mirage and still ended up being completely dominated on it. So there must be some reason for it.
This European Mix is definitely showing up. Impressive. And Mix haven't really been able to stake their pace over and over again. We haven't seen the high-flying performances of Juan Flatcher and Synopsy consistently throughout this series. There have been glimmers of it, glimpses. Oh. But when you have shutdowns like that, what's the hope?
Matthews is so clean with some of those fights, by the way. I know he's just got 12 kills, and I'm not going to try and make it sound like he's had the best game of his life, because he hasn't, but just the way that he's winning some of those fights, you can clearly tell that he's got incredibly snappy aim.
Tapeware. Information gathered. Making sure that double doors haven't been crossed. Bomb left behind. So Senna can go through his exploration. And it's Copenhagen Wolves toying with their opponents. Bit of a distraction for Matters to drop in. Again, Jorko, these flashes today. The supportive factor he brings to the table is not something that can be ignored, but there is something of an answer here from Synopsy. A double kill for him this round. A 2v3. And if you choose the right side and the right timing, there might just be a chance.
That's a really good maneuver right now. Steps being heard, 15 seconds. They have to get a move on. Jorko's got a prime position.
Hiding behind the box. Doesn't have to reveal himself. And the timing of his swing catches Synopsy by surprise. HE breakaway. And Senna has no hope. Copenhagen Wolves in a world of hurt. Well, they've put their opponents in a world for hurt, that's for sure. 12-6, 1 away from making not only this map, but this series their own and sending Mix home.
You probably thought there was going to be at least one close best of 3 out of the first 2, right? But it just feels like it's more of the same. The same way that 33 were able to dominate against NAP Impact earlier today, the same way we were looking at the Copenhagen Wolves just doing whatever they want in the server with Mix.
Duffy, he knows he's got a lot on his hands here. Knows he needs to step up, and that's exactly what he does. Side by side with one flat through. Finally, something goes right at the start of a round.
And that's one of those moments. You're just looking at the kill feed, you're looking at the scoreboard, and you're asking yourselves, why? Why did we give them 12 rounds before we won a round like this? That could have done so much for our mental and our chances. It's a clean one. They don't lose a single player. I guess it's just the laws of Counter-Strike.
Yeah, luck of the draw sometimes as well. But you're right. Looking at that scoreboard, it is daunting for sure. 5 rounds required in a row. At the same time, 5 opportunities for the Wolves to lock this one in. They've got rivalry available. Safe to say, though, they lose this round. Economical collapse incoming. Mix of a potential to win a couple in a row.
No, this is and this is a word I'm trying to establish. It's a comebackable game.
Comebackable?
Yeah,
Like
comebackable situation. Completely doable.
First blood goes to Mix, though. Where? There's the one dropping early,
Tricky.
but Nixon is able to fight his way back. Thing is, how is he that low and still gets to? This is a lot more competitive than it should have been, I feel. Mix have had more players engaged in that fight. This is good timing for Shorko.
Yep.
Oh, but Juan Flacho has the better angle on that position. First to find the head. And it's Bielani all by himself. He's got a safe. He might have a timing to catch one player off, but instead, he's the one that gets shut down. Like we said, Ted, an opportunity for 2 rounds to be gathered in a row. This is it.
Yep. And now you're probably looking at a 12-9 as well. This is going to become a 3-round game, unless Copenhagen Wolves can eco them again, which, of course, we're not completely ignoring that possibility, but
Sure.
Gotta give them the benefit of the doubt after the previous one. Still, percentage-wise, it should be Mix getting this one on the board. And as we said, still a doable situation. It's just the fact that you've allowed the Copenhagen Wolves to get up to 12. So now you know just one mishap could be enough to end this game.
Complete silence on the CT side this time around, Ted. They just don't want to show anything. Poke and prod there with a deagle. Saying his hellos. Greeting. But it's ending up to be quite the shooting gallery. And knowing exactly where Matheus is, given he's the first player to chime a shot in for that CT side this round, means 12-9 is very much the situation we're in. Again, Mix win this. And I feel like overtime could be inevitable.
I'm not sure if the Copenhagen Wolves have any tactical timeouts left, by the way. I think they might have used all of them. If you do have some, this is a good moment to use them, either now or before the last round of regulation, potentially, because this is becoming a really uncomfortable game now. You had a 12-6 lead, game looked pretty much over, and now 3 rounds later, you're just looking at a pretty doable situation without an AWP in the mix as well. A little bit light on util too. And the T's looking to go for something a little bit quicker in towards B.
It might be 3 rounds of difference, but it's only 2 buy rounds that Copenhagen Wolves have got a chance to win this. Bielani able to find the first pick, but it's not without its fight back. Mix knocking on this B-side door, and they are barging right through, disrespecting anyone in their path. And it's quick work for Mix this round. Copenhagen Wolves nowhere to be seen.
Yeah, this is starting to look like a bit of a collapse. So now we are going back to the conversation. Do you have tax left? Because if you don't, you're in a bit of a sticky situation. You'd love to be able to kill the tempo a little bit, because the last couple of rounds, they've not only been going in favor of Mix, but they've been quite convincing as well. Pretty clean. Probably the cleanest rounds that we've seen out of this side all day long. We're down to another high bite here for the CP side. TPuDCATb on the max 7. Matheus on a Deke. Looking for something.
Oof. Well, there goes your chance. You're hoping that TPuDCATb can find something. Turn that Mag 7 into a Swag 7. Can't expect too much from it. A couple of upgrades though. Shortcut provides the opportunity for another rifle to be picked up. Juan Flatro down to 27 points of health. Suddenly, Mix are sweating.
They know they've got him trapped. Even if the B bomb side is open right now, Flatro should be a dead man. They know he's in towards Donut, shouldn't be moving around too much. This is still a doable round. They can just ignore him. Just let him be.
Oh, Synopsy. What's the choice? Smoke out in cave. Motion heard. Mag 7 connects once, maybe even twice there. But the cleanup is true for Bialani. A Deagle double kill. Bomb dropped, and Juan Flatro 40 seconds to figure this one out. Less than optimal amount of health, right? One Deag, and he is dead. Copenhagen Wolves, who would have thought the way this game started was off the back of a pistol win, and it's the way it ends 13-10. And it's Copenhagen Wolves with the 2-0 victory over Mix, knocking their opponents out of the tournament.
And of course it's the pistols, man. I mean, it just felt like it was the obvious ending to a pretty tiresome day for Mix in the server, right? First you go into a Mirage, you win both the pistols, but you still can't really get into the game. Then ENCE starts a lot better. Again, you let the momentum slip. You find yourselves in a 6-12 deficit. You start winning rounds, and again, it is the pistols to put you to bed. So all in all, a pretty difficult day for them, albeit a great performance coming out of Xiaofi, who ended up that map on, I think, a 22-13 score. But unfortunately, it just wasn't enough.
Yeah, it seemed like Copenhagen Wolves were on a level of their own, and the gap they were able to create from that first map, the tempo they were able to roll on to the second map as well, is what they needed to just cross over the finish line and give them another chance to make it into playoffs. And that's exactly the case. Copenhagen Wolves and 33 have got on their hands for today for their respective groups, right? Group A, Group B, we'll be seeing a couple matches take forth later on, as ECLOT, I believe, is on the chopping blocks, and so is ARCRED. Right, yeah. So both of these teams are fighting still for that second seed in Group A and Group B. So folks, don't miss it. The action is still incoming here at Thunderpick European Series 2. We'll be back after about of an hour's and a something break. But when we're back, we're more with that epic Counter-Strike.
He's going to force the kill in the last second. Right to the smoke. Look at him go. going to force the kill in the last second. Right to the smoke. Look at him go.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Thunderpick broadcast. My name is Freddie or Grimmy Renner. I am joined by Trav CS, and we're going to be taking you through the end of Group A and B. This basically wraps up the first half of the group play, and we'll be sending teams into the playoffs in search for the illustrious $20,000 prize pool for first place, which is quite a, it's a hefty amount of money, isn't it? But before we get going, Trav, how you doing today?
I've got a bit of a cold. I've come back from a wonderful trip at IM Cologne, so I got the classic land flu. But it's not proper flu. It's only a cold. I can still talk. That's all that matters. So I'm here still to put in the hard graft for the love of the game. And yeah, looking forward to see who we get to see go through in these groups, of course. Here, we've seen 500 make it through already, Freddie, with their new roster, the one with Volt and Hampus on the team.
Crazy.
I think that's actually a pretty fun team, and they're looking very clean in the early stages with that roster. And yeah, of course, the other day we saw NIP's women's team play a little bit. They actually did okay against ARCRED, but ARCRED did make it through and then got into that decider match that we can see right there after losing to 500. And I think here, realistically, for me, looking at these two games, or looking at this final decider match, I should say, I think that 33 do have better name value than ARCRED and should be the favourites to take this one.
Yeah, even though they're not under an organization right now, the 33 roster is a team that I was actually quite enjoying at the end of their stint on Rush B. At the start of the year, I was actually really critical of them, and I used to come into kind of every time I'd watch them play and be like, this is the Zinni and the Texi show, and if these two don't step up, then it's straight GG. And whilst that was still true throughout their time of Rush B in 2025, I feel like it did at least mold a little bit differently. Like there still was that consistency from others, and honestly I was really enjoying Rush B. But now they're in a position where they're unorged, their kind of next star, their boy who's going to go make it big in the form of Texi, 18 years old. He's been poached by Gun 5 while they're not under an organization, and they have got Blue White in, who is a pretty decent young player as well, coming from like the kind of academy system of CIS. But this 33 project right now, because it's not orged and because it has now not gone far enough in the tier 2 European scene, I'm struggling to see what the kind of next step is for them. And I think a playoffs, just even qualification, is massive for where they are right now.
Yeah, I don't think they're in one of the best spots right now either.
Not at all.
I'm not entirely confident with what I've seen from them on the server, but I do think they're in a better place than a couple of other teams at this level, but purely because they've still got that Rush B core, right?
Yeah.
Got a core that has still been getting some decent synergies together. And I think if you are going to look out for two players on that team, it'll probably be Zinni and Executor to keep a lookout for. When it comes to ARCRED, I really don't know how to feel about this roster. I'm not high on them really at all at the moment. They've had one decent LAN tournament at the Land to Land Bet Boom event the other week. I think it was a couple of months ago, right? It was okay. They played well, but that was with a slightly different roster, and now I'm not sure what the direction is with the new team. ARCRED has always been known as a team that's kind of focused on the Uzbekistan talent. Ryujin and DSSJ are two of those. Ryujin in particular, I've always been quite an enjoyer of Ryujin, but I think I need to see more from him at this sort of level to really prove that he's got what it takes for an upgrade, because he did leave ARCRED all of a few months, right? Before that, he was on ARCRED for like 4 years and was like, okay, I didn't do great on one win, and he's gone straight back. So, yeah, not entirely happy yet with his progress.
I feel like he had his opportunity, got thrown into a 1-win that was just evidently not a good, stable roster anyways. I don't think that was inherently a product of him not doing well. I think it was also very clear that that 1-win roster was just a bit all over the place. Like, I don't know. They had roster changes throughout. It never looked super secure, but I think it was something we were saying, and I guess somewhat repeating what you're saying of like Ryujin a couple years ago was the next big thing coming out of the CIS region from a youngster, and very quickly proved to just not really do much. I still believe he might have it in him, but unfortunately he's now in a position where 3 years ago is just, if anything, got worse. But that result on LAN, the LAN to LAN bet boom, yeah, I think that was actually a really, really, really good result for them. And if it's just the fact that they haven't continued it, you know, like that was it, right? That was 3 months ago, and they've barely done basically anything since. The best player at that LAN, SHG, is not on their roster anymore. They've signed quite an unknown Reds, who played 2 best of 3s before he joined ARCRED. He's had a few decent performances here or there.
Yeah.
But he's only got a handful of games on HLTV, and I feel like his ARCRED roster, they gave me hopes when I saw them make second place on Delan, and then ever since it's just been like, okay, they're back to kind of,
Yeah, I think is a good way to describe them, honestly, and we'll have to see if that turns out to be more meh today for them. Ancient will be the pick of ARCRED, and 33 will go for Nuke. I think that's kind of expected, going by these two teams. Nuke is Ancient is a map that 33 play a lot, 28 times last 3 months, and if you look at Nuke, not one that ARCRED really play a hell of a lot at all. Only have actually 1 map on record on Nuke in recent times, and that is Rush B's. The ex-Rush B team's bread and butter, going back to the Rush B days, and now in the 33 guys, they play it all the time. It's their main pick. They played it 38 times last 3 months. It's the main one they stick to, and they're favoured if we go to a map 3 of Mirage as well, with a decent win rate on that map. So I would be surprised if 33 don't win here today. That was my prediction beforehand. The veto was always going to look good for them. Even though ARCRED have had an okay train in recent times, that's also one that 33 play to a pretty good level. So that's why they didn't decide to play it. But the veto's gone their way, and I think the game will go their way as well.
I think it is interesting to me to not see a train just in the veto anywhere, really. Like, I would have just assumed that maybe somewhere it would have been placed in. But I think for 33, it favors massively to go to a Mirage to decide it. If we get there, it favors massively to go to a Mirage, even though they're really good on train. And I think they might be better from what I've seen on train than Mirage, but you're then playing against the weaknesses of ARCRED of, okay, we're great on train, but they're also all right on train, and they're pretty bad at Mirage. So it's better just to kind of hedge your bets, play safely. This should be a tournament and a group that sees 33 go through. If ARCRED win this game, that's a really monumental success for them in the, I guess, CIS derby. The fact that they're playing above a team like 33, but also just in isolation of this tournament, making playoffs would be very, it would be exactly how they would want to start the second half of the season. Because we were talking about that Delan. That was 3 months ago. Since then, they've played 1 open qualifier, they lost a mixed 22-10, and then they've played 1 other tournament apart from this, where they went 1-3 in the CCT Series 4 main Swiss. They've basically done nothing for the past 3-4 months, and just even making playoffs here over a regional team that would be placed higher than them definitely should be a result to celebrate.
Yeah, for sure. And I think as well, like our little head-to-head we had there with Zinni and Rurjin, those are the 2 players we need to keep a close eye on, right? Because Zinni, I think alongside Executor, probably the 2 names I'd pick out still on 33. They were good on Rush B as well. But, you know, Texi had Texi and Nota before at some points during their careers, right? So it's a little bit of different guys now. And if you look at, for ARCRED, we want to see more from Rurjin. We've said it already. I think I saw him play very well in the one game I saw him play. I think it was not in this tournament, actually, even though I did cast him in this tournament. It was a couple of weeks ago, so he's playing okay, but yeah, he was so promising at one point during his career, and that's kind of tailed off a little bit. So while we wait for this game to get ready and the server to be ready, we're going to go to a bit of a break, and when we're back, we'll jump into map 1. And we're ready for the beginning of this series, a decider match in the group for Thunderpick EU Series 2. Looking forward to seeing which one of these two teams make it through. And I would pick 33 from this head-to-head. Let's see how we go. We've seen some interesting calls from ARCRED and 33 on their pistols, actually, in the last couple of days in their previous matches. More of a standard one coming in here. ARCRED with the utility on Getjeka and Kinky with the kit.
Can't say I've seen them all too often in recent history. I remember actually I watched them. The last time I watched 33 was the day that Rush B drops them. So that's a bit of, I guess, lore. It's been a long time, and I'm hoping to see if they still play at the level that I know they once used to play at. Unfortunately for ARCRED, even though they are going to get the bomb down in this 3 versus 5, it's going to be very difficult for them to hold onto the bomb. There's a kit on Kinky, and 33 have a 5 versus 3 advantage.
I think he's got those double flashes as well. He's given those to Zinni because he's low HP. Zinni can just run in and after using those flashes and to set up his teammates. There's one to check ramp, and there'll be another one coming over right now. He does get dropped straight away, though, by RedZ, and RedZ's doing a great job. He's found 2 already. And Rygen is looking to do more damage as well. Lots of damage to Executor. He'll finally get 1 kill, but out of bullets, has to reload, has to jump away. He'll be saving his Kevlar, and ARCRED will clinch that pistol in the end.
I mean, this guy... How are we pronouncing this? Reds?
I'll say RedZ. That's fine by me.
RedZ, yeah, RedZ. Like, he's the guy who's come in to replace SHG. SHG was the main factor for success at the Bet Boom Delam. So you already have quite high expectations when Ryujin played really badly that LAN. SHG played really well, and they still made second. When I look at RedZ, I have then that expectation of he's a very young guy. He must be able to pack quite a big punch. And in a position where ARCRED, I don't think they should have won that round. They did because that main man. Issue is right away into the next. Zinni shows them what a talent really looks like and clinches a double with a 5-7.
That's pretty crazy. Already gives him such a huge advantage in the round as well. Get Jekka down to 29 HP. That 1 kill in return. Kinky's definitely not the player you should be looking at for the numbers on this team. He's more like the old school in-game leader. Been around for a long time now at this point. Some old rosters that he's been a part of in CS history that might ring a few bells if you look through his team history on HLTV. Blue-White with a nice little jiggle headshot there on Ryujin. Ryujin and Ryujin on the same team is always a bit of a mouthful.
It's a fun one.
We'll deal with it. And it's only Getjeka left, who probably will be going down in a split second. He's bypassed Blue-White.
How bizarre.
Like ships in the night, as they would say. He's been seen. There we go. And Executor will catch him in the side. So all good for 33. They actually win their force. With 4 players alive, they steal 2 Galils and an AK.
I mean, that's a crazy round where 99 out of 100 times, that doesn't work. It only works because Zinni hits 2 really nice headshots and just positions himself correctly that the Molotov doesn't connect. And I really don't know how he's been able to achieve that. And basically, as soon as you get those 2 kills, ARCRED just fall completely apart. 33 are able then to push on other extremities while all the confusion's going on towards the lane, directed towards cave. And ARCRED, yeah, they just fall apart solely because of that 2 from Zinni, and then everyone else reacting appropriately off that. So it's a very good step in the right direction for 33. After losing a pistol round that they should have won, they had a 2-man advantage. They go back to winning ways and force ARCRED onto Deagle armor as they didn't even get the bomb down.
And it's crazy, round 3 already, and because of that win, 33 have a bit of money in reserve as well. Not having to buy up a rifle after winning the round, just taking some for free. And those will be very useful.
Okie dokie.
Hero's going to go for a pick with the scout. Gets met by the Deagle, and the pistols once again are doing work. Just like that, the Deegs are probably set up 33 for a retake that should not be happening.
And this is the nail in the coffin. Rajin's coming through from behind. I was going to say this should be the nail in the coffin, but I don't think he's even going to be needed. Executor is doing good work, but then exactly as I mentioned, Rajan's coming in from behind. Executor, he's just never expecting someone to come this late from Red Room and, yeah, get shot in the back. Good. You know, Executor tried his best there, but ultimately it's Red Zed with another phenomenal performance.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy. 7 and 2 already.
All pistols.
Those exactly. Those
sorry,
digs,
one AK.
Those digs should not have done that much damage, but once the scout went down, they decided to go off of that, and it worked pretty much perfectly. Blue White will go and aggress down mid, but only his opening utility to fight with.
It's like a cool gimmick from ARCRED. Like, okay, we're going to try pick off the scout, I think it was on long. And it's just everything worked perfectly because 3 people hit instant deagle shots. And it's like, how do you even prepare against that? Like, that's not even negative, the 33. It's like, how do you prepare against someone just hitting 3 deagles? But GG go next, and ARCRED have some good space out A potentially, as Executor caught on an awkward timing. He's only got a deagle. Oh, he's just spotted the shadow.
Thing is, though, I don't think solitary deagle will do much. He needs help.
Yeah.
There's a couple of deagles for ARCRED when they won their round. Double Red Room. The MP no Kiro does well to find one. Harder to control, of course, at that range. But Zinni makes it work against Ryujin as well. Good trade. And they know at least one is toward Donut as well, do ARCRED. Poke up CT. Blue White's here with the M4. Actually set up in decent positions, and they're walking in. They're walking into the crossfire. This might not be very nice, and Blue White delivers it on a plate. He manages to hop away with the AK as well. Get Jekka trying to chase him down, but Blue White's played that to absolute perfection. 3 kills and baited into perfection as well.
Yeah, that was one of those rounds where I don't think anyone inherently played badly. The only issue would have been if ARCRED had utility, they wouldn't have had to force the issue donut. And the reason why that bait works so well is because the deagle actively shows his presence beforehand, and then he knows they know he can't cross over. So they tunnel vision on the left, and that's when Blue White just never shifts a muscle. It's quite a bold call to make, and it takes a lot of balls to not move from that position. But Blue White plays that perfectly. But for ARCRED, it's a sound cool. They just get outplayed. And now we go back into this constant cycle of forced by wars. It's a little bit better this time because it's not just pistols, but ARCRED, they still got their work cut out for them.
You'll get a bit of information. All away with that now. He's got a bit of help with Kiro's M4 on site as well. They have allowed them to get quite close up, though, toward the corner of cave there. And Ryujin once again showing presence in toward red, like he's all the way through there. They now know about that. They've been distracted by that, actually. They've put 2 players over to try and clear out that position of red. Make that 3, actually, as they rotate one over from A. So they've kind of left B open.
Yeah, this is going to have to be a full B retake. And 33, sure, we're getting that information middle, but it's coming a little bit too late. They're going to be in position to retake from heaven, but that's when if Rajan goes unchecked, he could go nuclear, and they're not checking him. He's only got a deagle, though. This is going to be so difficult. Oh, they clear him. That's so unfortunate. And while we had all our attention towards middle and elbow, there has been at least some success for ARCRED over towards CT. Issue is, there's utility that's able to hold them at bay. Ryujin, how has that happened? Jumping AK headshot through the smoke, but it's all in vain. And a very crazy round means that 33 finally break the force by wars.
Yeah, well done for 33 there for realizing they needed to just defuse. Like,
yeah,
stick yourself behind the pillar, hold the defuse. If you use the first player, it doesn't actually matter. You're just going to be safe with your second teammate holding the diffuser, so making sure no one gets anywhere near him. But yeah, that was really awkward for the deagle bottom mid, right? Because you could see he was crouching, trying to line up at least 1, and knowing there's a chance for 2. It may look silly that he just watched 3 players walk past him without actually getting any shots off at all. But if you had a rifle, you go for a tap on the first and try and spray down the other 2. If you've got a deagle, it's 10 times more difficult. And even if he did find that 1 kill, would that have actually changed the outcome of the round? I'm not so sure.
Probably not. He would have had to unfortunately get 2 or get 1 and like full hide. Wait, a lot of if, buts, and maybes. And this is just the position where we hope to see some normality. Yeah, never mind. Didn't want to anyways. Executor, he can only get 2. How Zinni died there. Zinni somehow doesn't get a single kill from long. And this means that Kiro's in a 1 versus 1. We've been talking a big game for Ryujin. We said he's a prospect that we haven't maybe seen much in recent history. Well, now, this is a 1 versus 2 in a full eco round. We said back to normality, but instead, the chaos might just be getting started. And with this AWP on Kiro, the Molotov lands perfectly. Is he holding for the swing? Yes, but he misses! And Ryujin can't capitalize upon that either, but he does survive. There is a kit for Kiro, but the bomb's ticking down, and he's lost it. There's no time left. Ryujin just survives, does get the kill in the end. He's going to go down with the ship, and ARCRED, they call me silly. The chaos is only just getting started.
I know this is benefit of hindsight, we're all experts after the event, so on and so forth. But if Kiro held that defuse,
probably wins.
He wins, because it got to, what, 4.8 on the clock on our screen? So, yeah. He tapped it with like 10 seconds to go. And then the clock got to like 4.8 seconds from the bomb. So he would have got the 5 seconds off with the kit. Oh well. It is what it is. They're going to have to lick their wounds and come back after that, because that's a really annoying one to lose, like you said. You just thought you got control of the economy, won the Force Supply War. Not the case.
What a game we have. What a game. Well, I haven't casted for about 3 weeks, so we may as well throw me back into the deep end, shouldn't we, Trav?
Yeah, we did.
I don't actually remember the last time I saw ARCRED play a game of Counter-Strike. Like, it... Long time. But we're back. And the roster hasn't actually changed much since when I think I last saw them, which was a long time ago.
By the way, I had a quick look in Twitch chat. Axel, which I believe is the person you were talking about before we went live, he said Ryujin's an IGL right now. So
that's a change.
That is a change, and I appreciate you letting us know that information. Whether he's an IGL or not, he's still fragging pretty well. He's got 9 kills in this game. He's found 1 there on this hold. Then comes the Magnus.
What's going on?
And he is defusing still. No bullets. It doesn't matter. With a 10-second defuse, not a 5-second defuse. So DSSJ puts in a great performance to manage to pull out the clock and finish off a 6 spray down.
Okay, so Ryujin, we were slating him a little bit, but now I feel like I need to retract some of those statements. That's an interesting career trajectory for him. IGLing. There's a bit of a... Am I correct in saying there's a bit of a shortage of IGLs in the CIS region right now? Like, Jerry hasn't been around for a long time. Alpha hasn't really been, like, working. James gone back to IGLing, okay. But, like, am I right in saying there's probably quite a big opening for a good IGL? Like, because Neelan, like, what's he been doing?
Yeah, it's a good question. Like, I think players who have the ability to transition into an in-game leader, I do think are valuable. Because if they have good name value as a fragger, then if they can put that to good use and in-game lead as well, makes you even more valuable than before.
Best of both worlds, right?
Exactly, right?
But then do you want to be a mid-IGL and a mid-fragger? It's kind of like the catch-22.
It's funny, isn't it? Because, like, we have seen players move into an in-game leader role, try and go back, and they've never been the same. So
Nico was like that for a little bit. And, like, people say a lot of, like, when you start thinking to that certain level, you could never unthink. It's weird.
Yes, exactly. We look at Jame on Paravision. In his VP and the Vanguard days, constantly the AWP in-game leader. For Paravision a little bit, Kickert in-game led. And Jame was like, okay, I can't let go. Bye-bye, Kickert. I'm the captain again.
Which is a weird one because I think Jane was actually individually playing really well. He's one of the people that I guess counteracts our point of he went back to normal player and he fragged even better. But yeah, I guess I don't know what Kikut's doing right now. Like Jerry seems to be in an eternal contract hell.
I think he just wants to stream,
bizarre.
Jerry. I don't think he has any desire to play on a full-time team anymore. I think he's doing really well as a streamer.
He was our GOAT.
He was. I love Jerry. Remember there was a time where everyone wanted him on Na'Vi for like a period of at least like 2 or 3 months because he was doing so well with Forza.
I would have loved to see him on a team with backing instead of being like a Forza where you were always getting the players and having them poached. Actually have the team, because he never had, even when he had like the best team at his disposal, it was never the best.
To be fair, I do think one of the positives with him taking someone Forza is he was like in quite a bit of control of the team.
Oh, for sure, right?
So I think that's probably why he was happy on that team for so long.
Yeah, don't blame him. Anyways, there's Counter-Strike on. This is the first gun round, by the way. We're round 9.
True. First proper gun round, you are right. Executor will hold on to Red Room. Ryujin will drop. That smoke for Kinky is a bit awkward because they could just walk through the corner of it. There was some players toward ramp, but it's only one, and it's the AWPer, which is extra awkward. They have bypassed each other in the smoke, but it's not going to matter because DSSJ is the last alive, and Zinni will deal with both of them. Nice fragging from Zinni, 2 kills, 9 on the board, and 4 on the board for 33.
Kinky looked very uncomfortable there, but he gets away with it because of the support from his teammates. It's the mass rotation onto the B bomb site because they cleared out Red Room. Like that whole round comes from Executor getting that clean kill in Red Room, going mid's clear. Oh, there's presence towards B. Let's go B. And also saving the utility for ramp and having that Molotov for cave is just actually really good fundamentals from 33. And I think Kinky looked uncomfortable there, gets kind of saved because of his teammates' proactiveness. So keeping this game very competitive. On the first gun round, 33 take it very dominantly, and now it's a different change-up from ARCRED. They're looking to mix A. Or not.
I have been very insistent for the majority of this T half, ARCRED, to have at least one player, pistol round or not, get presence in mid and Red Room. I've been lots of pushes up toward that position. Well, there are 2 players for 33 trying to keep an eye on it. Redzin and Ryujin now are doing some work. Kyo needs to trade. Oh, a little bit nervy there for a second, but he gets away with it and recovers the man advantage.
There's definitely a possibility for a bomb to go down here. Executor is going to get over towards A in the right timing. And I really don't want to see him fight for this. Just play the time. He's going to get all of the information. They're planting the bomb on this A bomb site. And you can see Ryujin's holding for him. Ryujin wants him to go for this move, but at the worst timing. Ryujin looks away. Executor, he fights with his teammates as well. When he takes that duel, they're also coming in from CT. So there was double layers to that. And 33 now even the scoreline. But because a bomb goes down, there could be a little bit extra purchase coming into the next from ARCRED.
Yeah, the thing is, like, how much do they want to invest when it's the penultimate round of the half, right? You're gonna want a proper buy for round 12, but look, they've gone all in. And they can get 3 rifles out. In their mind, that's enough. And it might be.
Yeah, it's been a super weird game. It's felt like no one's had the lead, but 33 have played better in my eyes, especially on the gun rounds, right? Blue-White looks like he's getting away with murder in middle. There's not too much to take away from that, apart from he swung and killed them quite fast. ARCRED tried to make a play out of the smoke. They try to get gimmicky, something they haven't done before, and it just doesn't really work in their favor. This round that you said, oh, it's penultimate, they're not going to want to buy much into it. That they have to an extreme amount, and it's not even remotely gone successfully yet, which then kind of bleeds disaster for then round 12.
Blue White playing the gap angle in Donut there, watching for any information of a player creeping through. Pixel. Smoke will block off that play now. Once again, ARCRED up toward red. You do have a player on their team with red in their name, and their entire org has red in the name. Maybe that's why they love this position so much. Kinky's got a lot on his plate, but he's got Kiro's support and a crossfire to work out too, but they have managed to break through it. And there's Red Z getting information on Blue White as well, knowing exactly where he's playing from. That flash bursts right in Red Z's eyes. He's actually going to go for the stick on the plant here. Blue White's happy to let him have it, knowing that he's got two teammates coming in on the rotation, and in the end that was the right call, giving him nothing whatsoever other than that plant. The plant will give them a decent buy in that final round of the half, but 33 are doing well here.
I like seeing that discipline from Blue White. He's a very young player. I mean, he has had a bit of tenure over the last year and a half when the Aurora Youngblood roster started picking up. So I think it's unfair to call him a young player anymore. But that type of discipline is actually a really good look. I know it's a very micro detail. It's a 3 versus 1. But the fact he doesn't swing, the fact he doesn't give away that duel unnecessarily, sure, in the moment, it would have actually meant that they denied the bomb. But in the grand scheme of things, I think that's a really positive look for a player of his stature right now. And by large, 33, it's 6-5. They look far and away the better team to me currently. And everyone's performing that should. Also, unfortunately, Kinky. Wow, Trav, what a nade and what a counterplay from 33.
The riflers on 33 are looking good now. What did we say about the team? Executor and Zinni? 28 kills between them.
Yep.
Those are the two. It's not even necessarily because of the roles they play either. That does help, of course, but they usually are the two that step up.
Trav, sorry to cut you off. I die to see the util damage from this round. There you go again. Another nade. I don't know what it was, but you know when Carrigan shouted in the major, you guys, do you know what call we just did? Counter long pop. What did you do? Long pop. That was exactly what just happened there. 33 did the exact right utility to counteract, to be rush. They had the right players there at the right time. And guess what? They just ran into it. The only way this is safe now is if someone goes nuclear, and that doesn't look like it's going to be the case. Kiro just swings and wins it out. That's the half being closed out by 33, 7-5. Very dominantly.
Yeah, and I mean, honestly, 7-5 is it feels like it's not as dominant as it should be, you know? Because ARCRED have been playing okay, but I think they'll actually be delighted with 5T rounds. If you look at this, Raijin 4-10, DSSJ 4-10, and if you remember, I believe he got all 4 of his kills in one round. Am I right in saying that? It was that play on A where he got the last kill with the Glock in the afterplan.
Oh. God, yeah, he got all his kills from one round against a low buy.
So all his 4 kills came in one round. Get Checkers 3-10. You've only got Ryujin and Redzen really putting in numbers, whereas 33 are fragging a lot better across the board. So yeah, to get 5 on T, knowing all that, I think they're more in the game than perhaps they should be.
Yeah. I mean, that was what when I look at this 7-3, 7-5, super misleading. What was that in the row? 4 in a row for 33? And they were also kind of when the chaos stopped. Round 9 was the first gun round. And that's when 33 started winning more. And that's when I feel like the game properly started getting going. So they won 4 in a row on the trot. And I think that's really setting the tone, not only for this map, but for the series. This is ARCRED's map pick, and they're not giving me anything as of now to be that excited about. Red Z and Ryushin, specifically the former, those are kind of my only 2 saving graces.
Second half underway. There have been a few CT pistol rounds in Thunderpick so far where I've seen a strat of 4 sets of dualies for either one of 33 or ARCRED. It's ARCRED who tried that a couple of times. Not something I'm a huge lover of. 2 is the maximum I'd usually go for. Opening tap on toward Kiro though. From Raijin.
What a
Red Dead's
flank.
got all the information here in the world.
They've
Blue White
checked him.
is looking at it though, so that's pretty annoying. But look how many players are about to be in mid. 4 CTs are rotating in, and 33 are choosing to brawl their way out. And you know what? It's working.
I don't know how. Red Zed's really unfortunate there because they weren't checking for his flank. They were checking for someone to come from shelf. And he met in the intersect where those 2 paths would meet. So he gets caught on just that really unfortunate timing. And the only way 33 lose this is if they double think themselves, go back towards B, Blue White's not with them, and Ryujin hits 2 1-taps. It feels like that's not going to happen. So the bomb should get planted. ARCRED, they won the first pistol round, and that resulted in them not able to string more than 2 rounds together in the first half, if I'm not mistaken, overall. And that was only against they got 3 rounds in a row at one stage. None of them were against rifles. They won the pistol. They only got 5. So I see the fact that 33 have won this second pistol round. There's a very high chance this game ends within the realms of 13-7, 13-6, 13-5.
That's a really nice little protocol even at the end there, right?
I agree. I was going to say, that was sick.
Literally perfect flash. They didn't have to use it. They probably win the round either way, but using it to guarantee the kill was very clean.
Better safe than sorry. I think with Counter-Strike, that's kind of the main aim of the game.
Five 7. You know how dangerous it can be. Zinni will go down, but no more than 1 for Raijin.
Taste of his own medicine. Wasn't it Zinni who did the unthinkable in the first half?
You actually get 2, yeah. And we had a force buy war that went on for, what, 6 or 7 rounds, if not more. So we'll see if ARCRED can make that happen now. And they've pushed on a really good timing. There are 3 players here, by the way. Red Zed has caught Kiro trying to prime a play, and just like that, we could be doing the first half all over again.
I've been here before, but Blue-White goes maybe not
Nice.
today, boys. It's a little bit lumbered on the third, but overall, that was pretty nice. He actually just simply saves it. I don't think that was even the cleanest of sprays. There's just bad trade spacing and bad trades from ARCRED there that allows this new player with high expectations to thrive. And oh my god, that got a little bit scary for a second. But the SSJ gets his first kill since he got the 4 in 1 round many moons ago. But it's interesting, Trav, you never really mentioned Blue-White at the start. You put most of your emphasis towards Executor and Zinni. And Executor was the one that kind of caught me off guard because, as I mentioned before, for me, Rush B for a long time was just the Zinni and Texi show. So I would then assume Blue-White coming in, him to take up a little bit of that responsibility. But I think Executor would be the one where if he steps up, that's when it turns from good to great.
That's a really important recovery from Blue-White. And that should make the difference here. They've got a free round to eat up thanks to his hard work. Back 10 will easily deal with 1. And Kiro smartly does check long, so they know Red Zed's there. And that Molotov will spread in its last embers. Even more annoying. Kinky will get the kill for that. Hero did realise there was one player there because he saw the flashes being primed for that player in that corner. So he deduced the fact there was one more there. 10-5. Clean.
10-5, and this gun round, if ARCRED won a slither of hope, it starts now. They do have at least the weaponry, no kit. And I don't think that's going to matter. Executor doesn't stop moving, and he's just found two towards middle. DSSJ, how does he not get that? I don't know how. How does he not get that? How is Executor able to, on low HP, change to an A1S and win that duel? Is beyond me. But Trav, you called Executor out at the start. You said he's a player to watch, and you couldn't have been any more correct. 22-6 is just kind of crazy, and he's basically won this round in this game single-handedly.
Yeah. Very happy that a prediction of mine has played out well.
He knows ball.
It's like this has happened multiple times with this Rush B team now, right? When notes left, Pexi needed to pick up the bill. Pexi picked up the bill. Who's next? It was Zinni. And now Zinni's still here, sure, but you can't only have a Zinni. With Executor playing well as well, it does make this team dangerous in Tier 2. That's for sure.
Yeah, I think it was what I was saying at the beginning of, like, it felt too much like the Texi and Zinni show for me at the start of the year. And I think it's really unfortunate that Rush B dropped them when they did, because I was seeing, I saw them a lot in a very short period of time, so I guess there's maybe a little bit of bias there, but there was just a very apparent upwards trajectory for them, and then Rush B drops them. And I don't know what that does to a team. Like, that could really just kill a team.
Rajin, he sees what's coming, but trying to run around with that MP9, trying to make himself hard to hit. Afraid. No way in. Blue White will deal with Rajin. There's Zinni with a hard clear on Red Zed. Blue White is dealing with these players calmly in middle. 2 kills for him. Think he will trade. DSSJ gets his 1 kill. 33. 1 away from map 1. It is important to mention as well that technically this was the ARCRED pick, but we all know 33 played it a lot more than them, and I've looked a little bit better on it as well.
We both said that 33 were going to be the winners. I just didn't realize it'd be this severe, especially after the close back and forth. I was like, we might at least have something going, but it's been quite the opposite. And a very standard play on the T side, but with a slight difference. They're going out not straight away. Okay, 33, they've even baited me. I thought they were going to go through that smoke with the flashbangs, but have decided not to. And are now just playing a little bit slower into the mid-round.
Rajin doing his best with the raid boss. It is Executor, at least. Flash from Zinni, though. That will hold them at bay in lane, and Get Jekka can't push through the smoke on a good timing. You only need to get a timing to trade. That is all. And Get Jekka 40, Rajin 30. Not the healthiest positions for them to try and save the game. Mom is also just waiting outside B right now, so they haven't even made a call that they want to stick to just yet. There's a clear in mid. That removes Rajin. And the bomb can now start to make its way up lane.
Yeah, it's going to be just a very simple tap-in. Not a single round being won in the second half for ARCRED. DSSJ, he had a 4K to win out one of the back and forth chaotic rounds, but ever since then he's only had 3 kills, and they've none of them been in an impactful scenario. This could be where he changes his luck, A 1 versus 3 in total would be what is needed, and Kiro is the first stop, holding his angle. He misses, but then Kinky, the old dog, can still hit a nice one tap. And in our final game in Group A, 33 take their opponent's map pick and put themselves one step away from parking their car into the Thunderpick European Series 2 playoffs.
You know what's crazy about that as well? The two players who we said keep an eye on, they both actually ended on 22 kills. 44 combined. Pretty crazy, right? That's the performance we wanted to see from them.
Nuts.
And they go into map 2, with it being their most played map, with 38 times last 3 months. One of their favourites, because they're pretty good on it as well, not just the fact it's most played. And it's ARCRED's least played. It's a map they played once only with this current team, and that was, of course, only the other day against 500. So all the signs indicate a 33-0. We'll see if that comes to pass after the break.
He's going to force the kill in the last second. Right through the smoke. Look at him go.
A very dominant map 1 performance from 33. On their opponent's map pick, they clean shop. We assumed that this was actually going to be a pretty one-sided game, but Trav, I'll be honest, I don't think either of us expected it to be like that one-sided.
Yeah, I think the performances from Zinni and Executor were as I wanted to see, which is obviously a nice thing to get as well. When you call a couple of players out and want to see them play well, and they do, it's always feels good, especially I'm sure for them. And now go onto a map which, if you look at the numbers, technically should even be even more one-sided. We'll see if ARCRED can put a stop to that.
Yeah, I think unfortunately this is kind of set out to be a bit of a one-sided concoction. And already they're off to the races. Kiro with a double in the to put into a 5 versus 3. Ryushin, we found out now the IGL of the project is making this one contestable. There is a kit, there is a smoke, but he is now left completely by himself. And that is a supremely dominant way to close out and start as you mean to continue for 33.
That's a very good hold. Hitting their shots, really. Once they got control of the bomb site, didn't let go. ARCRED going to burst their way back in. Forcewell will come back into response here with 2 MP9s, a couple of deagles and a scout. 33 can avoid the force by wars, they're going to be in a good position.
Which is easier said than done, we found out from map 1.
That's true. How long did it go on for in the first half? Like 7 or 8 rounds or something?
I think round 9 was the first gun round. So if we minus probably 2, so round 7 would have probably been the the breaking point. But I think regardless, too long. And also the amusing thing is, it was actually ARCRED who ended up breaking away. So they were the ones who won out on the so-called force by wars, and yet they were the ones who then didn't get a single round in the second half, and into the first half also 5-7.
And unfortunately for ARCRED, just forced to save with what they forced into. The Deagle and the Scout here. 33 won't go hunting too much, want to build up their own money first. Every kill matters now, Freddy, as we all know, of course, getting that extra $50 per kill for everyone on the team.
Oh yeah, that's obviously because of the player break and whatnot. I guess it's been something that I've been a little bit out of. I haven't completely been around to see this new CT side economy. So yeah, it's gonna take me a little bit to get used to it. To be honest, I haven't really played around. Like I'm someone who really takes the player break. So yeah, I honestly haven't actually seen this come into effect properly to a proper like kind of high level competitive play.
Well, obviously there's a few. I think the main thing for me, the changes that have recently happened, I think that one is one of the best ones because it provides a little bit more help to the CT side without being too overpowered. It was Nico that said that like you can get 4 rifles on the second round of a half now, right? Rather than having to deal with 2 SMGs on the CT side and win the pistol. That gives you a bit more of a chance against the T force by.
It just makes it so that the T's don't always have this uncontestable purchase, right?
Yeah. Also, I think it's not just the not just that $50 as well. Lots of other small changes that you will have maybe not seen firsthand. Obviously, the animation changes are quite obvious to keep an eye on with the reload, and a couple of different sounds as well.
Yeah, it's so annoying, I'm not gonna lie.
A little bit awkward, a little bit different. 3 new boxes being added to train is an important one to call. Inferno's been changed ever so slightly.
What's the Inferno? I saw the train changes, and that made it. I mean, I assume CT sided by how Ivy was T side, but then the boxes on connector felt very CT sided.
Yeah, I think the main 3 changes are the removal of that little half wall behind coffin as you exit church. Change to the first orange boxes to make them easier to climb up.
Okay.
And then re-adding the railing to the exit of A apartments, which is a little bit annoying. I think that's just a little bit cluttery again, but
they made it worse though. I saw like it doesn't.
Yeah.
It's not. They haven't added it directly copy and paste. Like they've made it. It looks weirder.
it's not something like that's probably my least favorite change actually of the update. But there we are.
MP9's now nerfed.
Yep. I've been seeing a few more UMPs, but mostly players are continuing to stick with the MP9. It's just a lot harder to control mid-spray and mid-range now.
The thing is, it was just so much better that a nerf, I think, just makes it, like, still better, but just not broken better.
Yeah.
But game on hand. We have our first gun round a lot earlier on now. It's actually ARCRED to get the opening kill. DSSJ with the AWP. I don't think we saw him get a single AWP in that first game, in that first map. So it's good to see him at least be able to wield the big green now. And he's had good impact, but unfortunately isn't able to support ramp maybe just exactly how he wanted to. And 33 have a very clear pathway down towards his lower bomb site. Rasian is moving in from secret, but when this bomb goes down, there is going to be certainly a lot of breathing room for 33 for the first 10 to 15 seconds.
And we'll go down toward B. They will be hearing a couple of these rotations down through the vent. I think he'll put himself in a good position, and Raijin does a shift in to execute his crosshair. The easy response. Kiro catches Getjecker as well. All of a sudden, it's switched back around. Raijin is dead, and that means that Kit is on the floor. The SSJ was miles away from the play anyway. That will be a 4-33.
I don't know, yeah, that felt like a very weird reaction from ARCRED, because that round starts off so positively, and they get all the information, but then just kind of refuse to make that proactive play down towards B as a more unified stance. So 33, sure, they made the right move by freezing and not overplaying, but they definitely will come away from that thinking, we got away with that really easily.
Considering it was a 3v4, yeah. Agree entirely. I think that's one of the main things with this particular ARCRED roster. DSSJ, you know, been around for a very long time. Like, he's been an ARCRED stalwart. Like, literally, it's his only ever professional team on HLTV from February 2020 to now. He's kind of like the, well, the K-Sarata of Uzbekistan or something like that. Like a one-team man. But, yeah. The issue is I don't feel like he's good enough on the AWP at this level. We'll see if that changes over the course of this particular map and he improves, but it doesn't look like ARCRED to get off the board here. Or get on the board, not off the board. Off the bottom of the board. At least.
Of all rounds to win, this wouldn't have been the one that I anticipated, but Blue-White might still have something to say about it. He does have a free pathway to pick up that bomb, but it's what he does from here now that might be a bit convoluted. Looks like he's going to go towards the A-bomb site. Getjecker, the first obstacle. Second vent. He's currently mostly holding towards heaven. There seems to be a bit of miscommunication somewhere. Getjecker wasn't exactly ready for that play from Blue-White. But now Blue-White will expect Red Z and his speed from ramp. Bomb planted. The smoke gives him a position to play around. But DSSJ spamming, taking the majority of the attention. And that means the youngster can just swoop in and shoot Blue-White in the back of the head. That means ARCRED, that's their first round since they were up 5-3 on Ancient.
Damn. A good point. It's been a while. You mentioned that distraction from DSSJ as well. That's actually, like, not even a... You might think that's, like, unnecessary. But, you know, to be fair, even if there's 1% chance Blue-White could look back and kill the teammate who was flanking, we want to try and avoid that. DSSJ does the right thing. Gets the AWP back out. one round on the board, they can go again.
Proactive play outside. TPuDCATb takes the first contact. They're going to be potentially tunnel vision. And now this should bait in perfectly Ryujin and then also Rajin. And there you go. It's just perfect. They are able to trade off each other. If Ryujin is getting... If they can trade Ryujin, that means then they expose themselves to Rajin. So it all just works perfectly for ARCRED. But there's still a possibility in a way in. This 2 versus 4 has now come down to a 2 versus 2. RedZ locked on the back of the bomb site, but he's able to fight his way out. And just in the nick of time, DSSJ also swoops through, and ARCRED double down.
And a chance to get control of the economy all of a sudden as well. 33 have been in a good position for a long time, as you say. That streak of rounds goes back to quite a long way back in map 1. Is GSSJ ready for Kiro to be so close here? Flash. Oh, it's okay, but it allows still allow DSSJ to get the opening pick. Problem is, playing in this position, it's very hard to get out of there. He needs rifler support, and he's going to get it. It's a lovely hold. RedZ and DSSJ have complete control of that ramp push. And that was a little bit too simple from 33, I'd like to say.
Yeah. They've been going towards ramp a lot, haven't they? And they have succeeded, but this feels like the first time that RedZ goes, no. You're not getting past me. And RedZ, I had a lot of question marks and expectations. I was like, what expectations are going to get fulfilled? Like, what's going to happen with him? And he had a very good start to Ancient. He had a very good game of a rule, but it was just the impact of his frags when they started losing were not apparent at all. And so far, he has been influential in the rounds that ARCRED have won. So that's a very good sign for the future. And there is a moment of grace. It's just an interesting purchase from 33 because they've put a lot into this, but it was supposed to be the round where they didn't put much in.
Yeah, these are always dangerous. Especially on Nuke when you can go for these fast A plays. A couple of the right flashes.
Ryujin's in a great position for this though, by the way. If he's able to dodge the flashes, he just mows them down. And GetJekka's just spot Executor. So all these outside smokes, they should know this is a ruse. The issue is ARCRED have rotated a lot of people down towards B. So even though they might have had that early information, there's not many players here to defend. And Ryujin, as I mentioned, he's in a great position. He probably should have been traded, but they hold on sturdily.
Something to work with here now. 4 rounds in a row. PT Nuke, you'd expect them to be on the scoreboard to a decent extent, and even if 33 were to, say, lose the half 5-7 from here, I think they'd be in a good position.
No bomb down as well in the previous just means that 33 have once again, you know, what was the point of overspending? Kinky's on a Galil and a Flash.
DSSJ will just manage to get down the vent without getting taken down. Oh, okay. It's actually worked out better than I thought. And DSSJ does come back up the vent. I wanted to see a bit more from him on the AWP, and you know what? He's given it to me. I asked for more. He said, yes, Travis. Anything for you. He's up to 8 kills now. A nice little no-scope through the corner of the smoke, and fly up to get the final kill. ARCRED suddenly are in the ascendancy. None of these last few rounds have been close at all.
Yeah, she specifically was like, yes, Travis.
Yeah, you can hear me clearly.
Anything for you. Okay, ARCRED again, you know, they're looking better now than they ever really did on Ancient, truth be told. They're going to go for another fast play towards A. Through door they go. It's a very awkward position from Get Jacob. He does really well to come back up the vent and get 2 kills. Red Z once again having big impact. He was over towards the A bomb site because DSSG relieved him of his duties as he was starting towards ramp. And overall, that was a perfect call and a perfect shutdown from the CT side.
That's 6 in a row. Keep
Clean
counting.
as well, to be honest.
Yeah, maybe we have a series on here. We didn't think we would.
No, when it went to 4-0, I was like, oh, it's probably going to be quite one-sided, isn't it?
ARCRED don't play a hell of a lot of nuke, and there's a reason for that. It's because they were pretty bad on it for a good stretch with their older team. Although I would not be expecting a second player down towards Secret.
Yeah, that's unlucky, isn't it? Still, though, 33, that wasn't actually the game plan. This is chaos. Rasian's getting away with absolute murder this round, and it's this double layering that's really caught 33 off guard. There's pretty much every single instance there. 33 just didn't expect there to be a second player coming from wherever they got that kill, be it Rasian, Secret Rasian up the vent, or DSSJ coming from heaven.
Yeah, if you dig a little bit deeper into like ARCRED's previous nukes as well, like they're playing against some difficult opponents, Z10, BetBoom, Sashi, Johnny Speeds. Then they didn't play it for exactly 4 months until this very tournament with this new roster.
Well, they haven't also played much.
They haven't, but they did get 13-6 by the new 500. So this is their best nuke in quite a while.
That 500 game's a bit of a weird one because I feel like 500 should be playing to that level, so I don't think that's actually necessarily
Not a surprise, no.
I don't think it's actually that much of a surprise.
Well, 500 should have won that game, and they did, so it's fair.
End of the first half, 33 on a low purchase. Don't have much utility. They have got very good map control. This is astonishing how much map control they've been allowed to have. And it all looks like it's going to accumulate onto an exit towards A. And right now, ARCRED just none the wiser. Red says cheering outside. He goes, oh, I've got Kiro. Don't worry. There's someone literally above him.
Oh, that's a bit of a weird lobby setup for 33. It allows Zinni to get taken down for free, and Blue-White doesn't get anything from Heaven at all. How has that transpired? The rotation coming in from Red Z toward Heaven, and it looks like they realise now that the last 2 players are around that A-bomb site. They change it up. They duck and dive back down toward B straight away, and Kinky will get the bomb planted with that Mac-10, but he's going to be isolated behind the site. He knows it as well. With a Mac-10, he can't really fight at all. He'll have to use his flashes to maybe set up Executor. It's the only thing he really can do. Red Z and DSSJ, they obviously both have kits left. It's a 5 round of the half, so they'll obviously be going for it. Executor will see the first, drop down in toward Dark. That will allow DSSJ to push forward, and Kinky's actually found Red Z with that Mac-10. Fair play, he's doing a wonderful job right now as Kinky, and he will not even show himself to DSSJ at the end. It allows Executor to come in and help out. He gets the final kill, and 33 will get, as I said earlier, 5 on the half.
Actually, a very good ending, all things considered. I think having just that final round breaks up the momentum of ARCRED. Like, sure, you're still down by 2, but you're also going onto the city side of Nuke. That, obviously is a little bit more favorable. I think that's actually a very good end to the half for 33. And as well, all rounds to do with him when you have that low purchase. Also, Kinky, I don't know how he's got a kill onto Red Z there, but it was also giving me a minor heart attack when I was just like, please, they haven't molled you. They haven't naded you. they obviously don't have util. Please don't swing. And every time he jiggled, I was like, no, just don't. And he didn't. And it's all good. 33, yeah, 2 rounds down, but I still feel like they've got this one in their court.
I'm going to look outside at ARCRED with that P250 on Ryzen to try and take some picks long range. He's seeing 1 to begin with, and already he's lost his teammate right next to him. Blue-White's dealt with 1. Thankfully reacts to Kinky coming in from Secret. Blue-White actually might have to be the main man to recover this. He managed to get 1 more, 2 kills on the round. Bomb's being planted on an A in the meantime.
Not clearing them, and the crossfire is just too sharp. 33, they won the first pistol round from basically the exact same position. This actually feels very similar, but this time it's in favor of ARCRED, and now I'm starting to get a little bit scared of 33 and thinking that we could be going to a decider. ARCRED, they get a 3-round lead, and this is kind of the first time that we've been able to see them set sail in this series, but it's all going to come down to the first gun round for me.
I'm confident in 33 CT side. A little nade stack outside. Managed to find 1 kill actually early round here as well for 33. Probably on a full eco, they're not going to find much more than that though. The damage to DSSJ. No more than that.
Executor would be in a great position ordinarily, but no one's really near him. When I look at this scoreline and how this game's gone, I'm reversing a little bit back to what I used to think of 33, back when they were on Rush B, was that there was a reliance on individuals fragging, right? And map 1, we saw it tenfold, right? We saw Zinni, Executor, and then kind of a smidgen of Blue, right? And even like Kiro played really well with the AWP. Pause, it is a 1 versus 1. This was a full eco, guys. It's a full eco. Blue White's got a USP and he's got 2 kills. What are we doing? He's got an AK. Bomb's going to get planted, and Blue White, he's just dancing and prancing. He's in such a difficult position, has to hit the instant first bullet headshot, and at the worst moment, looks away. Okay, thanks for ruining my points. I guess they are still individually good enough.
That actually was way, way too close. I think 33 will be actually quite content with how that round went, even though they had a chance to win it. They've not allowed ARCRED to build up any money at all. So, 1 gun round win will set them up.
It will change everything. I mean, Kira's got the AWP. We both been critical, I think, of him. Mostly, oh, I definitely have. I don't think he's consistent enough. And in a map like this, we need to see him on Nuke City side get that consistency. Blue-White, he failed to win the 1v1 on the Eco last round, and he'll fail to win the gun kill against Rajan in main, and that also just sets Kiro up for disaster. In the blink of an eye, ARCRED hit double digits and played this round out cleaner than they did against the full Eco.
Where have 33 gone? Someone send out a search warrant. Not out of the game yet, but this is not what I expected from them. ARCRED have got something going here with their first nuke win in many a month. I can tell you it'll be their first nuke win since February against Spirit Academy in Challenger League.
Also,
and that was when they would still have Invisible and SHG as well. Still, it's a good win to have, getting one over Kiyosuke, but...
Yeah, I was going to say, that's like kind of crazy. I mean, they're playing Nuke pretty well, so I'm surprised they haven't played.
Yeah, I'll give it to them. The thing is that they haven't even really got close in any of the other games they played. That's the main thing, right? Like, they beat Spirit Academy. They then played it 2 days later against Z10, lost 13-5. Played it a month later, or a couple of weeks later against Bet Boom, lost 13-5.
Okay.
Played it the day after that in the PGL Bucharest qualifier against Sashi, lost 13-8. Then a month later against Johnny Speeds, got beaten 22-20. And then they have that 4-month gap until they played it against 500 just yesterday.
Okay.
Or 2 days ago. So
good teams, to be fair. Like, they're playing, what, Z10 is their map pick. Bet Boom should be beating them. So it's good teams to be losing to at least. But yeah, there's not much, and it's not great results. But this for me feels like 33 are losing the map, not ARCRED winning it, and I don't know if that's too harsh.
it might... I think that's valid enough to say that.
I think, yeah, it's like I've little bit made the point of I always was like, okay, it's a team that massively relies on individuals. Map 1, they showed up in more than a sufficient manner. Now, they've not whatsoever. It feels like kind of a systemic issue as well. On top of that, on Nuke, it's kind of like one of those maps that they got started and then just never really picked up from there. The individuals aren't performing, and this feels like it's got Mirage written all over it. But then we spoke at the beginning about the veto and how this just inherently then also favors 33. They went to Mirage and not Train.
It should. Maybe it's a strong word. Maybe it's a strong word.
Well, we said this was going to be also a 2-0.
Yep. The conclusion, of course, of the first group, Group A. We find one more team to go through. 500 are already through. It's ARCRED or 33 who will join them. Group B's, the side of matches coming up later. After this. ECLOT versus Copenhagen Wolves. First time I've covered either one of those two teams with their new roster.
Copenhagen Wolves' new roster is Jorko the newest signing that they've had?
I think so.
Yeah,
yes.
Jorko and Nixon came in around the same time. That ECLOT roster is very fascinating. That Spartacus guy, he's really come out of nowhere.
Spardow or Spardo, yeah.
Spardas. He's really come out of nowhere, hasn't he? He looks stood in with ECLOT a little bit.
And then Lithuanian talent to go along with like Jagus and everyone.
Who?
Jagus from Navi Junior.
Jagus?
Yeah, Jagus. Jagus.
I say Dazoogs, which feels very wrong now.
Yeah, it's like Jugas, I'm pretty sure. That's how you say it.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, there's like him, Spartus and Magilla are like the two newest kind of Lithuanian talents amongst like new, right? They're both really exciting.
They won EF on LAN.
They did very well.
In the final.
Like being TNL in the final is no feat.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm really excited to see him ECLOT, and I'm a big Matthios stan. So
I like him too. I agree.
Can't do it on a cold, rainy night in Kettering though.
That's a shame.
No. He was playing with Byfield, so it's fair enough. This is a pistol stack down towards B. And lobby crunch. Is this a scary round?
I think they're fine. Taking the sights, they've got some information. Like some players near to pounce, but I've got enough players in position to cover all these door opening possibilities. No doors will even be opened. They'll all be shut in their face. Damn, 11-5 was not what I expected for an ARCRED lead.
I mean, it's also just the fact that it was 4-0 up and it was like pretty clean, and then just boop, that's it. That was no shot.
Very annoying for GetJecker there. He was watching that for ages, looks away, then gets domed in the side of the head. But Rajan will be allowed to hit a one tap. 13 kills. Look at the frags, by the way, on ARCRED. 14, 13, 13, 13, 12. That's a team performance.
Yeah, and then the duality of that is you've got the two guys we were hyping up on 7-10, and then I guess Blue White on 11. Like, Kinky should not have more kills than your star players. At all. Ooh, that's Zoom. Yeah. Zoom?
Zoom.
That must have been a jump
zoom,
scare and
zoom.
a half for Kiro. And this is a chaotic round. What was the plan for ARCRED? They are going everywhere and anywhere, and it's working out because DSSJ is hitting domes, cracking heads, and Zinni, he's caught between a rock and a hard place, but he survives, and he at least gets the information. Now he can join up with Executor, and they can just take these duels together. Okay, what is going on, Trav?
This is a crazy round, mostly due to the fact that DSSJ, the two duels he won on A, were wild, by the way.
Yeah.
And everything that went before that was just as wild. Especially with the run boost outside. Anyway, we have a 1v1. For Zinni, it's non-negotiable. He has to win it. Unfortunately, he's on the wrong bomb site right now. He's in lobby, and DSSJ is about to plant on B. Door will be opened, sound cue will be heard, plant will come through. And he's got more health, and he's got a smoke and a molly, but no kit.
Zinni's also got the element of surprise. But he's walking right into his hands, and oh my god. DSSJ had Zinni exactly where he wanted him to be, in the palm of his hands, and he misses the shot. So despite him having a great game, despite him getting those raucous double entry over towards the A bomb side, 33 actually come out on top.
Crazy. Lifeline gained, perhaps. Problem is, there's still money to break down on ARCRED, so they've got a long way to go on that. And winning the round with only one player alive means you're stuck on an MP9 and a scout still. Obviously, you do get the injection of money for killing all 5. 250 across the board for everyone, which means you can afford one more M4 on Executor, for example. Still.
Could be the start of something more. ARCRED have done... What is the plan for Rajan? He's in secret, okay. I thought he was trying to linger his way into Garage for a second. But in the meantime, pressure towards ramp has failed for ARCRED. They've lost a player. Sector's still maintains good poise there. Alongside that, there's also been a rotation down. So Rasian, who does have this space, will only be able to go so far. And ARCRED need to reset. They need to go out somewhere together. And DSSJ is just trying to do what he did last time. And it actually has worked for a kill. He's tried to just run out A by himself. But I think that 1-for-1 ultimately doesn't favor ARCRED. And now 33, he tested towards ramp. Wow, what an opener from Red said. And now Kinky's very much in a difficult position.
I hate that for Executor because that's a position I really like to play as well. Like, I know it was kind of known, but the reaction from Red Z was very clean. Just playing that tighter angle that always does feel like it should be a good thing, but wasn't on this occasion. Zinni will manage to deal with Raijin though. Kiro on the site. What can he do? From below the silo, Red Z and Raijin about to come his way, and it's a position that's going unchecked. Zinni might miss though, and it gives Raijin a chance to maybe trade Kiro. But Kiro stands tall. He'll manage to get a couple more kills. Suddenly, gap is 4. We've got a Hero AK in play here for DSSJ. If this round is lost, the Hero AK, they managed to get 2 more. Galil as well, so it's a proper full buy. If they win this one, 11-8, Eco, 11-9. CT Nuke after all, you never know.
Imagine if that Mollen missed was actually the reason why the round was lost. Oof, that would have been chaos. What? Okay. That's one of the better shots I've seen in a while. A one-tap flick, like 100 meters to cross the map. That was ridiculous, and that could be
hit as well. Like he hit the tap earlier.
Yeah, that could be the game over.
But found 3 here. He's actually on for the aces, Raijin.
Just kill everyone. And oh, okay. Well, that's kind of ruined it all, hasn't it?
It hasn't. Don't worry. He's single-handedly he's won the round. Zinni and Kinky can't do everything. They're trying to charge in again at the end with the SMGs, but no way back through. And everything I said about 33's chances, throw it out the window. ARCRED are on 12. They should be taking us to Mirage. ARCRED don't want to look out for my voice today. Well, I guess I should say 33 don't want to look out for my voice today.
Yeah, I really feel like 33 have thrown away this map and kind of the ability to close out 2-0. Like, everything's pointing towards them winning Nuke, and they haven't stepped up to play apart from the odd individual round after their opening 4. And on the duality of it, ARCRED are really hitting just astronomically hard. Like, Red said, DSSJ is even getting these nice entries. People are connecting, and Raijin especially, and 33 don't have an answer for it right now, and they're going to need to going on to Mirage. Like, what can you do about these, to be honest? What can you do?
Even situations like that, like, Executor's hit his headshot. There's nothing you can do. He's just going up against a better weapon.
It's also changed pods. Like, Executor's changed positions every round, and he's still receiving the same treatment.
Painful. Raijin's to be able to deal with Zinni and Blue White. Honestly, they're doing, if Jekka gets a final kill, that's going to be one of the most impressive team performances I've seen in a while when it comes to the numbers.
Regardless of if he does or not.
Oh, no, I know. I'm just
more the cherry on top.
OCD about the numbers. Yeah, exactly. Kiro will not be winning this with the Scout. 12-7 will turn into a 13-7 win for ARCRED. And there it is. He'll hit the dink, but no more than that. 17 kills for Raijin and Raijin, 18 for Red Z, 16 for DSSJ, and 14 for Getjekka. Honestly, one of the better team performances I've seen in a while when it comes to those numbers, and especially from ARCRED, who I thought didn't stand much of a chance on Nuke at all. They had barely played it in the last 4 months or so until this particular tournament when they lost against 500. They played it again today. They've stuck with it, and it's paid off.
Yeah, it's a surprise of performance from me, and I don't know exactly where to put it, of as a positive to ARCRED or a negative to 33. But a lot of those questions could be answered on Mirage. That is our decider map in our decider game. Whoever wins this goes through to the playoffs. And for 33, that is kind of a mandatory. I don't think it should have been a conversation for a team that's been playing like they have in the last 4 months. They should be making playoffs. For ARCRED, on the duality of it, I think this would be a very impressive performance if they're able to not only win their regional derby, but see how far they can extend this tournament. So Mirage up next. A lot of signs still point towards 33 taking this series. The question is, will they be able to after the break?
He's going to force the kill in the last second. Right to the smoke. Look at him.
Our penultimate game of the day, our decider game in Group A. We didn't anticipate to ever get to Mirage, but here we are. ARCRED demolish 33 on 33's map pick, and now we see ourselves on Mirage and ARCRED. They won knife round, it seems. They start on the CT side. Do they have the advantage in this series now?
It's a weird one, right? I still think 33 should win. And should has been a strong word, obviously, considering what's gone before on Nuke. But 33 are better overall. I think they're the better individuals, and I want to see that show again here. Pistol right now is going their way. We've seen one from Executor and one from Zinni, and those are the two players who are a little bit quiet in map 2 when you compare it to map 1. Region will not be able to deal with Zinni either, so it should be the 33 pistol. We now know where DSSJ is. Kiro has tapped down GetJacker, and DSSJ is very much a known quantity. There's one's over toward A, so he's going to try and isolate the two players on B to begin with. So 1v2 on B while that third rotator comes all the way round. But unfortunately, neither B site after plant positions are showing themselves, and Kinky will get the final headshot. 33 deal with the pistol comfortably.
So far, we're keeping very similar to what happened, though, in the second map, right? 33, they won pistol, they won the first gun round even. And then it all fell apart. Basically, from that point onwards, it fell apart at the seams. So right now, it's a good start for 33, but I'm not going to count my chickens just yet. I'm not going to put all my eggs in one basket, especially because ARCRED are forcing back up. If Ancient told me anything, it was don't sleep on a force buy. But also, apparently, don't sleep on Kinky, because I don't think I've ever seen him do that before.
He's been around for a while, hasn't he? Mr. Kinky. Many years of playing professionally. 33 now. Known for his time on Dream Eaters and Hard Legion before his move pretty much 3 or 4 years later into Moon and Rush B. I believe he made a major with Dream Eaters.
Long time ago now. The question is that something that he could achieve with this squad? I feel like that's a... No. Did you just say no?
Yeah, I said no.
just no. Okay, I was trying to put a bit of storyline in it. No.
Let me actually check. Was he actually on the team that made the major? Let me double check that. It was
yeah, he was. 2019 Berlin.
Berlin 2019. Yes, there we go. Where is it? Astralis versus Dream Eaters. 16-9 to Astralis. BDAC, Crad, Forrester, Sviat, and Kinky.
Christ. I mean, they lost to Astralis, you said.
Yeah.
They went to win their 4th major in Berlin. So...
Yeah, they went... Just make sure I get the right thing here. Yes, they went 0-3 in that stage, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Alongside NIP.
Oh, well, at least some things don't change.
What do you mean? NIP are actually good now all of a sudden?
Yeah, no, I mean, yeah. It's,
well,
NIP
good maybe is a strong word, but
no,
a lot better.
I think, yeah, NIP have like the OG treatment now, right? Because OG, you know, they actually went back and made like a good roster, but everyone's still just like OG. Yeah. And yeah, NIP kind of have the same now.
Little edge of the van here, position for Red Z with that Deagle. Going to use this investment again, and Kinky, well, yeah, no chance whatsoever. That Red Z Deagle, that was deletion. More pistols here, which they need to be worried about. Decker does get one, and Reagen's actually doing pretty good work with the deal here. There's the rotation in. Raijin is here too. All of a sudden, it's getting a bit dangerous. Utility is available to molly off bench, and there was almost a possibility for one more. I think he will get taken down in the end, though. It's going to be a blue-white clutch to try and get this one. Nade is decent, but he doesn't know which player to look at first. Even though that nade does kill Raijin, Raijin is in the right place. Huge round to win if you're ARCRED.
It's an interesting round because ARCRED went for a stack in the second round towards the B-bomb site. It doesn't work. They go for it again in the previous, and even though they lose the opening kills, it still floods in their favor. And again, feels a little bit similar to Nuke. 33, you know, they get the first round, 2, 3, 4, and they lose to a low buy. That's exactly what's happened again here. And ARCRED, now they're in the driver's seat once again. And I think we're still both thinking, yeah, 33, they're going to win this series. But they keep on doing things to suggest otherwise.
Waiting outside B with the bomb right now are 33. 2 players there with 3 focused on toward A, actually. Trying to get that one player that's still around B to rotate off. That's RedZ putting himself in jail. Position that I play myself, usually to decent effect. People just don't check it. Thing is, though, they are getting progress out toward A. But they've done what they wanted to do. It's forced RedZ away from B. And he realizes that he's moved away from that position at the worst possible time. Really annoying when that happens. That timing. Bomb pump will come through. But if he kills one, there should be a chance. And Executor is forced off that bomb plant to get that trade kill. And it allows rotations in the meantime. Oh, he's missed the timing. He's missed the timing on DSSJ, but it doesn't matter. Raijin was there to help as well. It's blue-white for a Tech-9 clutch, and it's not going to happen. They had the right idea there, did 33, but ARCRED's rotations were in time.
ARCRED should have always won that round. Weaponry, they had a massive advantage, but it comes down to the wire. And it's just good rotations and unfortunate timing at the end. If the timing had been caught and it was a 2 versus 1, 33 probably win that round out. But instead, they're now put onto the eco round. They've just got the closer with the Deagles, and it's ARCRED giving themselves a bit of breathing room on the third map, which fundamentally should be a disadvantageous map for them.
White will go to D. The Glock at range. How has that managed to find Raijin? Nade will come through there, and there's Raijin. He's actually been very impressive the last couple of maps. 8 and 2. Nuke in particular, he was just one-tapping everyone.
He had that kind of like, what, penultimate round where he just went boom, 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 boom. And it was like, oh, that was insane.
Bish bash bosh. Raijin. Always thought that he had a decent way about him on some of his previous teams, but never could really deliver to the same level that I maybe would have wanted to see from him. He had a chance on one of the editions of Paravision for a couple of months. In the end, he really struggled on that team at the end of his run.
Everyone
of red numbers. 0.85, he ended up on that team. Last game being against Aurora, when they were still playing with the Cherry edition of Paravision, of course. Exipower was on that team, X5 as well. Belchanok, still going strong though. And now 33 looking to try an entry A. It should be fine. Raijin has checked everything around jungle, but we'll see nothing, and we'll realise getting away and saving the AK is the right play. The AWP needs to save as well. That is a bit of a whiff from blue-white, annoying when you could have maybe found one extra player to not save their M4. But all that really matters for 33 is the round, and they've managed to do it pretty comfortably over toward A. The early aggression from ARCRED Freddy did not work out.
No, it's a good heads up play to try and attempt. And they're still able to save 3 players, so there's not a huge amount of loss from this round, especially the AWP being retained over. And already this is a bit different to Nuke because we actually do have that competitiveness. When ARCRED started to get the ball rolling on map 2, that was basically, from that point onwards, they lost, what, 2 rounds? And it took a while for those rounds to come through anyways. So aggression, as you mentioned, didn't quite go to plan. They still saved 3, so there's not really too much net loss coming out of this. Back balance for ARCRED still very healthy. And let's see how they poise themselves. Oh, another bit of aggression.
Double under, being watched by King. The timing is not good for him, and he can't react.
Ooh.
Always very awkward, right? When you watched it for a second, then you think, okay, nothing's going to be coming through. I've gauged my own timing, and then you push to a different position yourself. You're caught maneuvering. Never makes the aim easy to recover. Blue White's already up short, but it doesn't work out either.
That was like the big gap in the defense, right? Because I'm not too sure why, but they pushed from B into apartments alongside the 2 under players, which wasn't necessary at the timing that there was. And they get saved because of just individualism, purely put. And 33 would have had the information that 3 players were over towards B, and they should have reacted towards A faster. Issue is, the AWP's posted on the line. So as soon as one layer of aggression doesn't work in round 6, in round 7, it works phenomenally. And to be honest, I don't think the aggression was super clean, and I don't think the game plan was super clean, but they are able to come away with it with multiple players alive and a pretty sturdy round.
Blue White has dropped from the server, so I'll get him back in a moment. Yeah, ARCRED putting up a lot more resistance than I thought they would. Maybe I should be holding their performance at that LAN, at the BetBoom London LAN, a little bit more heavily. Even though it's a different roster now. 2 changes. Core is still in play. A couple of players here that are pretty known in Tier 3. Get Jekko was from that one-shot team, I believe, back in a couple of years ago. I thought he was from Grond. Remember Grond? I thought he was from that Grond team the other day, but I looked it up and I realised he never played for Grond.
Did Grond have some controversy around them, or am I just making that up?
Are you setting me up to tell you the story, or do you actually not know what it is?
I can't remember.
Okay.
Oh, wait! Is it the boot camp?
Yes, and what they had at the boot camp.
I remember now.
How could you forget strippers? For real.
That was one of the... Sorry, no, I actually forgot, but I'm just impressed that I had, like, in the back of my head, I was like, that name rings a bell, but it doesn't ring a bell for the right reasons.
Yeah. Yeah, that Grond team had...
Holy moly.
They beat Fnatic in like a qualifier, and it became quite famous at the time.
Didn't they beat Fnatic, and then their live stream just had, like, them at boot camp with strippers?
Yeah, pretty much. The players I'm thinking of are like FAVBET, FPS...
Those would be the 2. Yeah, I'm looking at, yeah. You wouldn't...
They're more like Incilio, sort of... Yeah, like more of that on that team these days. Do Incilio still have a full 5? They do. They're playing with Sugar, Dewushka from VP Academy, and Keelian. Right?
Sugar is one of the talents that never... Bilo Ryujin. Because I remember...
Yeah.
So you wouldn't see it from his HOTV pages because it wouldn't have said, but around 23 February time, he stood in for Forza. I think he played I think he might have played the CCT Monte LAN with them. The one and only CCT LAN. Big up.
Big up.
But yeah, you know, boom boom. He at that time was like an unknown anything. And that was like his one big shot. And I remember I heard a lot of rumblings in a very positive manner about him. And it was like, oh, this guy is going to be the next, like one of the bigger things coming out of the region. And maybe I just hear that so often it kind of loses spark. But he's seriously someone who I saw get better, and then just that was it.
It depends a little bit on the early Aurora team, Webster's. I'm seeing some of his games for Forza now. Played against Sangal in Challenger League, Trick, Tavu, the Polish 9 back before they were relevant.
Yeah, so it was like the Websters, that team, that was the roster that then I started to look at him when he first joined, and I was like, okay, so he didn't succeed on fours, but I'm starting to understand what, like, because his stats were awful going into that period, and I was like, who is this kid, right? Like, he was very young, very inexperienced. That Webster's lineup was then when it was like, oh, I can see it, I can understand where this is coming from now, and then basically since then it feels like it's been nothing, which is a shame.
Like if you look at like Sugar's career rating, it's I'm pretty sure this round's not live, by the way.
No, it's not live.
Yeah. In case people in the chat are confused, this is not a live round. We're still waiting for a match medic, I believe. But yeah, if you look at like
sorry, amusingly enough, you said match medic, an ambulance just went past my house.
That happens a lot here, but usually it's a police car. It's definitely a siren of some sort.
Match medic. Oh, it's literally outside.
Once per stream, once per cast, there's a police car going past my house, and I have to say, oh, the police are here. Anyway, yeah, career rating for Sugar is like a 1.00, right? But Incilio as a whole, over like quite a long period of time, is like 1.10. And at one point, I think last year, he was rocking like a 1.20. Like he was playing really, really well in tier 2 for a while. Was Sugar, and yeah, as we said, like we're looking at the Uzbek talent, right, on ARCRED. He's definitely one of those players from Azerbaijan that probably one of the main known names.
Oh, they are literally one of the lowest ranked teams in Europe. Okay. Wicked. That's a shame.
I'm lucky.
Well, anyways, back into the action, and Executor does not know Rez is here. No one knows he's here. Question is, how many does he get? That's the bomb dropped. How does he get out? How does he do that? What on God's name is he still doing alive? He should be going down shortly, and finally Kinky does garner some revenge. And even though Rez has done phenomenally with those 2 kills, Trav, look at what's happened for the rest of the round. His teammates haven't been able to step up to the plate. Zinni, what a shot onto Ryujin, and now get Jekka the 1 versus 2. He can't even start it. And 33, they win that round?
Yeah, they brute forced it pretty much. Good frags from Zinni and Kinky. Kinky's putting in a shift in this map, that's for sure. Back to 4-all. Just occurred to me, by the way, in our previous conversation. You know those memes, like about how cool it is to talk in a pub about prime Barclays players from years ago?
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's what we're doing. We're talking about, like, random Counter-Strike players you forgot about that were great, like, 3 or 4 years ago. That's
not even great. They were
that's going to be us.
Average.
That's going to be us in about, like, 5 years.
Yeah, it's because we know Bull.
I hope I still know you in 5 years, at least, anyway.
Know me in 5 years?
Yeah.
Oh, don't worry. You're going to be at my wedding, bro.
Good to know. Best man?
Don't push your luck.
5v3 for 33. They should be getting a 5-4 lead here. And ARCRED are forced to save their 3 rifles. Again, that one actually wasn't even that complicated either. I could like try and analyze that round. I was watching it. I wasn't just rambling on. There wasn't really much to it. If I'll give you completely the truth. But he's just trying to get one more kill here. Head spotted, tapping away at long range. Not to be on Ryujin. 33 starting to just regain some control of the game now.
They brute forced their way into the lead. Trav, you know what we are? We are the true Counter-Strike elitists.
Some connoisseurs, right? About players that maybe no other sane human would actually remember or enjoy.
We've been through the trenches. We spend more time on HLTV than with our family.
Low-key might be true as well. Crazy.
Oh no, it is definitely true for me.
You know who my favourite player is right now? In CCT, South America?
Oh no.
Jonas Macarones. Have you seen him?
What?
My favourite name to cast.
Is he good or is he just funny?
He's not good.
Oh, bless him.
He plays for Magicos, and his name
Okay.
is Joao Slupko. His alias is JHONES Macarones. Jonas Macarones.
Some of the South American names, team names, player names, like there's Cara de Bananas in
That was
Impact.
fantastic.
Yeah, that's great. Anyways, we should probably cast this round. Kinky has been naded to smithereens, and DSSJ has got great awareness on the blue wire. That not only is a 5 versus 4, but it's a confirmation of one more player being in middle. Kinky, I feel like Ryujin should be dead, and I don't quite know how he isn't. I don't quite know what Kinky is doing. That's not the first time I've gone, he looks uncomfortable in what he's doing. And this round from 33, from the word go, has been really quite disappointing. We were talking about their brute force, and there's anything but that in round 10.
You know, I was talking to you about like what Axel said in chat to us earlier about like he's got pretty decent knowledge about these sort of teams at this level.
I think he works for them.
So yeah, well there you go. We have decent knowledge too, but obviously he has things that we don't know. Apparently, SHG, who put in a great performance for ARCRED at LAN, right? Maybe a surprise that he got benched. He didn't get benched. He had a mandatory army call, so he's temporarily benched.
What? That's so... I was thinking, because I was like, dude, there must be some crazy internal issues. If your highest rated player by like 0.10 on LAN when you made second place gets benched, something has to have happened. I guess that's it, right?
Yeah. There you go. Today we learned.
Wow, that's not the first time that's happened in Counter-Strike. That happens quite a bit. I mean, like Sergey.
Yep.
There's been some Turkish players that happened to recently.
Who was that? I know who you mean. I've forgotten their name.
It was an Orca.
Was it Pot? No.
Played on Sangal.
Sensei?
Was it Sensei? Or am I just absolutely talking out my ass?
Maybe you're talking rubbish. So you know what? Just in case you are, I'm going to cast around. Zinni will deal with Red Zed. An important headshot as well because Getjeka is still lurking around mid. They actually managed to get away as well. Pretty crazy. Left him top mid, but the bomb is escaping. We'll go over toward B. It'll go down, and there'll be no risk because both DSSJ and Getjeka are over toward A. Or will be planted on B. 33 will confirm at least a tie on the half.
Yeah, it's always interesting having someone like Axel who... Because, like, I would have that with UKCS, right? That, like, knowledge that you just wouldn't have otherwise. And it's always... Like, I think in Counter-Strike we take it for granted those individuals who have that, like, really super niche knowledge of, like, 20 teams. Like, they know everything about those teams and everything about those players and that kind of scene and who's come through it. And I think that's something we take for granted.
That's me with tennis and F1 as well as CS.
Oh, yeah, dude. You're an encyclopedia.
I don't know. It's probably one of the main things that like got me into commentary and just enjoying CS full stop because, you know, professional CS has a lot of those.
A lot of history.
Stats and history. And I always liked that when I was young, getting into those sports. So there you go.
It's always my favorite to interview some of the older school players about, like, what was life back then? What was it like? It's not documented. None of it's documented, so...
True.
And you can't even find links to the tournaments anymore. So it's all lost in history apart from word of mouth.
Yep.
And yeah. Anyways, for the 17th time this map, this game's heating up. ARCRED versus 33. Final round of the first half. And he's just missed a window smoke. Okay, blue-white. Welcome back.
ARCRED have done this before in the half, trying to have a little bit of a search down toward A ramp. Push a little bit deeper through as well. We'll give them some decent information that it's mostly going to be a mid or B play. I think they've got a decent setup over toward B. And
the
two
timing.
CTs in T spawn as well. The bomb managed to be nabbed, and as you can see, Vero did pick it up and then try and flash his way out. Knowing that position on the map had been taken, Executor did find GetChecker. That's actually quite a huge kill. Lots of pressure being put on B by Kinky. 3 HP, still alive, but not anymore. And Idea says, Jay, they're not right. He's been allowed to deliver. Ryojin will deal with Executor. It's a great recovery in the round for ARCRED. Should be a 6-6 half. It will be a 6-6 half. Honestly, very good recovery for ARCRED. This game, we're no closer to knowing who'll be taking this one.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what the point of that round was. So 33 get super lucky and also get a lot of information. There's been aggression over towards ramp through Kiro, right? And then Executor hears one running through ramp because he was in Palace, and he gets the kill on Palace. So it's a 5 versus 4 for 33 on the T side. And they have information that ARCRED probably have more players over towards middle B because of that aggression in ramp. Then they try to send Kinky out like apps while pressuring short, and then just run up connector. With Executor coming late ramp, like I don't know, there felt like there was a lot of moving parts for 33, but not a lot of it together. And when it was together, it was very rushed, and it's simple as we didn't clear jungle coming up connector. So I don't know, that felt supremely messy for 33. And ARCRED end off that first half on a good note.
Denis will start off the second half well. An Executor is there to deliver as well. This could be a nice CT pistol, but hang on. There's a chance GetChecker could do more here. He's got control to the back of the site. Managed to find one more headshot too. GetChecker's done as much as he possibly could in that round, but there's too many rotations in position for 33. It's an important CT pistol. That's what I was mentioning as well, Freddie, right? About getting all the 5 kills in the CT pistol. There will be somewhat of a force here from ARCRED, but they have 4 M4s rather than what would have been MP9s before the update. I think that 3 M4s as we prioritise a little bit more utility, but still, 2 rifles and 2 FAMASs.
Good opening kill for blue-white. And yeah, that weapon, that kind of util change is really coming into an effect in a very small way that is actually very notable. I'm waiting for some mass study on how it truly affects the game. And we get a little bit more content coming through.
B-Trams on Twitter is always a good follow for stuff like that.
E-Tram?
Yeah.
Who's that?
Shout out.
Send that on to me, because that's a good one to know. There's that guy who does the VRS stuff with like the crazy
Smart Backwards is his name.
Yeah, just like the crazy essays. Anyways, anti-force spy looks like it's going pretty well. Res Z, the AK, still on 4 HP, somehow dodging bullets. I'm actually quite surprised that he doesn't get that kill there, but it doesn't seem like it's going to have too much of an effect in the round as a whole, but it is good, at least economical damage for Red Z, that even on 4 HP, he still picked up a brace. Ryujin, who's previously learned that he's now an IGL of this project, a 1 versus 2. Maybe he's going to roll back the years to the star he once used to be. 13 seconds, he gets the bomb tapped in, and that should be as far as he goes. So ARCRED, maybe because they did get those 3 kills and the bomb down, it could push them towards purchasing up and continuing to apply the pressure, even though they are now sitting 2 rounds behind.
I mean, they have enough for Galils and Kevlar, right, with some decent util. So we'll see. You're going to do it. There you go. Usually at that stage of economy, right? Some people would say Tech 9 armor, util, get AKs in the next, but and get the 5 Galils here. Be a threat. Knowing, of course, as well that if they do go for a lesser buy, I'll give 33 more chance to increase their bank. So keep the pressure on the economy.
I like it. I like it a lot. I tried to get something going out ramp early on, but they're going to maybe have to think otherwise because Kinky's dropped a pretty 90-time smoke on ramp. But that's one of the few pieces of utility kind of left for 33. So ARCRED, they forced that out. They've put enough pressure towards middle. I'd say ending towards A is a very, very good sign right now. And ooh, that is like, how are we missing Molos in window in the year of 2025? Like, that's the second piece of util in mid that we've missed so far in this series from both teams. And that is actually maybe the difference between a round win and a round loss because Executor's been able to get out scot-free.
Raijin has con control. And Kinky is somewhat, well, he's not alone, but he's somewhat isolated there for a second. Top of ticket, and just as he walks away, that is when the con pressure and the ramp pressure comes in. 33 are gambling 3 over toward B here. And unfortunately, it's completely the wrong call. If ARCRED find a way to lose this round, I will be impressed.
I'm waiting to be impressed. Is there a kit? Yes. Kinky and Kiro, and they're both coming through CT. Executor, I feel like he's gonna run forward when he sees nothing, or just show himself there. Raijin should have his number, so that should completely take out one prong of this attack. There you go. Patience pays dividends, and Kiro, a 1 versus 3 that is nigh improbable. Those are some nice shots. He has got the bomb in time. Surely not. Okay, Ryujin spam through the smoke. He got on that bomb with like 0.5 seconds remaining, and it was perfect. But it's ARCRED getting on the board, and their force buy is paying off.
Honestly, I don't think 33 will be too upset that they've managed to cost ARCRED 4 of their guns there, because like they had full control of the site in as we saw with 33 gambling over toward B. To do that much damage is okay. I know they don't have a great money themselves, 33. Their buy is rough, but as you can see, we're in a weird state, Freddy, where we're quite deep into the second half. We haven't had any proper force buy wars or anything, but we're kind of there now, this deep in, with the buy that 33 have and the buy that ARCRED have. Similar purchases. Galil still, Mac 10 on Ryujin. They should win this round, ARCRED, but they're always dangerous.
I think if anything, this series has taught us most rounds are probably winnable regardless of what's there. We've seen a large amount of force buys being won. And ARCRED, they need to get a move on because there is a pretty speedy flank coming in. Kinky and Blue-White, they're behind, but they're a bit too far away. And that means even though it has allowed for the rotation of Kiro gets here after his teammates have fallen. And one of the 2 players coming on the flank have actually been spotted in middle. So Kinky's just now kind of in this position where it's like, do I save? Can't really. I've already committed. Do I try to get kills? Well, I've got an SMG and out, so Nake's holding me.
Eight all locked together. I sent you B trams
I did
his
see
link.
that. I do know of him. I have seen that before.
Yeah.
This should be the first time this half ARCRED will be taking the lead. And in a series that we preemptively counted them out on map 2. I even said, if it goes to map 3, it's going to be 33's victory. And a big part of that was because they went into Mirage, not Train, which I think 33 are better on Train, personally. I believe so, from what I've observed. But Mirage was a better counter pick to their opposition. 33 now sit in a position where they're a round down. We've continuously probably counted ARCRED out and been like, oh, we don't really expect too much from these players. But very similarly to what was happening on Nuke, you take a look at the scoreboard and just everyone's pulling their weights. And that cannot be the same can be said for 33. Even map 1 was incredibly top heavy. Ever since those individuals haven't stepped up, it's been all ARCRED. And yet again, DSSJ, who was on the lower end of the scoreboard, gets the opening kill, and a 3-man A defense just crumbles.
Not the performance from 33 I was really hoping to see, I'll be honest with you.
Yeah. I think
I think I'll give ARCRED credit, though. I think they do deserve it.
It's a conjoined effort that's impressive for me. And you mentioned that on Nuke.
Yeah. Then he scrambling to keep hold of the AWP. They might put a bit more manpower in there to try and remove that, but they realise their money isn't absolutely perfect, so hold back a little bit. They know that they could be out of cash at a very important stage at the end of the game if they don't keep a couple of players alive. .33's buy is rough around the edges, that's for sure. With those saved weapons. It is technically an eco.
It's a good eco to have, all things considered. But even, like that last round, it just doesn't fill me with much confidence for 33. It's like that they had 3 players 8, and it just completely fell apart. They have got the right read, though, so far in round 19, as they posture 3 players on this B bomb site, one of them being that saved AK, and this saved AWP is also not too far away. Executor, the star of the show on map 1, opens up proceedings on their so-called eco and allows blue-white to pick up a weapon potentially. This is so awkward. Oh, it's all going wrong for ARCRED. This was their moment to get onto 11 and be touching distance away from not only winning the map, but the series and making the playoffs. Issue is, they're losing to 5-7s. Red said finally gets them a kill, but it comes at the cost of the majority of his HP, and a bomb down here might be the best they can ask for.
Yeah, the dink for 97 and 1 there from that 5-7. And Kiro, Getjekker's trying his best to be the man to put his best foot forward, take some control of the site, but Red's on 3 HP should not be clutching this in the month of Sundays, and there we go. He'll get rounded on by Kinky. It's quite a big round actually for 33. Win on the half investment will give them a big bolster to their money. They get the AWP and 2 AKs to keep over to the next round as well. They're back within 1 again, and I know I said we're at 6-all at half. We're no closer to finding out who's going to win this game. I still feel the same way.
Yeah, it's like everything was pointing towards a ARCRED win, and then 33 win on Tech9s and are able to isolate Jules a little bit too easily, right? It's just, it will kind of a bit confusing. Maybe the T side needs to play with a little bit more vigor, because that's what's worked for them when they go all together into a certain area, and that's what's happening right now. Rajam, look at his conviction up short. He's basically walked the whole way, and on top of that, Executor's down to 1 HP after his opening into altercation in middle. Would have been lovely to get the kill, but they can still walk away happy with that ARCRED, and they're now looking to just split towards B.
The smoke bounces off the shoulder of GetJekka. Somewhat amusing. But Zinni's just taken so much shrapnel in return. Look at the HP on Executor and Zinni, the two players over toward that B side of the map. The SSJ got his opening pick as well on toward Kiro, so almost feels impossible for 33 to recover this round from here. The rotation from ARCRED is good. I think he sure has got control of ramp, but somehow need to provide a crossfire with blue-white from CT. And of course, he's worried about that flank all the way around now as well, knowing that mid is open.
This aggression from Kinky, unfortunately, just isolates the 1 versus 1s. Like, I mean, okay, it works then. It works. And then Kinky gets baited in. Unfortunately, blue-white's only good for 1. In the meantime, DSSJ is able to identify that there's the final player coming through Murder Hole, and Rajin's also holding very acutely for the push on short. So there was definitely a world of the individuals just reign supreme with the crossfire they had between ramp and CT, but ultimately it was just only 1 versus 1s being taken, and there wasn't actually that cohesion. Maybe if Kinky was under balcony, they could have had a crossfire, but he was too far committed into his position, and ARCRED were able to then capitalize upon that, but also having safety nets around the map due to their previous map control. Oh, that's a nice one.
Watch him get headshot by like the 5-7 at range now, which wouldn't have killed him in 1 before that.
Something.
Not playing scared though. Already up con or near con. Heroes Orp will get a critical pick onto DSSJ there. That's his counterpart out of the round.
Every time I think ARCRED are going to extend their lead and just close out this map, they don't, and they lose to, you called it, a low buy, with obviously some upgraded weapons and majority being the AWP getting those kills at range. But I wouldn't count this round out, especially seeing how there's a lone player on B who's wielding just a 5-7 and is also scared of market. Rightfully so, there's no one there to hold, but he's complete by himself, and there's 3 players in apartments that now spot him out. They need to go. If they hunt him down like a pack of wolves, they can win this round. Instead, it looks like they're going to take a little bit too long, allow for the rotations. It still is a 2 versus 3, but look how quickly 33 are.
Yeah, still a 2v2.
Wait,
so
what?
low.
What?
How they both just won the final 2 duels there so
What are they
comfortably?
looking at?
That's crazy. I don't really understand how that's just fallen apart so quickly at the snap of a finger. I mean, I feel like Zinni on site doesn't get a kill, but he does the most he possibly can do when it comes to wasting the clock. He didn't know which way to look in the end. But the other 2 felt like there's just too unaware there.
There was 3 in market.
Yeah.
Do they even do any damage?
I mean, they were like 12 and 20 HP or something, so I don't think so. Or 12 and 40.
Yeah, I mean, that was very nice heads-up play from ARCRED to take the fight to them, but it's still then very disappointing that 33 just seemingly were completely unaware of that possibility. And okay, that really swings things around, because there's no Kiro Orc for a double entry this round. Instead, it's MP9s and Famai and a solitary primary rifle.
Bro just said Famai. Unbelievable. Kinky will manage to deal with Red Z, and he's
okay.
DSSJ has missed as well. That's a huge second for Kinky.
Where's Kinky just pulled that one out from?
2017.
Straight from the spirit realm. Ration does get one though, and Kinky from his previous success has been unfortunately then put on 1 HP. So he's got those 2 kills and he's still alive, but he's very much walking wounded. And he is being proactive with that 1 HP. He's taken the final morsel of life and he's running with it because he knows he dropped the bomb ramp. He knows they're probably going to take quite a while to recollect it. And he circumnavigates them excellently. Get Jekka drops. But it's just still in the realms of possibility for ARCRED.
It's still a glimmer of hope. 19 seconds to try and get the bomb down there. That's the most awkward thing. Will Rajan clear Kiro properly? No, he won't. He gambles right rather than left, and that's what causes his demise. We managed to deal with Ryojin as well. So we will stay alive, Will 33. Still in with a chance of making the next stage of this Thunderpick tournament. All comes down to this for both these two. It's the third map. The decider match. Kinky is the hero. Love being as proactive as he was on that 1 HP. You may as well take a gamble when you're that low, rather than play a normal angle. It works perfectly.
I think it's actually such a... I think that's one of the plays that you wouldn't see someone be less experienced making. That's like an experienced bit of morsel playing. I like it. I rate it. And... that could be the difference maker. Overtime is not out of the question, especially because ARCRED don't have much in the way of funds. If they lose this round, they're going to be scraping the barrel, the bottom of the barrel. But the operative word there is if they lose this round, and DSSJ has already got the opening kill. Ration, slam dunk, he's down to 14 HP.
TPuDCATb keeping a very close eye on that. Surely he'll get this kill for free. Question of whether he wants to go looking for it. Vinny on Balk, as Red Z and Ryojin look to move in together. Does up here for 33 isn't too bad. And they need it to hold on to the game.
He's been baited in perfectly. There's one. There's T2, I guess. Okay, never mind. DSSJ makes up for it. He gets the opening kill in this round, ends up getting a double entry onto the B-bomb site. Ration, who wasn't spotted in ladder room there for a very long time, gets the final kill. And ARCRED, in a manner that we did not anticipate, we put them as the heavy underdogs in this matchup in the whole game. I personally counted them out. So I'm sat here, I'm happy to be proved wrong. And 33 recently unorged. They're into the abyss right now as ARCRED made their through as the final team from Group A to the playoffs.
Yeah, very surprising. I really thought 33 were going to have that game. I saw better stuff from their individuals, especially in map 1. I thought that's how we were going to continue for the rest of the series. The stats favored them on Nuke heavily. The stats favored them on Mirage slightly, and they couldn't find a way to take either. So, big surprise, and big disappointment for them as well, considering the fact that, of course, going through to that main Thunderpick event will give them many more VRS points. Losing to ARCRED, a team who are definitely ranked, significantly lower than them. Yeah, it's not great. And very disappointing for them, especially for the players like for Zinni and Executor in particular, who had a very good map 1. Thought that they're going to probably continue that for the rest of the series, and then they just didn't really. They kind of just fell off a cliff in a way.
Yeah, so you You can make the same argument for both of these teams. They have like a newer fifth, but for 33, they've got a fifth who at least has kind of proved himself in the gauntlet of tier 2, tier 3 Counter-Strike, whereas ARCRED have this Red Z guy who's very fresh. He's on a loan from Rust Tech, it appears. So you've both got two new squads, sure, but one has a infinitely greener fifth player who also showed up massively in today's series. I think this is a very impressive result from ARCRED. You know, they had NIP Impact their first game. I think that's a pretty easy kind of way into this tournament. As much as I have a lot of time for all of those girls, I think that is a game that ARCRED should be winning, and Ryujin, you know, dropped to 2 KD, so obviously. But I think playoffs is a great step forward for this ARCRED squad after a pretty quiet 3 months since they made a final run to Bet Boom the Land 2.
Yeah.
So excited to see more from them.
Exactly, and yeah, I think they'd be delighted with that, because that's not a game that I'm sure they thought would be as difficult as it was, as it turned out for them, right? But they managed to grind it out. We've got one more decider match to bring you this evening. It's the one from Group B. It's going to be ECLOT with their new sort of international project, still with their Czech core, alongside Copenhagen Wolves, looking to do battle with some new players that I haven't had a chance to cover yet, and one which I've wanted to see play again in Matthews. So we'll get onto that in a little bit, but for now, a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back very soon, probably within 10 minutes. Cheers.
He's going to force the kill in the last second. Right to the smoke. Look at him. He's going to force the kill in the last second. Right to the smoke. Look at him go.
One more decider match to bring you this evening. Hopefully my voice holds up for the rest of it. I've got Freddie alongside me to support me at least, right? So it's all good. Mr. Grummy Ranar, the GOAT. One more game. ECLOT, Copenhagen Wolves. And I think it's going to be quite an interesting one, this one, because I haven't had a chance to cover either of these two teams recently. They both made changes. ECLOT, have a look at their team coming in now. I've gone for a bit of a different composition, with the Czech core still intact with Forzi, Daitor and NBQ. They've taken in Aaron, the Hungarian from Pera, and now we've got SPARTA on the team. And he really made waves in that EEF championships with Lithuania, being one of the critical pieces to get that championship win for his country. So there's definitely something interesting going on here with this ECLOT project.
Yeah, there's something going on. ECLOT I really appreciated how open as an organization they were at the end of last season, just being like, this is what's happening. I know we're not doing good enough. We're like seeking the best kind of resolution for the fans. SPARTA was a part of that kind of, they were trialing people during officials and it was very confusing as to what was really going on.
Yeah.
But he ended their kind of final tournament of the season that he was a part of was a quarterfinal finish in CCT. Like, they ended for him probably one of his best placings in an international tournament ever, maybe pre, EEF, right? So I think he really proved himself as a pivotal part. They pick him up. I think the interesting part, though, was removing Kriaz, or sorry, not continuing with Kriaz and going with Aaron. He's picking up the IGL ship. So Aaron's this is their 5th game with Aaron, and he's only actually won once with them, and that was against Copenhagen Wolves. And that is a team they are playing once again for a spot in the playoffs.
Yeah, a team that I've actually covered a couple of times, but they've got some different pieces on it now. We've got TapePro, we've got Bailani, who are definitely a player to keep an eye on in this game. Matthias is the main guy that I would probably keep my eye on, though, because he's been pretty highly rated recently, coming into the fold for Copenhagen Wolves. He had a number of matches coming in recently for XNavi Jr. as a stand-in, and definitely didn't disappoint at all. He was very played very respectably in what was obviously very new circumstances for him. He played the ESL Pro League close qualifier with XNavi Jr., beat Alliance, beat OG 2-0, by the way, losing to Paravision and Sashi. So still, good wins and maybe some losses they wouldn't have wished for, but still either way. And one of the great things about this particular matchup as well for them is that we've get to see Jorko, the youngster from Mouse NXT, only 16, definitely a young prospect to keep an eye on as well. And Overpass is a map that both these two teams like to play. And for the first time since its re-inclusion back into the map pool, I get a chance to cast it. Let's go, baby. It's map 1.
Same. I'm actually really gassed with that. Yeah, because I think we were talking in the last season of I took my player break. I enjoyed it. I haven't really seen much of Overpass because Overpass came in at the end as well. It was very awkward, I think, the timing of it being brought back in. But you've got Jorko, maybe even Nixon. You've got a lot of players actually on this server right now. Spardos, probably Nixon, Jorko, Matthias, and maybe even Taper and Belena. The whole of Copenhagen Wolves, and then Spardos, who wouldn't have played Overpass at a high level because they're all pretty fresh in. So it's I think, going to be interesting to see how Copenhagen Wolves react to this map, because they have played it once already, and it was a double overtime loss against ECLOT, but they ultimately ended up and that was in this series they lost. They picked into Ancient, which they now change up as a pick into Mirage, so a bit of a change of the veto from the last time these two teams played, in a hope that Copenhagen Wolves are able to change their fortune. It's basically just like their map pick and decider flipped around, and let's see if that's going to make a difference heading into this series.
I think what is cool if we do go to an ancient decider on this occasion is the fact that it's a very, very even map between the two of them, right? I mean, especially with the numbers, they both play it a similar amount of times and they both win it a similar amount of times as well. So everything this game's got the potential for some exciting moments for sure, knowing they got some youngsters in play, some players that we haven't seen for a while, like Aaron, for example, just coming back into the fold now, playing for ECLOT.
Been a while for him.
Yeah, it has in particular. So let's see how it goes. We're going to jump into Overpass, one of my favourite maps ever that's been in Counter-Strike, and I'm so glad to see it back in the pool, and my first chance to cover it in a match. So let's go.
Makes me very happy. I have a lot of love for Overpass. And guys, connector is not a position. Remember? Okay.
Okay.
Now we've got that out the way.
I'll play con.
No. It's like on nuke CT side, I'll play main. No, that's not a position. You can't do that.
You play door.
Exactly. Good boy. Or outside.
One of the two. We're going for a contact monster play to begin this Overpass foray for ECLOT and Copenhagen Wolves.
That's a smoke.
That's a smoke in a weird position, and a lot of damage done to Bylani. He's down to 10 HP already, but he can still play a headshot angle. Daitor's going to try and help out towards short. It's an absolute massacre here. How many players that Nixon's got on his screen, but he's managed to click 3 of them. That's pretty crazy. TPu's there to help out as well. Nixon gets a reload off and runs down the final one. 4 kills for the young Dane. Great start for Copenhagen Wolves.
What a round from Nixon. That is astounding. All the signs were pointing towards a Dynamo ECLOT death ball through short. Despite Copenhagen Wolves having the numbers there, Nixon just hit some absolute blazers. That was a great round from him. And with a pretty stacked lineup, he's not normally the one you expect to be bringing out those like ridiculous shots. So that's good to see. And the young author, IGL, Jorko was in a past lifetime. I'm pretty sure TPu has taken is kept hold of the leadership in this roster since Jorko came in. I've had the pleasure to meet him and his family actually.
Yeah.
At the Mao's HQ opening. Fun fact, Jorko's, it says he's Bulgarian, right? He is Bulgarian. I think his family are. Grew up in Scotland.
Really? Does he have a Scottish accent?
No, Bulgarian.
Damn it.
Or maybe like a blend of the two. I can't really remember, but it wasn't really Scottish.
Because if he had a Scottish accent, I think that would be... There's not many any players really in Counter-Strike that... I mean, Shuey's got a slight Irish accent, right?
Are you putting disrespect on Wolfie from 8sense?
Where's the Scottish flag then? Come on.
He's very proud Scottish.
Okay, fair play. I'll give him that.
Yeah, I don't think HLTV have the facilities. They do it for the Welsh flag.
I know. Having Scottish and Welsh flags would be pretty cool, to be fair.
They have it for Wales.
They have it for Ireland as well.
They do, because it's a different country.
Do they have it for Northern Ireland, though?
They... Anyways... Let's not get into geopolitics on the broadcast.
I mean, it's just a fact. Sorry. Don't hate me, Freddy. Forzy will headshot Jorko, and it's a great start to the first gun round for ECLOT. Yeah, I mean, the only thing that I thought of right as soon as you said that is I just thought of like Shuey's Irish accent.
Or his brother's like West Meath accent, which is hilarious because they were from the north, and his brother sounds like he's from like the center of the Republic.
Yeah.
So funny.
But very Irish, yeah. I do love a good Irish accent. Just sounds
like
great.
He's got like a Donegal accent, I think maybe. Either way, it's very amusing. But yeah, Shuey won a one-tap LAN in Ireland way back when. With some UK CS legends.
Has Jorko won a Scottish LAN though? Probably not because he's 16.
No, and he wouldn't have wanted to because they didn't actually ever pay out the last Scottish LAN, so he probably wouldn't want to. Yeah, they owe a lot of money. Wow, we're really covering all the topics today.
Yeah, in quick succession as well.
What's next on the cards?
I don't know, it's your turn because I need to sneeze. 1 sec.
Yeah, bless you. Or Gesundheit, as they'd say in Deutschland. Look at me. This is a full eco for Copenhagen Wolves, and it's a good cleanup. ECLOT won the first gun round, even though there was an AWP out for Jorko. I think it was a pretty simple one, all things considered. And it's 2-2. If anyone doesn't remember, because it's been a very, very long time since Overpass. Oh, it's been a period of time. I actually can't remember when Overpass lost in the veto. This is a really city-sided map. Probably the most, I would say. Like, you'd have in ML15, if you got like 3 rounds on a T half, in a lot of cases, that would actually just be fine. So yeah. I'm wanting to see what it's like on CS2.
Oh.
And Jorko, that is an ambitious peak, and I rate it.
You played Con.
Yeah, no, stop. He peaked Con.
I know, he played Con and he left. Like, I'm just trying to annoy you. I'm sorry. It was a good peak though. Got the opening pick. I taught dead. And yeah, I genuinely, like, we might also be in a little bit more of a CT meta now as well, since the money change, the MP9 change sure hurts them a little bit, but I think the money change definitely helps. So I think 40 rounds is a good half on Overpass. I really do think so. We'll see though. It does vary from team to team. That's not all exact science. Nixon will get 1 on the hold before SPARTA takes him out on the trade, but then he's there to help out with a good timing peek on towards short. Monster presence is still here. There are 2 players stop it from coming through, and TPu and Balani hit some nice shots between them. So good hold for the Wolves.
Yeah, it's a good step into the right direction for them and Balani, because that was his first 2 kills in the game, and they were quite nice. So that's always a really good sign. It's also very good to see Jorko, a 16-year-old, like really just going for those peaks. Like, he doesn't care. He's peeking Con with the AWP. He has a spawn, he goes for it, he takes it. That's a really good sign for him as an individual. Gotta love that. This is also another change of setup for the AWPer. He's being very dynamic. Peaked Con last round, peeking long this round, but Forzzy's holding firm. The experience versus the young guns, and I honestly don't really know how Forzzy hasn't won that duel. He started moving and changing scope unnecessarily, but that's 2 rounds in a row that Jorko's gone for a play in different parts of the maps, and he's found kills and gotten away pretty much scot-free.
Yeah, Forzzy versus Jorko will actually be quite a fun head-to-head in this game. Jorko is the sort of unknown prospect going to make a name for himself at this level as a youngster. Forzzy's a bit more established these days as a very, very good AWPer at tier 2. There's will find 1, traded out. Jorko will protect himself over toward Divider as well. AWP picked up by NBQ. I think we're looking to play behind that smoke, and that could be annoying for Daitor.
This is great because Jorko's taking the first contact. TPu's probably not going to be expected here. And the Molotov as well, placed by Jorko, just gives him so much cover.
Nice.
Aaron, though, probably should have traded him. That was a great show of individualism from TPu, but also unified by the fact that Jorko's able to support him so nicely, which is another very impressive point from the 16-year-old.
One of the positions that I've kind of like never played on Overpass is that like close front bathroom position next to the wall holding Divider.
It's really OP.
I always felt like it was not a great angle because it's a little bit of a left eye peak and more of a right eye peak for a T, but quite often you're just not expected there. So I don't think that actually really matters at all.
Is the bin still here? Or is that...
That's a good question. I have stood on the bin a few times.
Is it still there?
We'll check later. I'm sure we'll see.
I feel like that's really poor on me that I actually don't know.
I'm pretty sure it is. I don't think much has changed on this map other than like some of the stuff to do with the heaven railing.
Being glocked. Guys, they've got glocks. Matthias, don't get glocked. Okay, at least someone's come up. Tapeware's rotation's actually mega. Okay, there's the bin. The bin's there. The bin.
Yeah, the bin is there. It's a little bit more in the corner though. I wonder if you like stand on it, if you can actually get the same sort of angle. Maybe you can like stand on the corner pixel of it and it's similar. I don't know. But yeah, I think the only real changes that came through to Overpass.
He's really struggling against this. He's having a rough round. Sorry.
There we go. Was like the ones to like the heaven railing and stuff like that, right?
Yep,
Dropping
that's
down onto
open.
water.
No water
So-
as well now, or not much of it.
True.
Oh, did you see the Molo? The Molo from spawn to hit the instant smoke on Monster.
Ah, okay.
Did you see that?
That's one of the main ones I've used to throw all the time.
So the instant monster smoke can be blocked by a Molo,
Yeah.
which I think always was possible, but it's only just been kind of thought of / found now in a professional level.
Yeah.
I don't want to say ever because definitely someone will be like, actually, here's a clip of me using it in 2019.
Can you still wallbang through the entirety of the map from CT to T stairs?
Ooh, that's a shout, actually. That never really got used. It's a heaven as well, wouldn't it?
But there's one to heaven, yeah.
That never really got used, so I don't know, actually. We might not find out for a while. We probably
We'll
have
see.
to check it ourselves.
Is the 4-man boost still available in T-Spawn?
By the way, yes, I would assume so. By the way, that's 4 players B early on. Mathios jumping around like a lunatic. Really got to be careful there. He has gotten away very nicely, but only has got information of 1. And Aaron's taken that opportunity and is now making a lot of space, a lot of leeway, leading the charge. This is going to be a rude awakening from Tapeware. Oh, they're hugging the corner. Tapeware doesn't know. Tapeware doesn't know. This is so awkward, and Aaron can't seize the opportunity, but Tapeware is just alone on the bomb site.
Oh dear. Yeah, that's going to be very easy to get run over there. Matthias needs a big play.
Oh,
And that's when he gets caught
no.
from the flank. NBQ does the right thing and just adds that extra precaution, that extra insurance policy, and it catches off that one player that could have made a difference. It's going to force Jorko, Nixon, and Byleni probably to fall back.
Trav, we have quite a funny clip on Overpass, don't we?
I don't know what you're talking about. Okay, you didn't need to do that on broadcast.
That was the exact reaction.
You just trilled in everyone's ears. That's crazy.
That was the exact reaction from me.
But it was very valid, right? Like, it wasn't a terrible team kill. Like, you were literally in the way of the guy. So,
For context to the masses, we played a casters ESEA Open team long time ago, 2023 would have been.
maybe a year and a bit ago, yeah.
2023 summer, because I was playing in my housemate's room, and yeah, we were streaming, and Trav team killed me, and I just had quite a funny reaction, as I tend to do.
Yes, it happens. I had 2 good rounds though in my ESEA Open career. I'll always remember those rounds. I'll never forget them.
Always, you'll cherish them forever. You'll tell your grandchildren about them. It's another Jorko opening, and it's towards Connector. Where did he actually get that kill? Back con, so he just fully peed con into Detour, and that is his 3rd attempt of an opening kill. And no, sorry, he's attempted a few more. That's his 3rd successful attempt, and I don't think he's actually had a failed attempt, as in he hasn't died from it. So very impressive from him.
Has Detour died to that twice now? He has, right?
I can't remember really.
He has been the con player. Anyway, Mateus is playing that position near the bin that we spoke about. 3 players
different.
coming his way, but he's got Jorko in support. A great opening pick. Force Aaron back away, to shift back away as well. What's the plan? 3v5.
Plan B is just to go. I guess we're in a 5 versus 3. We just have to go A, really. And it's not looking too great. Jorko is just shooting fish in a barrel, and yeah, a save Has he really just forced a save? That is... And okay, again, for anyone who maybe is kind of remembering Overpass, Orpa's Paradise. Really Orpa CT-sided map. It's quite hard on the T side, but you can actually get really gimmicky with the opening kills on the T side. And I think that was one of the main differences between kind of like an all-right Orpa and a great Orpa at tier 2. But as a CT side Orpa, dude, it's a playground, quite literally, and it's not the call out. And Jorko shows it really well there. Like, you just hold an angle. And if they don't have good enough utility, you most likely get a kill.
Very true. Is 3 on T for ECLOT going to be enough? At the end of the half, I'm not so sure. Wolves will just try and keep the pressure up. Been impressed with Jorko so far. Maybe he's going to pass Merchant.
They had 7 rounds on the T side last time.
Nice.
Don't know how. But okay, I guess. Both teams got 7 rounds on the T side, so that's confusing. Ooh, boost short. First time we've seen this. Is TPuDCATb holding for it?
He's aware.
Seems very aware because of the Molo.
Yeah, the Molotov did help that idea. You're a TPuDCATb in this position. It's kind of awkward because you're in charge of 2 things, pretty much. Boost and short.
Because Nixon's playing kind of like anti-flash, right? And he's like not really supposed to be taking first contact anywhere. He's like the swinger, like there, you know, perfect example. So yeah, TPuDCATb now, is he still going to expect short? He sees Detour's top of the head. Gets the dink, but not a fatal blow. So it's a 4 versus 4. Oh, there you go. Swish. Eleni, lovely, lovely kill with the grenade. And Jorko as well is getting a lot of space over towards A. Oh my god.
Jorko.
Oh, he's played this well.
His movement is great. Yeah, he knows that Forzzy's throwing utility. It'd be annoying if he goes back through the front of bathroom, and Forzzy is actually checking it properly. Oh no. Oh no.
He legged
really
it.
Annoying for Jorko. And Mateus got taken down as well. There's no way. They've actually been able to brute force a bomb plot on A. 15 HP on Forzzy, 34 on SPARTA. TPuDCATb trying to push and help out, but it's not going to happen. He's a 1v3, and Forzzy is holding the line. 4 kills for Forzzy. What a crazy round to win from him, and it looked like he was just going to die in bathroom.
That's a hard watch. That's a hard round. A tough pill to swallow for Copenhagen Wolves. I almost said flames there for a second. Apologies. Didn't have to say that, but yeah, like everything's going well. And I think the issue you have there is just Jorko playing alone, too aggressive. If he was way more passive there, as a solo player, rounds won. I don't think there's already any argument about that. And in this time, it's also going to be a Jorko attempted opening kill. This time, they seem to have his number. And ECLOT making a bid for potentially 6 rounds. A tied T-half, which ordinarily, years gone by, would have been an extraordinary feat for a team. Oh, that's okay. So Mathios, I don't know about you. To me, he's been feeling and he's been looking uncomfortable on this map.
Yeah, I wouldn't disagree. TPuDCATb was also stomping around the A-bomb site there with maybe not necessarily as prepared as he would have wanted to be for them pushing through long. The bomb was a long way away, but it's probably not going to get cut off. But it's definitely not going to get cut off. Nixon and Milani are miles away. I think this is a decent T-half from ECLOT so far. NBQ is 1 and 9 as well, so that adds to the impressiveness that they're able to get at least 5 rounds here.
Yeah, there's been a few rounds that I've looked at Mathios and just been like, doesn't look comfortable. Like he doesn't look set in his position. Where I think previously when I have watched him, when he's playing, he plays with like so much confidence. That's how he is as a player, right? He knows he can take those duels, etc. And there's been maybe like a bit fidgety on occasion, but I think everyone's gonna have those teething issues. Like we've seen so much already in this map, just guys being like, "Oh, I kind of forgot they could be there really quickly," or whatnot. I still microplay. Forzy dropping the AWP, the detour before the bomb explodes, with the understanding he was gonna go down with the ship, and that's done with ECLOT, making it a one-round game going to the final round and a half. But it is good to remember that only 2 days ago, when these two teams played up against each other, sorry, not even 2, a day ago, it was 7-5 T-halves all around, which is quite perplexing, to be honest. So is 6 enough? I would think so, but last time they played, it wasn't.
Very hard to go off like what happened in the previous time a team has played each other.
Yeah.
Because like sometimes you could say, oh, the team who lost can learn, and it's harder for the team that won to innovate again. But
Thing is, this was yesterday.
yeah,
This was also, yeah, like kind of about 24 hours ago.
they're pretty difficult to innovate, that's for sure.
Yeah.
But you might be able to fix mistakes a bit easier.
What's Jorko doing? What's his AWP doing? He's actually supporting. He's setting Mathios up. And unfortunately, the flashbang was dodged by Spardos, who had a really nice position in playground. Tapeware gets absolutely demolished in connector. And the layers of aggression for Copenhagen Wolves in the penultimate round of this first half seemingly aren't going very well, as Belaney and Jorko are the last two alive. Belaney, he's changed the tides of this round, though, with a double that should have been traded.
Yeah, this round's on.
Oh, and he's just thrown it all away.
He's
Okay.
just dry peak monster.
Yeah, okay.
Ugh.
Did he have
Jorko,
to
what
do
have you
that?
got? 1v2. Wrong side of the map, unfortunately. Forzy and Spardau are going toward long by the looks of things. That is usually the bailout option for rounds like this. Will Jorko rotate at any point? If he goes up con now, he could maybe catch 1 or 2. Problem is, Spardau and Forzy both have smokes. So 1, Jorko's not going to be there in time, and 2, Forzy's full belt of util will probably win this round either way. There's all the intel. You can plot for bank as well.
Jorko's had a great game. He's impressed me. I think he's impressed you. This would be a step into the realms of insanity if he wins this. Oh, there's a timing that is ridiculous. Did he spot Spaudaus in bank? I'm not sure. He scoped in at the worst time. Regardless, though, Forzy misses a shot on long. Bomb's not planted for Forzy. Smoke on. AWP shot missed. Bomb, if it gets stuck, he can win this. There's enough time, but he's on very low HP. And with the final bullet in the magazine, Forzy just about hits the headshot.
I think he would have been able to put up the clock or to get the one knife left click and would have won anyway, but it was out of bullets was Forzy. That was actually quite nervy at the end. Nice try, Jorko. It actually makes more of that than I thought he would.
Oh, yeah.
Let me use English again there. He makes more of that than I thought anyone would. Like, he actually does really well. I don't think any player would have probably clutched that round in any normal circumstance. So to be able to get one more with the dualies, actually almost hit that AWP flick on the long on Forzy at the end, on the long position. I was closer than I thought he'd get, but there we are. 6-6 at half. Very competitive once again between these two in the cider match.
This is a game I've been very intrigued to watch because you've got a lot of interesting, you've got some really interesting storylines kind of all across the board. Like I guess when you Spardaus versus Mathios, Jorko, who are probably the two newest kind of talents to this series, to this server. Then also like Nixon, very young in his career and his age. There's so much potential on the server. And for Copenhagen Wolves is a team that's done really, really well. And I don't think you'd expect it when you look at their roster, truth be told. They have been. And Matheos has been a big part of that success, but he's currently sitting 4-9. He hasn't got a kill for a very long time, despite it being set up in occasion for opening kills.
E2 Fiddy for Jorko on long. Should I be pronouncing the J in the name, or is it like Yorko? Jorko?
Oh, that's a really good question.
Well,
if someone's watching, let us know.
Yeah, please do. Jorko will get the opening kill. Matheus will run down 4Z. That is a good kill. He's found 2. He's found Aaron as well. And that just cancels out the entirety of this pistol for ECLOT. Here in toward Bank. There's a kit on the floor right in front of him, but he needs 4 kills. It's a lovely one on the first. Only his second kill of the entire game, by the way. He's been gifted some of these duels, but there we go. In the end, triple peaked and removed. Copenhagen Wolves with a great pistol. I think in like Bulgaria,
It'd be Yorko.
/ Scotland. Probably Yorko. Yeah.
Yeah,
not
I'd
Jorko.
imagine so. So he's played Bulgarian Counter-Strike the majority of his career up until Mazanek's team. So he played for a team in ESEA main called Quixel, which, bit of Yorko lore, was sponsored by his dad's photography company in Scotland.
That's actually very cool lore. Only you would know that as well. I think no other commentator in the scene would be able to pluck that information out of the blue.
I mean, I had the very unique opportunity, right, of having that like interaction with that
exactly.
NXT Academy team.
Yeah, like no one else has been with them. So
I actually knew that before I went. That was like from the knowledge for the research I did specifically for that, right?
Okay, fair.
I actually am taking way too much credit for this. Is Frog CS, the old coach of Endpoint?
Yeah.
Yep, all from him.
Nice.
He helped me with that because I was like, I don't know these guys. You probably do. And he was like, I do. And I was like, can we call, please? No, his parents are like incredibly supportive.
That's very cute.
They're probably watching, which is why I'm hoping that maybe they can tell us. I don't. If you've got chat open, keep an eye on.
There are a few parents in like Counter-Strike that speak in chat. I think it's like Hex Mum has like an account which is like Hex_Mum that types in Twitch chat. I think Swisher as well. There's a couple of
a few Danish people.
North American parents.
I've had
Kraken.
People who I've had people message me from the UK scene after I've interviewed them being like, my mom loves the interview. And I was like, that's really cute. Anyways, this is a chaotic one because it's an A pop. And Nixon, he's killing everything, despite potentially it being his own teammate. Jorko is left between a rock and a hard place as his teammate's very far away. Bailani is now left into a 1 versus 2. I'm not sure exactly how he got into this position on long, isolated, but Forzy on this bomb site is held like a rock. 18-7, make it now 19. He has the confidence to play that exposed off angle because MBQQ was coming through toilets, and that is ECLOT, their first round of the ball in the second half, I think.
It's always great when you end a play-by-play with, I think.
Yeah, that was bad. That's bad commentating. That's bad. That's commentating 101. Don't do.
Sorry, I had to make this.
That's like 101. Don't do.
Me
That's
and
my bad.
Me and Freddie are tight. I can make fun of him like that. So.
Yeah, we're close like that. We're on first name bases.
Anyway, 8-7 Copenhagen Wolves. They now have a pretty rough bye around the edges considering that previous round. Jump spot by Lani. We'll see what's in front of him, but now be seeing nothing because NBQ has removed him. Only his 3rd kill of the game. Annoying for Nixon as he tries to advance through short. A bit more damage, but he does go down the edge. Thankfully, there's more where that came from, and Aaron almost getting all 3.
I've seen him win this.
Have you?
Oh yeah. maybe the best mechanical player at this level right now. If there's anyone who'd do it, it's him. Okay, I was trying.
I do like him. I do think he's got something, that's for sure.
He is one of the fastest growing players I think I've maybe ever seen.
Especially for someone who's not like 16. He's like 22, right?
No, like he's like at uni last time I noticed. Like he has a girlfriend, he's at uni.
Yeah.
He's from a pretty underdeveloped CS country.
Croatia,
like,
right?
There's like 3 Croatian players I know, and I think one of them got VAC banned. So like that's kind of the lay of the land on his region. I know
Roga. That's it.
Was Roga the cheater?
I don't know. He's on Partizan. He's on Kylo for a while.
Was that no? Roga's legit. Sorry, yeah. Roga's the one who was actually nuts. He played with Emmy, right? A lot of Emmy. Yeah, he was legit. He was really good. I really liked him. But Matthews first came onto my radar in September last year. He was playing low main, maybe even high intes at that stage. And I was just like, he was a pugger. He was just like top 100 Europe or whatever. Just really good aim, really good elo, really good aim. He came to Epic 43. He was sitting behind us, actually. And all I remembered from him was that he slammed his desk so loud, I think it reverberated around to ours.
Okay. Well,
and like I thought he was good at that time. Like I thought he was like a good player, but I didn't think anything. You know, I was like, he's all right. Low, like he's a good main player, maybe like low advanced, right? And then like 2 months later, he's on Copenhagen Wolves. 2 months later, he's dropping like a consistent 1.1 on HOTU. Another 2 months later, he's stepping in for Navi Jr. in a tier 1 qualifier. Like literally in the space of 6 months, it was like main to that level, which I think is
crazy.
Actually an insane level of improvement.
Yeah. Gun round is about to begin here, and Forzy gets a lovely pick toward long. Incidentally, we did say we'd read out the Twitch message if you've got pronunciation help for us. I'll get to that in a second, because Nixon has got 2 players coming his way. Does well to find one, honestly. That was quite a tight angle when that wide swing came through from Aaron. Yoko goes toward long. I don't want to anywhere near that. SPARTA's just been sent into orbit by Lani. That's a nice ragdoll. Into a 3v3 off the back of that. Daitor push Monster, knowing that there's a chance he could deal with Lani, but the dink only. Somehow. NVQ tries to go for a reface, knowing damage has been done, and he does find the one, but again, Jorko gets it done. Incidentally, thanks to Yuri in chat. Not Yorko. Apparently, it's imagine D before J. So Jorko.
Oh, that actually, for some reason, that makes sense, and I don't know why.
Like Novak, I assume like Yuri, like Novak Djokovic.
Yeah,
right? So Jorko. We've got
Jorko.
Forzy 1v2. Big flank monster. 22 kills in the game, by the way. He's still got a smoke. He's still got a kit. If he can find one of these 2 kills, he can perhaps right-click a smoke on the bomb. Problem is they're playing double short, and now neither of them are showing themselves at all. He's thinking, okay, I could ninja or play exit. He's gonna ninja. He's gonna ninja.
God.
He's too late.
Time.
He's too late.
I think there's no time. He's like a tick too late. Oh, that's so rough. Literally, I think when he got on it, it was 4.0. It was 4.8.
Yes. And that's the one thing, right, with the Thunderpick HUD that I don't think any other HUD has in the scene.
Yeah.
I know it like is a bit of a spoiler in a way, but I do like that we know at least straight away.
A little part of me was like, I wish I could believe, but I know deep down that I saw the number too low.
4.8. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, that was a really valiant effort. You wouldn't see many people do that. And I was actually sitting there thinking, he's playing a bit like reserved, isn't he? Like he hasn't really attempted it. Like I was like, oh, I guess he's just saving the AWP. Like it's kind of that part of the game where having an AWP in the next round could be, and having then the ability to have an extra rifle out is like it's that part of the game where that's really impactful. So even though he does die, Trav, he does take someone down with him. I think it was Joker that came down with him. So at least only one player survives, and that actually does have significance across the rest of the server, because now I look at the economy, I look at where we are, 9-9. No one's really got loss bonus. This is the swing round. Whoever wins this round very well could just win the whole map.
Yeah. Honestly, I feel for Forzy, because just looking at the numbers again just quickly, he's 22-8. The closest teammate to him has half his kills. That's just a fact. And not one that ECLOT wants to hear.
Yeah. I mean, MBQQ, he's had like, what, 2 impact frags as well?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I appreciate what Forzy tried to do. He was just 0.2 of a second too late. That is the fine margins of high-level Counter-Strike. Let's see who's going to make that money. Moves on to be short. Forzy AWP. Of course, Overpass is an AWPer's map. They're pushing 2 through short to clear it out in its entirety.
This is a really interesting setup, largely because of how aggressive SPARTA is. And I think the reason why this works so well is, oh, that's so rough. What great awareness from Jorko. What I was gonna say was that why would you ever expect someone that aggressive when there's 4 players confirmed over towards the B bomb site? Apparently, Jorko are only 16 years old and probably never have played this map in an official, at least specifically professionally, is aware of that possibility. That's really clever. That's clocked in. But ECLOT, they are overcompensating now and sending everyone over towards the A bomb site, and they are bang on the money. Nixon has no idea what just happened. 3 players have peeked in. Belaney's found 3. What? With the Galil? Headshots galore. Detour sitting here going, what happened to my teammates? But Laney is absolutely destroyed ECLOT. And now the 2 versus 1 Copenhagen Wolves have a free A bomb site.
I like the pause, though. I know they've got not much time left on the clock to figure this out, but they want to see if Dietor goes searching elsewhere and maybe flanks long. They're going to be a little bit stuck for time to clear out the site properly on A, but that's not going to matter considering Dietor's rotation. There we go. Plant in the smoke. Should be okay. There we go. 5 seconds. No issue. So Dietor to clutch. 7 kills in the game. Needs 9. Jorko 20 HP. Tapeware 89. Coming up from the bin. And Jorko calmly taps him down. Even took 1 more bullet of damage, I believe. Good round for Copenhagen Wolves. Well figured out. Bailani is the hero, I believe.
I actually don't really know and understand specifically how Copenhagen Wolves are able to get out of that one. And it only is if Bailani gets 3. There's no other way Copenhagen Wolves get out of that situation if he doesn't get 3. ECLOT, the overcompensation, the rotation of the 4 players towards A was a dream call. They did everything right after losing that opening kill and allowing that passageway for the Wolves, but they reacted appropriately and on time, and yet it was all undermined by a Galil hat trick. On top of that, the repercussions of a loss there means Copenhagen Wolves go to 11, and not only is that them going to basically touching distance of winning the map, their opponent's map pick what they lost previously, but it puts ECLOT on a purchase in the next where it's fragile. They're not going to have an AWP out. Players are going to have to sacrifice weaponry for utility or vice versa. So this is a very difficult position for ECLOT to be in, and all the cards and chips currently in the hands of the T side.
I quite like Nixon's picture in our HUD. It's like he's just peeking over the top of a wall. Or after treading on like an electric cable that was live. Oh! That's a round reset. No damage done, no harm done.
Scottish internet.
Quick match medic. We'll be all good.
Is there an ambulance past your house this time?
No.
No.
Maybe there is in Scotland though. What land?
They barely have running water up there.
What the hell?
What the hell? What the helly?
What the hell, on? I'm too old for this.
Yeah, I can just about get away with it. I don't think you can.
Oh god. I'm right in the middle between like, you know, like finding Zoomer jokes really funny and like brain rot really funny and thinking, what the hell am I doing in my life?
Yeah, I get what you mean, and that's only probably the case because your job is Counter-Strike. I think ordinarily you probably wouldn't, right?
Maybe not. I don't know.
My missus, who's a little bit older than you are, love her dearly, but she struggles to understand the brain rot humor of the youth. Which is probably a good thing. Didn't have to have a conversation about that. We can't just leave it on that note.
Yeah, I think we should.
Yeah. Okay, cheers. Thanks. Now I feel awkward. Yeah, cheers, Trav.
What if you ask it again? And then
No. I'm not gonna be lured by your witchcraft.
But what if you ask it again and then you'll see if then you'll just see if I answer or not. It's a tech pause. You might as well.
No. Your time. I was trying to have a conversation with a friend. And instead, now I feel bad. Look what you've done.
No. Please, Freddy, please.
Please. Should we have a conversation about Lithuanian Counter-Strike and when the hell was that a thing?
Goated, maybe. JL, Major MVP. Navi Jr., Jagus, the GOAT.
Yeah, what even is Jagus? Like,
His first name, mate. Don't make fun of it.
Okay. Put me in my place, will you?
Thank you. He's only 16, playing for FUT now, rather than Navi Jr., of course. Playing alongside Misuta, pretty funny addition.
That was a weird one.
Keeping one French player from that French team they picked up. But, yeah, I think there's more than just JL, Jagus, Spardal. There's a few creeping in that are starting to put that country on the map even more, and for them to win the entirety of that EEF championship, that's a big deal. Like, they beat Germany, which were big.
Oh, it was big. Yeah.
Exactly.
Oh, sorry, that was
literally Germany with big Skrunk. I just realized what you've done, by the way. Nice try. Sure, they had Skrunk on the team, but still, it's beating big.
He's still a pro player at heart.
They beat Kosovo, which is the last dance for Bad News Eagles, and they had Kribeni on the team as well. Obviously, a great player with Navi Jr. They beat Poland. They had a decent team in that event, by the way. Like there was a couple of no names, but not the Polish team that were meant to be there, which is the issue, right? It's not as an impressive win.
They beat ex-Blue Jays from 2023.
They did. And then in the grand final, they beat TNL. And TNL are the talk of Tier 2 right now.
That's the big one, yeah. I think what's interesting is that this was like in Lithuania, probably for the first time without someone like Esperanto. Like, you know, they finally got like players to clear out Esperanto. Like, they actually now don't have to rely on like someone who peaked in 2017. I guess. And then, yeah, like BMAS is kind of making his redemption in Monte. But that Magila guy as well, like I've heard only good things from him. And I think he actually used to play with Spartas in SD Invicta, which is one of the only pretty much local Lithuanian teams. But the Lithuanian scene would also be like active in like Estonia and the Baltics. There's something going on there. But right now, it looks like MBQQ is finally getting things going. Until Belaney just drive-bys him with a Mac 10. I don't think there's much he could have really done in that situation. So that's a little bit unfortunate after a really good hold. And now with the favor swinging into the clocks of Copenhagen Wolves, Spartas and Aram have been talking a big game with Lithuania. One of them has to step up, and Spartas are 1 versus 2. They know where he is, and he is completely blinded. He's got no kit, he's got no hope, and that's going to be map point for Copenhagen Wolves.
Up. Fortunately, that's the only nice sound of the round for Dynamite ECLOT. Copenhagen Wolves will reach 12. Good execute there from the T side. Pretty simple, but keeping it simple after that tech pause is always a play that I like. Yorko up to 19 and 11. What a great game for him. Incidentally, by the way, the reason I was quiet is because I was sneezing and coughing, because I'm still a bit coldy. So I'm sorry for not remembering what you said. But
Can we get a get well in chat, Trav?
That'll definitely fix me.
I
think 5 get wells in chat will do everything.
It's actually yeah, it means we actually got recognition.
Scientifically proven.
Better than modern science.
But I might be sick, but we still cast Counter-Strike because I love the game. Nixon. Bardal. Let's do battle in bathroom. Daitor will be able to find one with his MP9, and Jocko actually will find that trade on Aaron. Forzy's still here around Divider, by the way.
This is strong. They're not
they're
clearing
not
him.
checking him at all. How many can he get? It's 2. It could be 3. It is 3. How good is that from Forzy?
Oh, hold on. Hold your horses. Jorko's just one-tap Detour, but unfortunately overwhelmed. Whoa, that was close to being one of the rounds of all time, but instead it's Forzy who takes the cake.
26 and 10. Ready. You know what? Wait. You know when I said earlier that when he was on 22 kills, that he had double the kills of Spardal? Nothing's changed. His closest teammate is still on 11 kills.
Yeah, Aaron's got to 11, but apart from that, Sparta is slowed down. I mean, Copenhagen Wolves have just been playing a really good T side, which just kind of makes me quite confused, to be honest.
Oh, what a pick from Jorko. That's one of the classic things on Overpass that we're going to have to, like, or I guess you could say remember from all the times we've played it in the past. The fact that you can go for these quick AWP picks through short if you've got a good spawn. You can even maybe take a proper pick in toward the monster side from short and barrel. Jorko got it a little bit earlier that time, but gets away with an opening. 22 for him now as well. Bomb being taken back to playground. There's ready to swing. It'll jiggle out before he gets his kill. And the second. Wow. He is unstoppable. This is truly a one-man show right now.
The pinnacle of it, and he's not slowing down either. He's searching and he's eager for more. Still 100 HP. Finally, Nixon gets revenge and puts him in the grave. On top of that, Jorko's in a very oppressive position. They won't anticipate an AWP to ever be here, and he smites down 2, leaving Detour alone in a 1 versus 3, negating Forzy's double. Sure, the bomb got dropped, but Jorko battle AWPing. He's just peeking into bank, and he does not care. He's even pushing through the smoke. This man, balls of steel, but Detour, I was going to say, maybe slipped the net, but Belaney's holding for him. And that's Copenhagen Wolves. Only yesterday, they lost in a double overtime against Dynamo ECLOT. ECLOT repick into this map, and this time, it's a different fate. This time, the Wolves are victorious in regulation. And to be honest, pretty dominantly, despite the scoreline maybe being quite close.
Yeah, well, we're going to look at the end of that game. There's going to be one standout. That's Forzy. I think he got, was it 28?
28 in the end.
In the end. And there is no teammate anywhere near him. That's crazy. Bit more of a team performance from Copenhagen Wolves, obviously, but Jorko deserves a lot of credit. First game I've ever seen of his, looking great. I'm very, very impressed, and I'm looking forward to seeing what he can do, not just in this series, but in the, I guess you could say, distant future as well, because he's only 16, got many, many years to go. My guy was born when I first started playing Club Penguin in like 2007 or some shit like that, so I'm feeling old. But yeah, fantastic. Really happy with what I've seen from Jorko. Genuinely, I think that is... It's only his second ever official Overpass as well for him. He played against ECLOT the other day, of course.
Yesterday,
just yesterday. So that is incredible. And with map 2, of course, coming up of Mirage, it's a great map for Copenhagen Wolves. This could be a 2-0.
He's going to force the kill in the last second. Right to the smoke. Look at him go.
A change of veto and a change of maps won. Yes, these two teams matched up against each other in this very tournament. Dino ECLOT won 2-0. They won Overpass. But this time, it's a little bit different. Copenhagen Wolves come out the gate swinging, and especially led by Jorko. He had a monstrous performance, only bested by FAVBET. He was on the losing side. So now we head on to Mirage, and for ECLOT, if FAVBET continues to have his good performance, that's great. Someone else needs to step up.
We shall see if they can. ECLOT need help. That's not FAVBET. But doesn't. The thing is as well, like FAVBET can't be expected to do that again this game. So we have seen some very impressive like single player performances in history, but if he puts it in a map like that again, two games in a row, I'll be very impressed. Pistol round on the way. First pick for FAVBET. He does start off the game once again on the right foot, sitting with Jorko into a palace. Matthias will manage to deal with Aaron though, and Spider fighting around Ticket will go down to Bailani. Only back into a 4v3. Taps coming in from range from FAVBET. They're getting chipped away at right now. Death by paper cuts, and in the end, Daitor gets distracted by the CT player. And Matthias and Tapeware do what they do best.
Yeah, Matthias is on home turf, right? I think that, well, I was saying that on Overpass, there was certainly occasions where he looked uncomfortable. I think that's a very understandable reaction to have for a player whose second professional match on Overpass was just played, and his first was yesterday. Duality of that, Jorko looked really comfortable. So I guess there's only so much weight you can give, leeway you can give rather. But Matthias, a great start to proceedings here. And for ECLOT, they get rolled over on the A-bomb site. So they're off to a pretty poor start. We've praised FAVBET a lot. I want to hit you with a kind of conversational piece as we seemingly enter a technical pause.
Go on.
I really thought FAVBET had what it takes to go up the ranks a long time ago. I'm surprised to really still see him here.
I completely agree. I think the rough thing for him was that like he had a good period. Then he had a rough period, and that's when Sinners decided, okay, we'll just go back to Oscar then.
His stats were pretty good back then.
Yeah, but they still had the option of Oscar, right? And Oscar was very good when he came back.
His
again.
stats were nuts. I did an interview with Beastick when that happened, and Beastick was like, oh, it's not anything to do with numbers. It's the vocality of Oscar that's what we wanted over, and FAVBET didn't provide that.
Yeah, that's interesting, right? Because then, of course, he went from that to this like weird project on Entropic, which never really went anywhere. Entropic pulled out of Counter-Strike, knowing how the current scene would be, not seeing much progress,
and
really get into a major.
Screwed.
Yeah, like he was on the team with Oxygen, Marix, Collins, and Tizian, and like, with all due respect, I didn't really see that going many places in Tier 2. Their last game with that team was against Pain. They still had Nissim and Kawes and Lux and everyone.
Yeah, the owner just woke up one day and went, no, I don't really want to have a team anymore.
No, it's not really worth it, is it? No. And of course, his only team since then, since December 23, has been ECLOT. He's been through certainly a different number of guises under ECLOT as well. ECLOT's been going through a lot of sort of different rosters coming in recently. I mean, they had Kriaz for a while. They had, was it Mikey for a while as well?
No, different.
No, they definitely had Mikey. Not the MAJ one, the Slovakian one.
Yeah, maybe.
One who trialed,
that's
the one who trialed for OG. Yeah, that's it.
Maybe, yeah. Well, FAVBET AWP'd when this ECLOT roster first formed together. Oh, sorry, not AWP'd, IGL'd.
Right, I didn't know that.
He IGL'd for a very short period of time, and then Kriaz took it over. Kriaz didn't come in as an IGL, came in as a rifler, but had previously IGL'd on the... Well, he hadn't technically IGL'd on the finest squad. Twist was the official IGL, but Kriaz unofficially took over IGL ship the last kind of quarter, and then took it back into ECLOT.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, to answer your question, I mean, Forzy is, he's not old. He's 23. Unfortunately, we've reached a point for him now where his name's been out there for a while, and there are better young prospects out there as an AWPer that organizations will see as either one, better, two, a better future prospect to then sell on in the future, or three, plainly better for their project long term, their own project long term. Like, I mean, example, I know it's a bad example now because what's gone down today, but like Grix, Molodoy, like these guys have come out of the woodwork out of nowhere, while Forzy's been floating around the last couple of years in tier 2 still, right? So like he's getting overtaken. Not that I'm sure he cares about that too much. Like I'm sure he's not unhappy to be.
I think you would.
Yeah, maybe, but like my point is he's probably not going to care about being overtaken by young talent like Molodoy, and like sometimes you can't do anything about what other players do.
Yes.
You're only in control of your own destiny.
Comparison is the thief of joy.
That's a very good saying. I agree.
I think that was Oscar Wilde, but I could be very wrong.
Let me say comparison is the thief of joy.
Hit me with it.
Source. Theodore Roosevelt, the 26th president of the United States.
I maybe couldn't have been any more wrong. I think if I tried, I couldn't be more wrong.
I mean, unless the Google AI overview is lying to me.
No, you're probably. I mean, it's probably something that's been said by quite a few people. Let's be honest.
Yeah.
But no, you raise a really interesting point with Forzy of like, he's been overtaken, but when you look at his stats, like bar for bar, how much better are these players than Forzy? Not much better, I don't think so.
Yeah.
And that's just off the top of my head. Like, he statistically is really good, but there's definitely this kind of thing in Counter-Strike where I'd say pre-COVID, you were only going for older guys who were experienced was the name of the game. Now, you hold less weight the longer you are in your career at this level.
Yeah.
You almost like depreciate, which is very weird. And I think we're actually going into maybe like it's almost negative.
Yeah.
That we're in a state of Counter-Strike where it's like, oh, you're 23, but you've been around for like 5 years, and because you haven't made it, therefore you could never make it. And it's like, whoa.
You know what's funny? Talking about like depreciating and like form going up and down, his all-time rating on HLTV is 1.15.
Oh, it's crazy. And he's played so much Counter-Strike.
And his 2025 rating is 1.15.
Like, it's crazy. I remember. I remember Carson's game. It's the only reason why I remember this. He stood in, what date was this? 2023. This was when he was like between teams. And he stood in for Evil Geniuses when they were in Europe. And, drops like a 1.30 rating in like a stand-in performance for that team. And I was just sitting here at this stage. Like, this is 2023. This is this is just after Sinners, just before Entropic. And I was like, this guy's going to get the call up to tier 1. And I'm still in a position where, okay, he maybe struggled kind of like early ECLOT. I think that's because the IGL ship. But he's in a position now where I'm like, he's only getting better. Why is he still here?
Yeah.
Especially because it's not even a regional team anymore. They're international now. And they were before with Blitz and Kriaz.
Yeah, very true. I'm just looking at it now. I found the one game you were talking about. It was against Eyeballers.
I remember it was on. I remember watching him. It was like last minute. Like I think actually while the game was live, or like 10 minutes beforehand.
It was
and on Inferno, and he just comes and he just drops a nuke on them.
Yeah, crazy. It was automatic refresh. Nelan, Breezy, and Forzy. That one game, and he farmed. Anyway,
yeah, and like I just kind of, it's a shame. He's one of those players for me that I've always thought is amazing. But
This would be we had a bit of a longer tech pause, which is why I've been waffling. Apologies for that, guys. Thank you for your patience. Do appreciate it.
Lucky they're going to hear a podcast for free.
Yeah, exactly. Like, hopefully, us talking about Forzy's career wasn't too boring for you. Anyway, but okay, just we're not boring, Freddy. We're not boring. Keep telling yourself that. Sparta has got an MP9 to probably try and save into round 3. Copenhagen Wolves have avoided this force buy pretty nicely.
Long tech pause, never nice. But it is Copenhagen Wolves with a map to the good. Also now 2 rounds up. But this is the... This is the big one. This is the gun round coming out. Or not, sorry, what am I saying? They half invested in the last. So they're gonna save once again. Very weird, like half investment, half not, but it does mean that Forzy gets an AWP next round. So everyone else, kind of normalist purchase, they still buy quite a lot here. Like, why is Aaron or Deagle, for instance? I don't think that's really right. Yeah. But Forzy gets an AWP.
Important for Copenhagen Wolves to win this round clean. Their money rolling. Comes a Deagle for a Dietor, but nothing doing. Jorka will take that one. Aaron does get one through the smoke, though.
Ooh, that's the kind of most dangerous weapon down. And TPu is doing very well with this Mac 10. He does fool, but 2 kills and dying. He's going to be sitting on like around 5k next round. Or sorry, 5k plus. Best position to be in. Jorka can also get an AWP next round if he chooses to do so. And for Forzy, it's just about how much money can I get for my AWP with this Mac 10.
I think he'll manage to keep himself alive. Forzy will go down. The question we had, of course, we had a lot of waffling since then. But the question we did have was, who from ECLOT will step up and help Forzy this map? Gun rounds are now here. Time to see who we've got.
This is when those questions should be answered, preferably. And, ooh, this is very awkward aggression from Aaron. He's very much so got lost in the sauce. The trades in middle are not going to be effective or positive for ECLOT. But Forzy, battle AWPing, standing between so much utility, is able to get one. But then he falters, doesn't anticipate Jorko to also be that close with an AWP. And now MBQ and Detour, save's already been called. And Copenhagen Wolves, they've just kind of actually walked to they've just lackadaisically stepped into a 4-0 lead.
He needs to make sure he's quite a way away from the bomb. I think he will be fine. He still takes 3 damage, even though he's all the way in T-spawn. Copenhagen Wolves are having a good face. Good showing today. Definitely like a weird roster, because, you know, remember what the organisation kind of, the players they had back in the old days, in the first guys, Copenhagen Wolves. Their sort of return to the scene with this EU mix is always a bit strange. They've always been like floating around tier 3, getting some good wins, but never really enough in a row to really make a dent, right?
They've had
these
roster
tournaments.
issues. They've had crazy roster issues, to be honest.
Yeah.
If you look at how their return back last year has just been, unfortunately, like, plagued by roster difficulties. This is like the first, and even now, like, they've made 2 roster majors in 2 months, right?
Yeah. Had Andu for a while at the beginning, right? As well.
Yeah, he didn't. Yeah, I think that was the best they played. The best they played was with him.
Yeah, they had,
which you'd anticipate.
I know Bailani and TPuDCATb were there from the beginning. I know Jakini was on the team for a bit. I remember they had Shane, the one Malznick's team player, never got the main chance, unfortunately, on the team for a bit as well, but he was kicked too, so...
He made room for Quez and Mathios, and then Quez only lasted like a month.
Yeah.
They've had really, there's like, I think Copenhagen Wolves, this is the roster where I wouldn't expect this team to do well, but I'm very excited to see it do well.
Double under is a bit weird here, by the way.
Issue is, getting out A is going to be difficult here. Look at the HP. 25 and 15 between 2. MBQQ's been baited in perfectly. Spoudaus is very actively made an effort to go and die, and then he's not even going to get any action because Forzy kills them both anyways.
That's quite funny, right? I mean, Nubik's like, oh my god, I've got 3 kills.
I've done it, boys.
I've been baited in perfectly. And, yeah. Forzy comes and takes them anyway. 1 bullet from death is by
I need a kill.
He's still gone now, incredibly.
He doesn't even get one.
Daitor will get it with 1 health to spare.
First round on the board. Is this the start of something more for ECLOT? Aaron says yes. He's gone for mid-aggression in prior rounds and they haven't worked. This time, he gets an opening kill and is able to exit away while also pressuring TPuDCATb even further as the 2 IGLs come head-to-head in a dance of util, and both kind of end up in the same amount of bad place. And for Copenhagen Wolves, this is such a difficult ground for them because look at just how much pressure and aggression is being applied towards them. There's just nothing they can do.
Annoying when the round feels over already, right in the 3v5. Got enough utility to really make a play happen, but it's getting the opening kills that are really going to crack open a site, which feels unlikely. Daitor, smoke is up and blocking everything he would want it to block. Gorko somehow needs to entry 1 and deal with Aaron on short as well. Unfortunately, it's only a trade. TPuDCATb's down to 11, but actually, Bailani has done what I said. TPuDCATb's still lurking in connector. He's found 1 more kill.
What?
Suddenly,
Wait, what?
The B bomb site is totally open. TPuDCATb is still wasting time. Eventually, he'll go down. But Bailani is set up for a clutch, and he's playing on top of the shelving unit in that market position. It's a brilliant spot to find 1 kill. But now he's got to find Forzy as well. The main man of the series for ECLOT. 6 kills in the game, needs 1 more. He's got a kit. He can afford to take his time, but Bailani's on for a sick clutch here. 3 in the round for him. Forzy has no idea where Bailani has rotated to. It's going to be a nice spray down. A little bit awkward, but doesn't matter. What a clutch for Bailani and what a recovery for Copenhagen Wolves.
That is all Bailani. He gets a double entry onto the B bomb site and then proactively takes the duel in the 1 versus 2. TPuDCATb short doesn't get a second kill in connector, but he buys just enough time. Just enough time for Bailani to get into the right position and also confirms 100% that both players were top connector. Also, Bailani plants the bomb for short, which could have ended up working as a favor for TPuDCATb if TPuDCATb had been able to get away. But it just gives Bailani that so much space to work with in that 1 versus 1. And even though Forzy is having this heroic gladiatorial that's not a word, heroic game, there's just not much he can really do in that position. Like, he's low HP. Bright Lane, he plays that to perfection, and that is a heartbreaker around Trav. Because ECLOT, that was theirs for the taking, and they've thrown it all away. But they still do have money to purchase up into another round with an AWP on 4Z.
Huge round for Copenhagen Wolves, and it really feels like it kind of breaks the hearts of ECLOT somewhat. Difference of... what would it have been? 4-2? Yes, sorry, my brain's slow right now. Win 4-2 instead of 5-1. Could have been in the game, maybe made that economy even a bit less crazy as well. NBQ gets one from the balcony, and SPARTA has done well to find one of his own, and 4Z was kind of just gets dry swung by Tapeware. This should be an ECLOT round, you would think. There goes Nixon. Daito hasn't even need to go for anything else on the balk. Will get eventually taken down, but FDS needs a crazy clutch, and once again 4Z will get a peek coming toward him. There's an easy one for him to take. So ECLOT will regroup and hit straight back.
It's very important that they punch back and bounce back into this round, because it's very easy to let that one round snowball. You lose a stupid, like, 2 versus 4, and you snowball. But instead, 4Z maintains his dominance. Another 2 kills coming out from him. A little bit worrying that it always comes from 4Z in one way or another. But Dino ECLOT, they punch back, and because it was a 1v1 one and some very close rounds in there, Copenhagen Wolves don't actually have any money left. They have Galils, Deagles, Tech-9s, nothing really much to note, and therefore, we find ourselves in a position where ECLOT 4 rounds is almost a guaranteed if they can get past this ragtag purchase.
Will entry Aaron. They're getting a little bit scary now because Daito needs to deliver. He does have support from short, but they need multiple kills, and NBQ didn't get a single frag. Daito, what have you got? He's done really well. He's done really well. Round's not dead yet, though, because Bailani has traded it. Covers it into a 2v2. 4Z and SPARTA out. Need to try and recover. The worst part for them is that already rifles have been recovered. Bailani's got the M4. Bailani coming late short, but the fake plant from Bailani will not draw him out. Huge round, actually.
He's done it here before, and I've got a feeling he's going to do it again. I like how reserved Tapeware's playing as well. They're playing 2 1v1s here, Copenhagen Wolves, but it's going to be beneficial. 4Z's got the kit, and he's not really making an active move forward. Finally spotted. Spartus dropped, and 4Z just has to tuck his tail between his legs and slink off into the darkness, as there's no hope for him to even attempt that retake. And this back and forth nature massively favors Copenhagen Wolves. I said this was a round that Dynamo ECLOT should be winning day and night with their eyes closed, but that simply wasn't the case. And it's at least a tied half guaranteed with 4 rounds to go.
Should I be pronouncing the S for Spardas, or should I not? I actually don't know.
I think I was. I was saying Spardas.
That's why I'm questioning myself. Because I feel like... What?
You did it, so it must be wrong.
No.
I'm joking.
The opposite, Freddie. I thought I was wrong.
Sorry. It was like, yeah, that's what you've been saying. So I think it's wrong.
Every time I see like A-U-S, it's not like Oz, as in Australia. I think it's like a silent S,
ow.
like owl.
Yeah,
like,
that's a fair point. We'll once again ask Chattief for please, can you tell us? Because we are ignorant Brits.
Why did you have to say it like that? The hell?
I don't know. I wanted
Gatius.
I was trying to be unique.
Yeah. Valid.
Well, because it's like
being unique is fun. I think honestly, SPARTA is a little bit too like. Usually, I like saying aliases how they are, so I'll probably actually take a leaf out of your book with this one and just say SPARTA. Like
SPARTA. I think that
SPARTA.
makes. But then I like it's hard because I've moved to Germany recently, so I'm learning German, being around German. Like, you know, it's just things like, how am I ever supposed to know a V is a W and a W is a V? Like, how am I ever supposed to know that? Yeah, like it's just these small things of like, oh, excuse me, I don't know how to speak every language in the world. Apologies.
Was. Sorry.
The Portuguese are the ones I find the most difficult, actually.
Yeah. Valid. Other than Jonas Macaronis.
Goated.
Oh, I love that guy so much. Anyway. Okay, I'm going to lock back in now because it looks like Copenhagen Wolves could be on a pretty nice path for taking this game. 7-2 up, T-side Mirage. ECLOT have not really had much firepower at all in this entire series, if you exclude Forzy. Daitor's had one good round. It didn't even work out for a round win in the end anyway. Over toward B. Bit depressing, unfortunately, for ECLOT. Bailani's clutch really put, like... I know ECLOT bounced right back from it, but Bailani's clutch was pretty impressive.
Back to back as well, you could argue. With a round in between. To remind people of the stakes, this is a decider game in Group B of the Thunderpick European Series 2. Whoever wins this goes through the playoffs. Whoever loses this is eliminated. And Detour is getting away with a lot. Getting away with murder in short there. And
there we go.
This round is actually just completely falling apart. The Deagle and the Force Buy Wars seem to be king in today, let alone this game or this series. And Copenhagen Wolves just get mauled. They get torn apart without really making much of a competition. That was a lovely setup for ECLOT, where they allow Copenhagen Wolves to just walk into exactly what they had planned. They had this trap, and then they pounced perfectly.
I haven't got many rounds left in this first half, and that is why I like Jorko's decision to save there, because...
Agreed.
Like, you can drop the M4, buy the AWP, they've got enough money to buy here, and the money's going to be a bit rough, so... Usually a T-side saving I don't necessarily agree with, but I think it was definitely better than it was not. Gets them a proper purchase here.
We loved Jorko's opening kills on an Overpass. He's been a little bit quieter on Mirage. It is T-side. We can give him benefit of the doubt. Going for an opening kill here, and Dito goes down. Acceleration in apartments. A nade to greet them. Nixon and Jorko take a lot of damage, and they walk into MBQQ's welcoming clutch in. A lot of grenades coming in. Shrapnel flying everywhere, and amidst that chaos, another for the Bianca. Finally, space now being taken. Matthew searching for utility, a better weapon. Gets both. Molotov missed, but maybe it's a false sense of security for Forzy as he just trails into Jorko's crosshair as he is shooting fish in a barrel. Not done with two. Takes a third. And Aram, the new IGL. 1 versus 3, where he's made his presence known. Very much so.
Hello.
2 kills so far for him, making noise, jumping back into market. Tapeware, a little bit confused potentially around the smoke, but now in the gnome. Aaron, will he expect someone to be exactly where he just killed someone? Yes, and all the spray, both sides was very ropey, but the 1 versus 3 denied, and the AWP even collected with a cherry on top.
That's really nice for Tapeware. I actually really like his movement there. If Aaron didn't make noise jumping into market, I actually think TPuDCATb still makes the same decision to maneuver into that area. If you bypass the smoke, you're in, and Aaron's still in the smoke, you bypass each other, you're still in the position where, either way, you're still in the position where Aaron just was, right? Which is the most unpredictable position. So, yeah, TPuDCATb does well. Good clutch. Aaron did try his best not to beat. Double ramp push. ECLOT trying to find something, but Bailani already jiggle peeks it. Sees what's coming.
They're in a position, Trav, where they can speed up short. You've got 3 players in mid and 1 in apartments. They've seen those 2 ramp, but instead, Copenhagen Wolves choose to maybe be a little bit more discreet with their movements. They slow down. They put their utility down in middle. They leave Mathios here. They put some pressure on B while sending the majority back over towards A, where previously those 2 have been spotted. And Aaron's playing a very advanced angle, jiggling with his Molotov. He sees them, drops it. TPuDCATb just abuses it. He does not care one bit. Maybe he should, though, because FaVBET and SPARTA in combination give Copenhagen Wolves the advantage. Mathios, he can't play. He has to wait for his reinforcements on ramp. He has to wait for the cavalry to make that charge. And because he doesn't, they're just waiting for him. They're holding for him. And the final round and a half goes in favor of ECLOT.
We've been pretty high praise for Mateus. I think that's one round there where I'm seeing a little bit of hesitancy. Like, he's gone up con. He's in a position to deal with the stairs player. I understand why he's taking a little bit longer, because he's trying to time it with his players on A. But once he was spotted, he didn't go for the swing. He didn't take the initiative. He didn't go first.
Okay.
And as Kenny S once famously told everyone in the scene, like, hesitancy gets you killed. So, yeah.
Yeah, you're not wrong. I stick to my guard of saying that he was religiously kind of waiting for his teammates. Like, he shouldn't have been the... He got put in a very uncomfortable position where he's supposed to be activating third or whatever, and there it's like he's activating first, which is a really bad position for him. Like, that's not his fault. That's his teammates' fault.
Okay.
But I do agree with you being like, okay, then in that specific scenario when he spotted the player
when he was spotted,
stairs,
yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, in that like specific scenario, it's like, okay, yeah, maybe, probably actually, he should have been a little bit more like, get out of here, swing. But I think that's such a difficult position for a lurker, because you get put in, but you get stuck between a rock and a hard place where it's like, what can you actually really do? Because you have to win the round single-handedly, which is...
Yeah. Well, it's still 8 for Copenhagen Wolves either way. And now on CT side. Can they hold on? Very awkward by Lanny. Who does he look to aim for first? Well, it's going to be pretty easy for him, because neither one of those 2 players are even looking at him on default. Underbalk and default. But Nixon and Bailani wins the pistol single-handedly. They just couldn't kill anyone.
It's a step in the right direction. That's a step towards the finishing line, more so. Who was going to step up and join FaVBET? No one.
I prefer not to speak.
Yeah. Disappointing, actually.
It is.
Aaron, he's got 5 kills. 2 of them came from an unsuccessful 1v3. It's those type of things. It was when ECLOT got their 4th, it was like, great round. FaVBET got 2. He got 2 very important kills. Can they do it without FaVBET getting a kill? His RWS would be like 1 million, because they're only getting kills when they're only winning rounds when he gets kills that are like really impact frags, right? Whereas for Copenhagen Wolves, Bailani, to be fair to him, I think he just got 3 with an eco there, so okay, it's jaded a little bit, but he's having a fantastic game. Even Jorko on 6, he won a round single-handedly with a triple entry of an AWP. Everyone's having impact. The same cannot be said for ECLOT.
Yeah, and I feel like it's always very easy for like us who are sitting like, you know, just watching, not playing, to criticize when a player is playing poorly when it comes to the kill count.
Yeah.
But that has very clearly been the issue for ECLOT in the entire game, right? It's not like it's been tactical mistakes late round or whatever, like lots of after plants they've thrown or things like that. Very clearly, it has been the Forzy show and no one else, and that's been their main problem.
I mean, I just said, right? Jorko 6 kills, but he still won a round single-handedly.
Yeah.
Obviously, we'd want more. That goes without being said. But yeah, ECLOT have had some pretty sound setups. That crunch middle in the CT side, and also when Aaron, one of his first kills was getting aggressive middle, and they pivoted to then play towards the extremities. Great setup. That's like, I was 1 round. 2 rounds. Like, yeah, it's just not good enough. Whereas this is very heads up from Copenhagen Wolves. They take the fight straight to Aaron. He falls, but it does provide a pathway onto now this A-bomb side. 4 players ready and raring to pop through ramp. They do, but the bomb being planted and this round being won isn't quite a definite just yet. Finally, the bomb, the digits get tapped in, but look at this. Artillery just raining in. SPARTA is on 16 HP, Forzy's on 51, and TPuDCATb, he's got a flash. Mathios has got a flash, and they're just swinging. They're just swinging. They're just swinging for the fences. Spyos was playing anti-flash, and he doesn't even get the opportunity to play.
Yeah, like, Spyhouse was literally expecting the smart thing, but Copenhagen Wolves didn't need to do the smart thing, because they had the manpower. Four. Chance for 2-0. And to get through to the Thunderpick playoffs for EU Series 2. No spots at the main event on the line, but still good cash available.
Yeah, 20k and then 5k. It's all or nothing, so it's a bit high risk. But it's still good VRS points on the board for these maybe somewhat struggling teams. Sparthouse, that's around. Okay, he's just run up connector, got 2 kills, and the bomb being put on A, and Aaron's got Mathios on short. What the hell is going on? Unlucky Jorko? Jorko? Trying to really pronounce the D there. Your whole team's died around you.
Really, what can he get on 1 HP? I say 1 more.
I say 1 more. Yeah.
We tried. We tried for him.
We prayed.
Not enough money for another buy though, Copenhagen Wolves, so ECLOT are gonna have to do this the hard way. Actually a good time for attack, I think, too. It might be 11-5 up, but you know, have a chat now, rather than when it's a little bit too close.
Oh, right. Bang on, bang on. You always want to be preempting these things. You want to be playing, not playing catch up. You want to initiate these things, especially in this environment, before it happens. You lose a round, it's a very silly round. You lost it. Fundamentally, ECLOT will never be able to repeat that. Sparta's ran up con, Aaron ran up short with Tech9s, and they got 2 kills. It's whatever. Take 30 seconds, talk about the next round, and just breathe. Especially when you've got a young team, these stupid rounds can, at times, get the better of you unnecessarily.
Mateus and Jorko will get 1 apiece before Aaron gets the trade, but he's stuck in Delpan. Not a call out I've said for a while.
That's a second.
He's in the smoke. Oh, he's knife out. What are we doing? What are we doing, guys?
What's going on?
Why are we knife out walking up mids? Keep your gun out at all time. Why did they think Aaron had left that position?
What's going on?
What was that?
There's actually a really nice round that we theory crafted once. Never got to use it. Actually, really unfortunately. It's one for you guys. First two jump out. It's because it's very similar to this. First, wait, actually, TPu's in a great pause. He pushed B. TPu's dropped. Oh. Bye, Forzy. He just got up to space. TPu's dropped the bomb, ramp, and now he's running back around middle. He's going to go through towards connector. They think he's in Tetris.
Why do they think
Dude's in key spawn. They're still trying to clear him out. He's upgraded to an AK.
Yes, there we go.
Oh, they're not going to expect this. They're never going to expect this. He's coming up con. The question is anyone going to actually offer themselves? It's spotted. Spotted towards triple. He doesn't know where Aaron is, though. Head, once again, back of the head shot. Nade in CT. He's got the right idea, but oh, he looks away. Fair play, Tapeware. Fair play.
Goodness gracious. Nice try from Tapeware, but I don't think either of us or them want to remember that round at all. They had a 4v3, and they just, like, wander up mid, one with a knife out, and two of them just standing in no man's land, get picked off one by one, and they still almost win the round. What the fuck?
Yeah, man. But yeah, the round we theory crafted that I think we saw NIP maybe doing it, and we changed it a little bit. So two jump out middle, and this is banking on the fact that they throw the top mid smoke, which tends to happen nowadays as like a default eventually in the round. And you bounce a smoke on the floor, so it lands kind of like where Jorko is now, basically. And then you have a player jump up Delpan and one player sit in the top mid smoke. And it's really overpowered. And then you have someone coming from short and he flashes over like Delpan. And the player Delpan then pushes forward, takes first contact, and then the player top mid smoke takes contact afterwards.
That's brilliant explanation, Freddie.
It's such a cool little, it was a cool gimmick we theorized. Is this game scary for you? Are you ever worried of this scoreline? Because it's not, it's only 4 rounds.
I do think this game might get a bit closer. I don't think
Okay.
it'll be a comfortable finish for Copenhagen Wolves, unfortunately for them. Nerves, some nerviness will come into play.
Four players top connector. Unlucky Sparta. I don't know what's happening top con there. Nades, there has been 3-4 nades being put into those smokes in jungle. And ultimately, as the dust settles, Copenhagen Wolves have a man advantage, but eradicated by Forzy. Fellaini takes matters into his own hands, you madman.
Wow.
Possessed. MBQQ, they know where he is. He's standing out in the open. He tries to duel. But in the Colosseum of Mirage, Copenhagen Wolves now take map, series, and elimination playoffs points.
Maybe they won't get comeback on. Maybe they'll be okay. 12-7, Copenhagen Wolves. Great performance from them overall, I gotta say. I'm keeping my eyes on Jorko now as a name for the future. First time I've had a chance to actually cast him. I've watched him a couple of times, but by then he's had a great game. Ateus, the guy that we've been said to keep an eye on, actually hasn't been like the lights out player in this series, which is a good sign.
Yeah, it's actually had quite a rough one. Ooh, this is another fast play from Dynamo ECLOT. That nade inches away from doing a lot of damage to their imposing ramp players. Bylani got away with murder in the previous by just jumping into Sandwich. Might not be needed this round as TPu gets yet another opening kill through those smokes in jungle. And Copenhagen Wolves, this just feels like we're watching the exact same round play out, just without the nades and the jungle smoke. So it's going to be a little bit more normal with this retake. It's 3 versus 3, and Detour needs to get out of CT. Forzy, does he have a flash? Oh, it tried to get shot towards him, but he didn't pick it up. He wanted to be flashed in, Detour. Instead, it's confusion and pandemonium over towards CT. They know where the AWPer is, and he's going to get naded down. Where is MBQQ? Over towards Tetris. Bomb not planted for him. First kill goes his way. Bylani can get the kill. Is there enough time? Yes, there is. By the skin of his teeth, Bylani on 20 kills, soaring above the rest, eliminates Dino ECLOT, and in the Thunderpick World Championships European Series 2, Copenhagen Wolves are your 4th team to make it through to playoffs.
Yeah, honestly, thoroughly deserved. I think they had a lot more about them this evening, a lot more X Factor. Their individuals were playing a little bit better. Map 1, it was literally only Forzy. It was almost a generational map from him, like 28 kills, and his closest teammate was 11. Map 2, kinda nobody really stepping up other than Daitor 1 round. I'm wondering, like, the direction for ECLOT has also been really strange recently, Freddie, with all the different, like, changes in in-game leader and, like, other EU players they're trying to go along with the Czech core. I'm not a huge lover of what I've seen from them in terms of their decisions and on the server recently.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, like, I guess SPARTA's, he's certainly someone, the version we are seeing today and now shouldn't be the version in 6 or more months. Like, he's a stock that they've invested in him for the future. He's proven that he definitely has those glimmers of hope. I think it certainly helped that when they were doing those kind of like European trials while in officials, they made a quarterfinals of CTT with him. I think that's a really like beneficial argument for his case. And also the EEF win is undoubtedly like that is set in stone. Okay, this kid can do something.
Yeah.
And I think it's very clear when you look at this Copenhagen Wolves roster, when you look at the fact they've picked up Jorko, when you look at the fact they've picked up Mathios, and then also obviously Sparta. Sorry, I'm speaking the wrong team. But with Dynamo ECLOT, like it's Aaron is one of those IGLs where he's got teams to a high level, but then they've crashed out. Nothing more. He's qualified for the odd tournament here or there. He's won advanced. You know, they've got teams to a place and then crashed out. So how are they going to be able to develop Spartaus? I don't know.
Yeah, it's a good question. It is a good question. But we do have our confirmed team through the group A and B coming to an end today. That means tomorrow that we have to start Group C. And actually, there are 2 games there which should be quite fun. FAVBET versus Reason Gaming, which of course have that Polish team these days. And Monte versus Eternal Fire. Now that's going to be a fun one, because I believe that should be Monte's first game with their full team. They've been playing with Jocko, and they've got Bemis, their actual signing, on the roster. So that's a really fun one. I will be handing it over to, of course, some of our colleagues for those. But for now, I'm going to rest my voice and my nose, as you might have been able to hear throughout the series, the 2 BO3s we've done, and we'll call it a night. So thank you guys so much for watching, and we'll see you guys very soon. Cheers.
He's going to force the kill in the last second. Mirage right to the